Swollen underscore dingus. It's a silly name. But just do it.
Underscore dingus.
Dingus, like.
He said dingus.
Alright, so let's say it. Follow swollen underscore dingus on twitch.tv. Alright, let's say it.
Follow swollen underscore dingus
On twitch.tv.
Twitch.tv.
There we go, we did it, man.
Ring.
Oh my god! Oh! What the fuck was that? I gotta figure out how to take girls' clothes off. Then I could win.
It's literally a sign, isn't it? It's just a full circle. We're doing it. How do you not? It's literally a sign. Oh my god, it actually happened. Also, that's how much for Mortis ignores me, huh? This is mine. This is my Edelgard. There are many like her, and they're all very similar, but this is mine. It finally happened, chat. We finally pulled an Edelgard. It only took how many years?
Oh, great. Ah, great. Oh, I'm dead. Just kill me, motherfucker.
That's all he's trying to do. It's an old mod, but it's always getting updated. I'll have to check it out. The body buffer. Oh, good God! Jeez Louise. Okay, now I know why the game is quiet, so that way you can get freaked out by audio cues like that.
Okay. Cocksucker. Bitch. Alright, this. So I was thinking about picking up another fight.
No, I started lagging. No, come on.
You lose.
Of course I fucking choke at the end because I freak out over a goddamn fuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're
ready. To party. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Well, hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to yet another swollen _ dingus Pikmin 2 Cave Spelunking stream. Big ups to Pim Pam, who is the first of the dingers and dongers who are here. And big ups to the swollen ones coming in the immediate and far-flung future. Here we are existing on a True Crime Wednesday that's about to become a True Crime Thursday. Maybe we should have... True Crime Wednesday doesn't really roll off the tongue. Maybe we should have did this tomorrow. I mean, technically it's gonna be tomorrow. I don't know. I was feeling like Pikmin night, so we're gonna do Pikmin. Speaking of which, here it is. All right, so forewarning. So the Ezra story gets worse. It gets much worse. I've seen bits and pieces of the video to come. It's gotten so crazy. I had to make a command. I made a command just to explain the story up to this point and why this lady is on trial. We saw 3 videos. Yeah, 3 videos last Pikmin 2 stream about the Ezra saga. And in the time since the last Pikmin segment, there have been 4 more Ezra videos uploaded. Oh my lord! That's right. We're still not done with the saga. There are now 7 videos in the Ezra McCandless saga. And it is up to us to document the exploits of Ezra Lady. So without further ado, we're gonna hop on that. There's the command itself right there, the Ezra command, just catching you up on the story, since I recall a lot of people coming in not understanding what the fuck we were watching last stream. So we got the command existing now. I went to the liberty of summarizing it like a Dragon Ball Z episode or a One Piece episode. Before you can even start the next episode, you gotta have a recap on what happened last week. Hello, Manny. Welcome. But I think the Pikmin streams, especially tonight, because in order to get one of the final treasures above ground, I need to farm purple Pikmin, which I'm gonna do in a subterranean complex. And then if we have time, I'll see if I can tackle the Dream Den. Big ups, Golem. Sorry for starting late. I was distracted. Guy with 2 names was having his Kitchen Nightmares extravaganza. Yes! New episodes of Kitchen Nightmares. Oh, you know I had to check that out. They were pretty good. But then his internet cut out, so that stopped the fun. We'll have to watch those episodes next time. And then I was distracted by other things. But we're here now for a Dingus After Dark. I know the guy was live playing RoboCop. More like Snore More Cop. Not really of interest, man, unless he starts crying about something. I know he was trying out Warzone today, but you know how I feel about Warzone. Shit is way too loud for me to be peaceful. If I talk during Warzone, I'm gonna talk over the gunfire because I won't be able to even hear myself speak, and then he will be barely audible because he's DSP and he has like worse audio than mine. The Dream Den isn't too hard except for one level in the boss fight. Yeah, I shouldn't be saving it for the last thing to do, but I kind of think the purple Pikmin Like, if I don't do the purple Pikmin stuff, I'm gonna have to do it eventually. It's like, you know, priorities. Let me go ahead and get some Pikmin out. But yeah, we're gonna finish up the Ezra stuff. And by finish up, I haven't even seen the last of his uploads, so I can't even guarantee you that the story is complete. We may just end up getting another Ezra video, and then the story will just continue and keep going. Can we get some Fs in the chat for? Can we get some Fs in the chat for Faye? Pim Pam. Eagle is referring to some massive bad luck that was had tonight by our boy Sanguine over there on the Night channel. It was pretty tough to see. You know, I've had bad rolls in, well, I was gonna say gotchas like that. I've had bad rolls in that exact game before. Yeah, it's pretty tough, buddy. Oh, he sounded like he was gonna quit the whole game over it, but you know what? He's had sentiments like that long before tonight. So I don't blame him if he does quit. It's a shame because I like his Faye coverage. Letting me know the latest on all the updates there. I certainly can't do that stuff. You guys won't even know what I'm fucking talking about. Gotcha. And it would be hypocritical of me to even do stuff like that as a person who regularly mocks DSP. I gotta be consistent, dude. I mean, it's not like I'm like whaling thousands of dollars for sweaty man JPEGs. But yeah, he's referring to a bad pull session, as they say. Big ups Aqua Saber. A late night dingus boot. It wasn't supposed to be late night, but yeah, yet here we are. And yeah, this is your Mimi time stream. Yeah, it always kind of ends up that way for people, huh? All roads lead to Turvin or Dingus if he boots up late. Oh god, my Pikmin. Did they die? Okay, we're good. I'm missing one Pikmin though. Who am I missing? I left one red out there? Son of a gun. Purples are awful for the final boss. I'll keep that in mind. Well, do you play Faye, Eagle, or are you at least aware with the concept and how pulling works? Because I understand, as someone who does play the game, probably not to the degree that he does, but I, you know, dabble with it, obviously. Do you understand what he was trying to do with the pulls? Feel the pain for bad rolls. I play Shin Megami Tensei Gacha, the rolls are awful. Yeah, Faye's an old game, and it was like his main gacha that he does content for. So, you know, it's tough. It's tough when that's like your main thing, and you're looking at these other games like the Genshins and the Honkais, and they're doing so much more. Like, those games are console quality, and it seems like they respect their player bases more, and he's getting into Nikkei too. So they kind of have to deal with a fossil like Faye that's going into year 7 or year 8. And it's still kind of the same game it always was, and you get hit with stuff like bad rolls or just bad treatment from the devs, and the stuff to come isn't looking too interesting either. Yeah, I could see, I could see how it could make you upset. Like, again, I don't begrudge him if he drops the game. I'm gonna stick with it to the end because I don't really focus on it too terribly much. It ain't nothing but something to have on. I don't really understand the game. I do kind of understand the pulls just from the sheer number he did. Okay, so it's, well, I'm gonna assume because you said that, I saw you watch the segment, so I'm just gonna assume that from at least watching him roll as long as he was doing, that you understand how rolling works. You spend 5 orbs to roll. So 5 orbs just to roll at all. You get the wheel, the circle, you see the 5 stones, you get to pick a stone, pick up Zaldranop, welcome in. you see the stones, you pick a stone, you get a character corresponding to the color that you picked. You can then choose to roll again from the 4 remaining stones for 4 orbs. You do that, and then you can choose to do it again for 4 orbs and 4 orbs until you have the final stone left, and then you can choose to do it for the last stone for 3 orbs. In total, this costs 20 orbs for the full circle. You can bow out at any time, so you can just spend 5 orbs for 1 stone, and then you can dip. But it's the full 20 to do all. I believe he started with over 400. And you have a pity percentage, like a lot of gachas. You got your pity percentage. So you can roll like anywhere between a 3 and a 5 star. 3 stars are the most common. Then you got your 4 stars, and you got the rare 5 star. So he was rolling on a banner event that featured 4 characters. You can get 5-star characters that are not part of the banner, and those characters do not decrease your pity percentage. The pity percentage is the percentage you got, the chance you have to roll a 5-star character that's on the banner. That's your pity. He kept getting off-banner characters, off-focus 5 stars. Well, first of all, he was getting 3 stars and 5 stars, and if he did get a 5-star, which I saw him get, it was an off-banner 5-star. Now, back in the day, these would reduce your pity percentage to... It would reset it completely. And nowadays, it only reduces it by a teensy amount. But it still sucks to roll an off-banner. So, throughout... I want to say... Because I saw the whole segment. I think he did about 100 rolls, like you said. He didn't roll a single character that was part of the event banner. So, 400 orbs... he did get the 2 characters he wanted, but that is only because of a newer mechanic they introduced where if you roll 40 times at all on the banner, you are guaranteed one of the event character banners. That's like the pity pick and choose. So he picked the one that he was gunning for, and then he got another one at 80, and then got the second character he wanted. However, you're probably wondering why he continued to roll afterward. That's because he still had the pity percentage. So he got the opportunity to get the characters he wanted by picking them after rolling enough. So after rolling 40 and then after rolling 80 times. But being able to pick the character he wanted, that has nothing to do with his pity percentage. So he continued to roll just on the off chance that he would still roll a character that was on the banner. And then he depleted his orbs from 400 to 1 and did not get a single banner character. The only way he got a banner character was by sparking them, and sparking refers to being able to pick the character yourself, which is just pure pity, and again is not related to your pity percentage. So his pity percentage still sits at 5.75. Your pity percentage starts at 3%, a 3% chance to roll the 5-star character. The more you go without rolling a banner character, your percentage slowly rises up. So by the end of all the rolls he did, he was at 5.75%, and he could not roll a single character on the banner. And and playing the game myself, I know from that's just tough luck, man. That is just tough luck. I feel for him, and I hate to see it. You hate to see it, but and I agree with the sentiments about the game too. Much as I like him, and I like the game too. It's like, yeah, it's kind of at that point where the game. I would not be surprised if the game EOS's soon. I thought it was still doing good money-wise, but then he started showing us how the game did money-wise, and yeah, it's getting dominated by all these other games. It's no surprise why he's moving on to stuff like Nikkei and all that, which I don't get, but apparently Eagle does. But yeah, it was tough to see. I don't know what's gonna become of him and Faye. But I can't disagree with what he said about the game itself. That said, for me, it's more like it ain't nothing but a time waster. I don't play it as seriously as he or other YouTubers do. But for me, it was just something to roll for characters you like, because I like Fire Emblem. That's why I fucking play it. I don't play it because it's a mobile game. But I like the characters. I like the interactions and the characters. For me, I really like interactions between characters who have never spoken to each other before, whether they're from the same game or not. And then I also like it if they cover, if they tie up loose ends from older games, like maybe characters talk to each other. Maybe there's some words left unsaid at the end of a game, and this gets addressed in the Heroes. Stuff like that, where it actually addresses plot points from the main games, and it kind of carries on, because that's happened before, and I like to see stuff like that. That's why I play it. I don't play it for the rolling or getting the. I don't play it for the gacha aspects or even the main story. I don't like the main story plots at all. The OCs are all right. That's kind of my take on it. But I do understand his issues with the game at this point, and I can't say I disagree. Someone looking at the game objectively. And big up Seru for their 15 stream watch streak. You know, there was someone the other day with 20. I think it was D-Side. Big ups Human8175 for the behind the scenes follow. Yes. Just ran into that with Bo Games, said like all characters but one Hallmark Cusa. I think I saw that just now on a server. Oscar lady. Because with that Senran Kagura crossover, right? Big ups JC200X. So that sent me a notification to keep my watch streak alive. Now wait a minute, how do you have notifications for me? Did you actually click the bell? Once again, hello, Ajna. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat at all while giving that explanation out. He was going for Gnu Gugat. Am I even saying that right? The weird alien lady. Hello, Sweet Bean 96. That got me interested in playing Fire Emblem. That's like the main goal of the game, I would think. The main purpose is to get you to transition into playing the actual games, so... Big ups? It did its job for you? Shit. We're already fucking up. Big ups Eddie B43 as well. Hello. Eagle trolled me into talking about a fellow streamer who plays gacha games, and he had a really bad roll, and it got him kind of depressed, and he talked about how the game sucks now. Or well, well, I guess I don't. Did he actually say the game sucks? I think he was just more. He talked about his grievances with the game. And as someone who also plays the game from time to time, I was in the position where I was able to commentate on what he said about the game. Crossover units are the biggest form of FOMO, since the chances of being a one-and-done event never coming back. Fire Emblem does not rely on crossover events, and I know that the game has gotten some critique for that. I actually don't mind that. I think crossover units kind of take away from the premise, and every time I see that suggested, I always see people respond to that with, well, there are so many Fire Emblem characters, because it's a wide series. Every game has a new cast of characters. So the notion that you're gonna do a crossover banner, I guess in the short term, may get new players into the game, but it's also like, well, I mean, there are actual Fire Emblem characters who still aren't in the game, yet you want to do a crossover banner? It's like, I understand why they haven't done crossover banners. It's just, why do that when there are so many characters that are actual Fire Emblem characters that aren't even in the game yet at all? Like, it took this long to get a banner with characters from Awakening, which is one of the best-selling games. Not to say that Awakening hasn't had banners before, but it took this long to get an Awakening banner with the first version of certain characters. And that's not going to make any sense unless you play the game. But characters like Laurent have existed since forever. And I know nobody likes Laurent, but he wasn't in the game till this point, when the game launched in 2017, and it's kind of like, what are you doing? bouquet banner isn't live yet. What banner was it? It was the GNU Gugap and Nino banner, I believe. It was immediately after rolls. So it was like the Phil style anger when something goes wrong. Yeah, I saw he said he was gonna sleep on it. You know, it's just stuff you say in the moment. I'm sure I've raged like that too. Well, I mean, it wasn't really rage. But I understand. Damn it. Was that a bad angle for that? I'm having a day dinger, so I'm gonna be lurking. Fair enough. Thanks for stopping by, sweet bean. I guess his GTFO giveaway is tonight too. Thought he said it was Thursday, but he has the horror collab in the title. I think you should go for it. You said you wanted to rebuy it. No, it's a PC game, so obviously I cannot participate. But you might win it. I say go for it. Dave is finally streaming his Champions Pulls. Blessed be the 7-star Hogans. Hollowed be their price. Could you imagine if Dave did that? He actually did want to do that. There's an old tweet out there of him asking how easy it is to capture gameplay from an iPad. But you probably remember that tweet. And hey, Carl, we're talking about Sanguine's bad luck in Fire Emblem Heroes today. It was pretty rough. He went from 400 orbs to nada, and did not get the banner focus hero. And he had a rant about the game. Said he was considering quitting it. It was very... Again, I agree with his criticisms, because I don't even play the game like that. But even I agree. It's like you're getting mogged by, like, Genshin over here. Your game's ancient. But yeah, he spent like 400 orbs. I don't know if they were paid orbs or free-to-play. I think he's free-to-play now. But still, I mean, you know, you dump that many orbs in and you don't get the banner hero. I could see how that would inspire a moment. Now, he did get, again, he got the heroes he wanted. He got the characters that he wanted. It's just, he only got them because of the pity. The pity where you roll 40 times and then you're guaranteed you get the chance to pick someone. If he rolled 80 times, so he was able to get the second character he wanted. But he rolled over 100 times, dumped the 400 orbs, and he could not, by RNG, random chance, get one of the heroes. So his pity percentage was not reset. It stayed high. It was, like, I've had luck like that. So I can relate, I suppose. I mean, I've never had that many orbs before all at once. I get my free-to-play orbs and I just immediately dump them if there's a banner I like. Makes sense to stream his pulls and he could write them all off as business expenses. Well, I think he's Canadian. Nikkei is the truth. Yeah, he does always seem like he's having more fun when he's playing Nikkei. Okay, look, Eagle is gaslighting me into talking about the drama, and like, only 2 people here even understand the drama to begin with, so I'm pretty much wasting my breath. Oh, for Dave, I mean Dingus? Okay, my bad. Big ups Law Power. Yeah, Eagle's gaslighting me. We're supposed to be talking about this lady who killed her boyfriend.
How you present yourself to the world.
This is Ezra believes she can get away with murder. You can use the Ezra command on screen to catch up with our story. But last we left off, we watched 3 videos about this Ezra lady. Since that last stream, there have been 4 more Ezra videos. Can you believe it? Just the story just gets crazier. Yeah.
Pounding the peaches with my DDD
And big ups
asshole.
Peaches in Keen. Alright, but without further ado, because I'm already delaying it enough as is, Ezra believes she can get away with murder.
Matters and changes how people perceive you in an incredibly profound way. This is something nearly every person learns when growing up. and is far from an intellectual statement. But it's something that the majority of people don't consider in their
It's my
day-to-day
Big Red.
lives. Like our binocular vision, this small piece of knowledge feels second nature to most, to the point to where they don't even realize that they're doing it. And it's only when it's called
Alright,
out that
I have
people
all the
give
treasures
concept a bit
here.
more thought.
I
Say,
want to
for
farm
instance,
purple
you have a job
Pikmin,
interview
so
coming
shouldn't
up
I just
at a
run to the
prestigious
end?
company. This is the job that you've been wanting since you were a young kid, and you feel like all your years of schooling, all your efforts to build your skills, have been in service of getting this one particular job, and you want to make a good impression. The day of the interview, you realize that you don't have any laundry.
The
and the
interview.
only outfit that you have that is presently available is a pair of old gray sweatpants from high school and a blouse that doesn't properly fit. Consider what would happen if you wore this outfit to the interview. What immediate
Pick up
things
slot
would the
power on the
hiring
GPM
manager
shuffle.
think of you when they see you walk in, dressed partially in sweatpants and looking completely mismatched? Did they forget that they had an interview today? Is this how they choose to present themselves? If they're wearing this to the interview, what do they wear when meeting clients? Almost immediately, your name would be taken off of their list of potential hires. And even if you explain to them that you simply forgot to do your laundry,
Really tired of these worm enemies, so I'm not even gonna bother fucking with them.
Poor time management skills.
Think you would have
the
fallen for
inability
Ezra given
to
your
keep a schedule and
pre-election
pre-plan
to crazy
accordingly.
ladies?
Now, think what would
I do
happen
seem
if
to
everything had
attract
gone
crazy
perfectly.
women, don't
What is
I?
the outfit that you wear to the interview? How would you do your makeup and your hair? Would you pick something professional?
She
but not
certainly
too
would have
overdone?
drifted
Something
into
that
my
makes it seem
vicinity
like you aren't
if we
dressing
lived
up,
in the
like a
same
prom
city.
tuxedo.
I
This is
probably
just
would
how
have
you
ended
look.
up crossing
Dressing to
paths
make
with
a
her
good impression is
eventually.
easy, and
The
you
jury's
likely
out
know
whether it would have
exactly
been
how to
love at
present
first
yourself
sight, though.
so that the majority of
I'm not
people
into
will think highly of you.
whores.
And when Ezra McCandless took the stand in her
Hey, I
own
can make white
defense,
Pikmin.
that's exactly what she did.
I'm
Welcome
low on
back
them,
to
so
another
I
episode
better
of
do
Hidden,
that.
Or if this is your first time here, welcome. This video is part 4 of our coverage of the case of Ezra McCandless. And if you have stumbled across this video before watching all the previous parts, I highly recommend that you go watch those other videos before you watch this one. Although I will be summarizing all of the relevant case details in the first section of the video, watching the previous parts will allow you to see how the accused in this case was able to skillfully manipulate nearly everyone she came into contact with, and how she had, up until this point, gotten away with everything. This video would once again not be made possible had it not been for Rottweiler
Don't stick your
Investigations
dingus in the
here on
crazy, you
YouTube.
dingus.
The
I
channel is a
don't.
treasure
I
trove
learned
of
my
true crime
lesson.
Interrogation, trial, and deposition content. And we will be leaving a link to their channel in the description box down below, along with their PayPal.
That's
and
why I
Cash
didn't
App
chase
link.
after that floozy who wanted me to take her to round
I'm
one.
going to be summarizing the details of this case as succinctly as possible. For those interested
here's
in
the
all of the
recap.
details, including coverage of all the previous police interviews she had done, those videos will be linked in the description box down below. This is Ezra McCandless. She is a 20-year-old, out-of-work
Oh, isn't this
hipster
one of the
who
cave
enjoyed
layouts from
photography and
Pikmin
spending her
4?
days
They
drinking free
reused it.
coffee at Racey's, a small coffee shop in the town of Eau Claire. She was extremely outgoing and would talk to anyone who came into the small shop, stating that everyone who went there was her buddy, mainly because she relied on them to purchase her coffees for her. This is
Lost some
Jason
Pikmin
Mangle.
from that.
Jason is
Where's the
13 years
cave
older
at?
than
The cave
Ezra,
exit.
a fact that he contends she kept from him when they first began talking. Jason met Ezra at Racey's, and according to both of them, they quickly fell in love. Within the first month of dating, Ezra had moved out of her mother's home and into Jason's apartment with his roommate. Jason worked as a medic in the National Guard, meaning that every few months, he would have to leave for a couple weeks to go on assignment. Their relationship quickly became toxic, with both parties alleging that the other one was controlling. Ezra stated, Jason was controlling because he wanted her to help out with bills and believed she was inappropriately affectionate with her male friends.
Help out with the
Meanwhile,
2 big
Jason
bills.
felt the relationship was toxic because if he hung
More
out
toxic,
with
more
someone Ezra
toxic.
didn't like or thought they didn't like her, then she would accuse him of talking negatively about her and say that she was going to physically harm herself and it would be his fault. This is John
Classic
Hanford.
tactic.
All you need to know about him is that he is a close friend of Jason and also frequented Racey's coffee shop. This is Alex Woodworth. Alex enjoyed philosophy.
Let's
so
take a
much
look
so
at
that
our
he spent all
main
his
cast
free
of
time
characters
writing his
here.
own philosophical beliefs in his
We have
journal.
Ezra on the
He was
left,
eldest
we
of
got
4 children
Jason, the
and was
boyfriend,
described by all who
Alex,
knew
the
him
beta
as being
barista,
deeply empathetic
and
and
John,
kind
the
to
best
those
friend.
around him. He had never been physically violent with any person, and his past partners would describe him as quiet and caring. He was close to both Jason and Ezra, and Jason had been made uncomfortable with how extremely close he and Ezra were. And that was mainly because Alex and Ezra were also secretly dating, although
What a
Ezra told
shock.
Jason that he had nothing to worry about and that she wasn't interested in Alex in a romantic way. The duo would often go on dates, she would sleep over at his house, and their romantic relationship had progressed to the point
they were just
of
hanging
saying,
out,
"I love you" to each
stupid.
other. Alex wanted Ezra
Imagine
to break
spreading
up with
this
Jason,
info like that.
especially since she would tell him that Jason was cruel and uncaring towards her. But Ezra stated that if she broke up with him, she would lose all of her friends, and so they continued to date each other in secret.
She was pretty
She had also
promiscuous
begun sleeping
from what
with
we've
John
heard so
Hanson.
far, Carl.
In February of 2018, Jason had gone away on a drill for the National Guard, and he had asked Hanson to check in with Ezra.
Yeah, you go out and serve your
okay.
country,
He worried
and
about
this
her
is how
when he
your
was
girl
gone,
treats
because
you.
She would often state she
This
couldn't be
fucking
alone
world,
without
man.
him. And while he was away, John and Ezra also began to sleep together. This
What kind of
relationship was
friends would
seemingly
do
spurred
this
on
to
by
you?
Ezra, who stated she had a crush on John. After Jason returned home from training, she sent John the following text messages: "Working out again, dose really makes
Hello,
you want to fuck
UNFW1.
everything that's moved.
We're
Are you going to
continuing
pound this
the-
anytime soon?
the Ezra
Just let me know
saga.
when I get
We
my
have the
next
new Ezra
in-and-out
commands to
winky
get you
face.
caught up.
Also hanging out and doing
But there are
heart
4 new
agging would be
videos.
nice because you're more than a good
And we're gonna
dick.
see how long I can
Great.
stay awake tonight.
Also, while Jason was away, Ezra moved out of their shared apartment because his roommate was expecting her to contribute to the housing costs in a more meaningful way. She would move back in with her mother, and whenever they would get into a fight,
In the
Jason
meantime,
would pay for
I
her to
am
stay a
grinding
couple
for
of nights in a
purple
hotel.
Pikmin.
That way she could unwind. One night, while staying in a hotel with Ezra, Jason went through her phone and found the messages between her and John.
Oh
Obviously
no,
shocked
the
that his best friend and
messages!
girlfriend had been sleeping together, he confronted Ezra, who stated that she hadn't slept with John at all. When she saw he
I
had
didn't
proof,
sleep with
she
anyone,
changed her
idiot.
story, stating that yes, they had slept together, but the sex had not
Well, we
been
did sleep
consensual.
with each other,
Not
but it
knowing what
was
to believe,
not
but
consensual.
believing his girlfriend would lie to him, Jason encouraged Ezra to speak to the police about the matter, where she formally accused John of sexual assault. An investigation was
Good
then
tactic by the
launched, but
boyfriend
Ezra
there.
seemed uncooperative. When asked if the police could have access to the messages that she had sent John, ones where they
He
had
was
talked
like,
about their
"Oh, no."
sexual encounter, Ezra stated that she deleted them. When the officers asked John, he willingly provided the messages, and they showcased a very one-sided relationship in which Ezra was incredibly eager to sleep with John and had enjoyed the times they had been intimate. She also
She really
claimed
thought
that
deleting
she
the
had told
messages from
multiple
her
friends
side
about
of the
incident
conversation
and
would
that they
delete
back
them
up her
from his
statement, but they
side.
found that the opposite was true. Ezra had spoken to her other friends at Racy's about spending time with John that week, and after they had slept together, she said he was amazing, fun, considerate, and that she
Yeah,
couldn't wait
yeah,
to see
she
him
was,
again. She also
playing
said
matchmaker,
she loved
Carl.
spending time with his son. She had also spoken to Alex, who told the detectives that
And the
Ezra had
boyfriend
talked
had to
him
be
in
okay
detail
with
about having
it. Like, he
sex
was
with
just,
John,
"Oh,
and said,
yeah, I
though it was
guess we can
consensual,
hang
she
out."
regretted it. The sexual assault case was later closed with no charges coming from it. After
Was it like
talking
some
to the
sort of
police,
power play?
Jason was confused. He didn't know if Ezra was telling the truth, and he felt like the last 8 months of his life had been a lie. 2 of his closest friends had betrayed
Why?
him, and they had lied to his face for weeks after sleeping with the person he thought
Right, we
he
got
was
15
going to
purple
marry.
Pikmin from
He
that.
didn't
I'm
know
gonna
who
have to
he could
do a
trust,
few more
so
runs
he
of this
asked
cave
Ezra
in
for
order
some
to get the amount of
distance.
purple
They didn't
Pikmin that
break
I
up,
need.
But he didn't want anything to do with her for a short while.
As long as I
But
skip the
Ezra
enemies,
was
it
more
shouldn't be too
engaged in
long.
their relationship than ever. She wrote him multiple times a day, telling him that she loved him deeply.
And I'll even get some
and
white
would never
Pikmin out
do
of it
anything to
too.
hurt
I'm
him.
kind of
She
low on them.
accused John and Alex of
Oh, shit.
manipulating her and sexually exploiting her, and stated that if she hadn't been so confused by them, she never would have cheated. She began to show up at places she knew he would be, casually running into him and bringing him her journals, declaring
Yeah, this part was just real fucked up. Her outright stalking
Jason
him.
tried to keep his boundaries, he once again began to sleep with her. On March 21st,
But I guess the
pair were
boyfriend
talking, with Jason
continuously
stating
going
he
back
didn't
to
know
her
if he
is
could
just as
properly
messed
move
up.
forward with a relationship.
Alright,
as he
let's
couldn't
exit
get
the cave.
idea of her sleeping with his 2 close friends out of his head. She encouraged him to think of positive thoughts until those images were out of his head, and then informed
Yeah,
him
he was
that
straight
she
gaslit.
intended to see
He
Alex
really
the very
thought
next
he
day. When
believed in
Jason
her
became
stories that
confused
she
and
was
angry
great
with the
by
concept
his
of
2
her meeting up with
friends.
the man she had spent months cheating on him with, the man who had apparently sexually exploited and manipulated her, she tried to placate him, saying she was only seeing him in order to tell him off for what he had done. But Jason didn't buy it. He had recently been made aware of how deep Ezra's relationship with Alex was, with one of their mutual friends telling him that Alex and Ezra had stated they loved each other and would spend all their time together. And now hearing that she wanted to spend time alone with him, he felt that he couldn't trust her. He told her that he didn't want to speak to her anymore and stopped replying to her texts. The next day, the former couple
Downloaded a new
run into
Nikkei
each other
update.
coincidentally
You know, that's why
at
he had to
races.
play.
Ezra
That's why
stated
Sang
she
was playing
going to be finding
Faye
her
because
apartment
Nikkei was
soon and
under
moving back
maintenance.
to the small town,
And,
but she seemed disheveled
and then we were
strange.
granted that segment.
morning marked the first time she had ever paid
Again,
for her
I
own
feel bad
coffee
for him.
and left the
Maybe,
tip as well.
hopefully he has a good
After leaving
sleep
the coffee
and
shop, she went
feels
to
better in the
Alex's
morning.
home to talk. Their conversation had been interrupted by Jason, who wanted to make sure his ex was safe, and he told the pair if they wanted to
Let me
continue
not
talking,
bring
they
white
should do it
Pikmin
somewhere
in.
public. Directly
That's the
after,
issue. I keep
Ezra
losing
and
whites
Alex
and
got in their
purples.
car and drove off. 4 hours later, Ezra was found on 88-year-old Dawn Sippel's farm, covered in mud and blood. The word boy had been cut into her arm. She claimed she'd been attacked, but didn't know by whom.
Oh yeah, maybe I should have made this clearer earlier. She's a they them.
She was also going by her birth name, Monica J. When she was brought to the hospital and evaluated by doctors, they
My
found
CK
that she
Nikkei event was
mostly
like that for me. Over 200
unharmed, with an
pills trying to
exception
get
of a
Red
few
Hood and only got
scratches
it
and
from
superficial
pity.
cuts that seemed
Yeah,
to
Red
be
Hood's the
self-inflicted.
lady he uses all the
Detectives
time,
talked to her
right?
about what had
Okay,
happened,
well he
but
had
she
what
maintained
you
she
had, but
no
with
idea.
Faye
She was then
today.
informed that Alex and her car were still missing, and they told her that if she knew anything, they needed to know as soon as possible so they could potentially save Alex's life. But she said nothing. The following day, the police would find Ezra's car with Alex's dead body hanging halfway out of it. He'd been stabbed
interesting. I wonder what
16
happened to
times in the
Alex.
neck, face, chest, and groin, and it appeared as if the scene had been staged. There were drag marks, indicating that whoever killed Alex had tried to pull him out of the backseat of the vehicle, but had given up halfway through. The scene also indicated that the majority of the attack happened outside of the car, with Alex trying to seek refuge inside the vehicle. Armed with this information, the detectives went to speak with Ezra again, and her story changed. She still maintained that she didn't know what happened to Alex, or what happened to her in general, but she said she remembered some things. Firstly, she told them that it had been
Oh yeah, she
Alex
lied to
who
the
carved
cops
word
multiple
boy in her
times.
arm.
Changed her
Claimed
story
that he often
multiple
ridiculed
times.
her for having identified as a male previously, and would use the term, as well as male pronouns, derogatorily towards her. Secondly, she also claimed that at some point during the drive, Alex had taken the wheel as she began to have a panic attack. And finally, she claimed that all she could really remember of the attack was feeling scared of Alex, like he had hurt her. The detectives then told her that they had found Alex's body and that they knew she was lying about not remembering anything, and she stated they were right, and then completely changed her story again. She claimed that Alex had driven her to the muddy road and gotten them stuck in the mud. While she attempted to get them out of the pickle they were in, he attempted to sexually assault her, and she killed him to save her life. The officers then told her that the details of her story still didn't align with the evidence.
These red Pikmin are so slow. Come on.
The word into her arm still didn't make any sense.
I gotta give him some
Again,
nectar, beta.
she admitted that she had lied about that too, and that after she had killed Alex, she then blacked out. Then had woken up in the back of her car. Ezra then claimed that after realizing what had happened, she wanted to remember what happened.
Look, she can
So
be
carved
a
the word
they,
boy in her
them,
arm
who,
so she
what,
wouldn't
where,
forget.
when, and
She was
why,
then
and how,
promptly arrested.
whoever, but like, she murdered
In every
someone!
video we
Come
make
on!
discussing a person taking a
can't
stand
cap
in
for
their own
that.
defense, we emphasize how monumentally catastrophic that can be to a person's case. While many people view themselves as being generally likable, it's only when they are tasked with trying to make friends that they realize that not everyone is going to like them for one reason or another. For some, it can be something as small as the color of your hair or how you wear it. Though many people enjoy the look of
For
unnatural
others,
hair
it could be
colors,
a
some people find them to be
identity.
off-putting and a sign of poor moral character. For others, they might take issue with your tone of voice, finding it to be too high or grating, or thinking it is unreasonably low and put on. Regardless of their reasons, if a person doesn't like you, they are less likely to empathize with you. And if you are
Basically,
Ezra,
what he's
who
saying
trying
is
to
that
sell a
Ezra
frankly
flubbed it on
unbelievable
stand.
story
What a
to
shock,
group of 12
right?
men and
You're sure
women
about to
who are
see how
going to
bad
want
it
them
got.
to view you as sympathetically as possible, but in this case, the defense had no choice. The defense's argument was that Alex had attempted to sexually assault Ezra, and she acted in self-defense, but they had very little in the way of supporting evidence. She had lied multiple times after the attack.
I
and the
have 58
details she
purples
had
right
told the
now, so
police
maybe,
didn't line up with the crime scene or the
it's like
evidence.
15
They had
per
spoken
trip.
with all of Alex's
So
ex-girlfriends,
we're gonna be
as
here
well
for a
as his
minute.
family and friends, and sifted through his journals, and they found
Look at
no
how they dolled her
instances
up.
where he had been
Nah,
violent with
no,
anyone or
cut
had
back.
displayed any
Look
worrying
at how they
behavior.
dolled her up
No
for
one in
this
his life
fucking
stated
trial.
that he had ever been aggressive with them.
You
or
guys saw
even
that pic
possessive
of her
them in a
earlier.
romantic
Look at how
setting,
they dolled
and there
her
was
up.
truly no one who would
Poor
corroborate
innocent,
Ezra's story.
fragile
With
little
that in
Ezra.
mind, the defense was forced to put Ezra on the stand and hope that she could convince the men and women of the jury that she should be believed more than the direct crime scene evidence. Prior
No
to
way she
Ezra's
was gonna
arrest,
dodge the
she had
stand.
presented herself in an incredibly meticulous way. She had a
She
consistent
wanted to
color
present
palette
herself
that
as
she
the
would stick
victim.
to,
Well, if you're gonna
mostly
present
filled
yourself
with
as the
mustard
victim
yellows,
and not
hunter
the
greens,
guy,
and
the
tread
murderer,
tones.
well, of course
She
you're gonna
kept
go
her hair
on
short,
fucking stand.
cropped, and purposely androgynous due to her fluid sexuality. And stated she enjoyed shifting her appearance and looking more
yeah.
masculine
Here, check
some
it out.
days and more feminine others.
That's how she
but
normally
always
dresses.
straddling the line between the two. However, when she would appear in court, her appearance was drastically altered. Her hair had lightened to a softer shade of brown, and she had kept it long and natural, allowing
interesting.
for her curls to frame her face. Her makeup was more subdued, with emphasis being placed on making her eyes appear bigger. The light shimmer placed on the globe of her lid and the white eyeliner on her bottom eyelash line was done to make her eyes look wide and unsure, and stood in stark contrast to how she had done her makeup outside of court. Focus was placed on her wearing neutral tones, mostly pinks and whites, which served
This is
to
like
brighten her
court
face
maxing
and fit
over
her
here.
natural color.
Judicial
She had done a
science.
complete
We were.
transformation in under a year,
It was like
going from a
analytics,
hipster
like
who wanted
the
to
like
push
YouTube
gender
thumbnail
norms
analytics
attempting to
here to make
as
her look
feminine and
good.
delicate as possible. This was obviously a tactic used by the defense to try and make Ezra more palatable to the jury. The details of the attack were brutal. She had stabbed Alex in the head, neck, and groin 16 times, and the defense's goal was to make it appear as if that were impossible for her to accomplish, unless she was in extreme duress. Let's see if they were able to do that.
You state your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Ezra McCandless. EZRAMCCANDLESS.
Okay, Ezra, I'm going to ask you to speak really clearly into the microphone because you're soft-spoken.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
stop
everybody can
stop
hear you.
speaking meek.
All right.
All right.
That's the first call out.
I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is why Ezra McCandless? Why that
What?
name?
Why Ezra McCandless? Well, I have gone through a lot of changes in my life regarding identity and what really fits me. And I tried on a few names, but I found ultimately that Ezra's fit perfectly for who I am.
This, in my opinion, is just about the worst way to start this direct examination. I fully appreciate why it was done, and I am not a defense attorney, but having Ezra fully recount how she settled on her name as if she is doing a one-woman show comes across as incredibly out of place.
She's
when
recalling
on
her
trial for
trauma
first-degree murder.
with her
It makes her seem
transition
painfully
and the
unaware
mystery
situation
of her
that
gender
she's in,
identity,
as if she
you
doesn't take the
fucking
fact
bigot.
that she killed someone seriously. I understand the logic behind the decision. As any legal team working on
But
this
yes, I agree,
case
that comes
would be
off as
trying to make
ridiculous when
Ezra
you're on
look as
trial for
harmless
murder.
as possible. She needs to seem fragile, like she couldn't hurt a fly. So when they discuss,
I couldn't
how she
hurt a
brutally
fly, you
stabbed Alex
guys.
16 times in the head, throat, torso, and groin, they are already primed to think that she must have been in extreme peril to do something like that. It would have been much more effective for her legal team to coach her into looking distraught and unwell. If she appeared like she had tried to put herself together but was overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the situation, the majority of people would begin to feel bad for her. But her appearance is so perfectly polished and manicured.
So
and
Dingus, why
outside
are
of
you
the
swollen,
norm for
Dingus?
how she
Well,
usually
hold
presented
up. That is a
herself,
legal
that it comes
matter.
across as false and
I've gone under
strange.
many different names, and I settled on this
My birth
name
name
as I
was
feel
Margaret
this is
J.
the name I identified most
And,
with.
Did your name
I mean, literally, without
eventually
coping, that's like my situation.
become the last name Carlin?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you decide specifically, I'm going to ask you the specifics of both names
This
and
is
what
the
they
name
mean
I
to you. Let's
identify
talk
with
about
now?
the last name first. Why you changed your last name.
I changed my last name, not to change my last name because of family's sake, but I changed it because of the name McCandless is from an individual named Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild, he's known for. And his
Oh, this part's pretty
love
funny.
for nature, his philosophies for life, they were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So
Yeah, I gotta be careful here.
Honored him by
There's a
taking his
Gronk
last
over
name.
there patrolling.
And what about, and Into the Wild, just everybody might know what it is, just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel. It's a book he wrote.
Christopher McCandless did not write Into the Wild. While I would usually try not to harp on this fact, it's notable that the majority of what she has said and will say about Christopher and Into the Wild, for which she got her namesake from, is false. This was a novel that was important enough to her that she took up his name in a way to honor him, but she doesn't actually know the basic details from the book.
Literally a fake
There
fan.
was a book written about him?
Exposed.
Yes, about him. Okay. And what about the name Ezra? How did you choose that name?
I was on a family vacation, and it was just absolutely
Good thing they didn't
wonderful,
prod her on
and I
that.
spotted the
That
name
would have been
Ezra,
embarrassing.
And I
So,
noticed
what
how
specifically
it's
about this
more
book do you
neutral.
like? What's your favorite
It
line?
leans not
Quote literally
necessarily
one line
masculine,
from a
and it's not
chapter that is in chapter
necessarily
1.
completely feminine, and I found that just it felt right to me.
At a certain point in your life, did you feel that being identified as female did not fit you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain how you view your gender?
In high school, I found that I felt more comfortable being masculine. It was how I identified at the time. Was my alignment was very masculine.
What about now?
Now I'm fluid. So
What? Okay, the masculine
lean
part isn't
now
showing if
more
that's the
towards
case.
My femininity as a woman.
She's biologically female.
Has this fluidity been going on for a period of time?
Yes, for a few years now.
It seems like she's fake fanning that too.
I'm gonna ask you what might
I think
seem
there would
like
be like
silly
a better
question,
attempt
but,
if you.
Just some people noticed.
I don't know,
Have
is
you been
that-
doodling in court?
Is that rude?
Can you explain why?
I don't believe
Imagine you're
her.
the family of Alex Woodworth. You attend.
She's already
trial for
lying
his
about
murder,
liking the
wanting
book.
to see justice done in his case. You take the stand and talk about the type of person your relative was, because the person who viciously ended his life is claiming that he was a violent, controlling person. You are face to face with the woman who admitted to murdering him, a fact that she doesn't deny, but argues was justified. And there
Yeah,
she
she
is
probably
doodling,
watched some essay
instead
about
of
it.
appreciating the
There was a
words that
complete
you're
menace.
saying, or listening to other
Sorry,
people
this
give
day
their
is a complete
testimony
menace.
as to the kind of person that Alex was, or the evidence in this case, and how it all
Tomboy,
points
I can
to
say
her
that you can be a
murdering
little
him in
masculine
cold
and not be
blood,
trans.
as
Oh
you
yeah,
was
for sure.
doing
No,
the
you
entire
don't.
time.
It
Again,
seems
I would
like
have to imagine that
I don't
her
know.
legal
Maybe
team
she
asked her
thought she
not
was a
to do
tomboy,
this,
but then
telling
because
her that if she
of the
looked
generation she
remorseful
grew
while
up with,
listening to
she
the
grew up
testimony
when,
being
maybe
given during the trial, that it
she
could
was
help
groomed into
make
thinking
her
it was
look more
something else.
sympathetic, and as if she took the trial and Alex's death
I can't
seriously,
speculate.
but she couldn't. She simply had to draw. Her continued doodling through horrific testimony, while also portraying herself in this almost jovial manner on the stand, is making her appear cold and callous. If you saw a person behaving like this, you would think that something was really wrong with them, or that they're doing a TED Talk about finding
recent was
oneself,
this?
or giving a presentation in their favorite class.
I don't
You wouldn't
recall.
think that
They
this
may give
person
a
is on trial
timetable
for
later
first-degree
on.
homicide. If you want to see any of her art, here are some examples from her still active Instagram. While in prison, she has a friend running the account, and she sells paintings
Okay, so
like
of course,
these.
as you may have
Continuing on.
heard, she was an artist.
Well, I've been doodling in court because there's times when this experience is very traumatic, and
Yeah, I know they need to set the stage for her to appear fragile and innocent and oh so sweet. Look at me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm itty bitty, petite, sweet petite lady, and I'm a hipster in Seattle. But I mean, it's kind of disrespectful. Like again, it was like you said. Imagine if you're a family member and this lady, you know, this lady is the perpetrator, the person who killed your cousin, brother, or your son, or whatever, depending on what family member you are. And then you look over at her, and she's just doodling to appear demure. It's kind of bad. 2019. Okay. Okay, March 2018 for the murder. Sentence in February 2020. Let's take a look at her art again. So, where is it? I just had it. Okay, here. So a friend is running that. You can purchase her art, and the funds get like, I don't think they get sent to her. They're held by the friend. You can buy her art while she's in jail. Oh, sorry, I spoiled how the arc ends. Just so we're clear, this isn't one in which she gets away with it.
On.
well, I I've been doodling in court because there's times when
All right, we
this
got 15 more
experience is
purples
very
and 10
traumatic,
more white Pikmin.
and it helps center me so that I can breathe through it and I can focus on something at the time so that I can breathe.
Though there were times where Ezra cried during court,
Oh,
when
the
some of her
stream's
friends
not over
testified
yet.
against her, and when her family was called up to the stand, it's not insignificant that she did not show any signs of mental distress during the trial. While PTSD and trauma responses are different from person to person, Ezra was found to be smiling and drawing throughout the entire trial in a way that doesn't align with what she is saying here.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Can you just tell the
Artist
jury a
in
little bit about
quotes.
how you developed your interest in art?
I developed my interest in art when I was as young as 5 years old. I've
Hey, I
always
have
had an interest
73
in art, and I've been
purples.
doing it since then. And I continued to have a passion for it throughout high school and even in secondary school when I decided to
Secondary.
take art and work for a professor of
Story
the
isn't
arts
from
in
the
Art
UK.
Gallery.
Ezra has this habit of shaking her head when she speaks in a manner that comes across as incredibly forced. When she is talking about herself, she will shake her head from side to side, as if to be blissfully recounting the most important moment of her life and being lost in a daydream. It's something that is mostly seen in stage shows and other forms of media, and because of that, it comes across as her attempt to appear sincere, rather than simply being sincere.
All right. And the other thing I want to ask you is what your height and weight are. So what's your height, first of all?
I'm 5'2".
Yeah, and I thought the
much do you
elderly
weigh?
codger author lady on
roughly-
stand was pretty
sorry.
bad. The one who
I
was
roughly
writing all those
weigh
weird
100
books.
Between 115
Wrong
and
brother, the
120
wrong
pounds.
police officer.
Back
The wrong
in
dingus.
March
Yes.
of 2018, approximately what
Oh,
was
there you
your
go. Yeah,
weight?
2018.
Approximately my weight was 115.
Wait, so about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times before then where you were heavier?
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yeah, so
ask you about
in the
meeting
defense's
Alex.
favor, she is a small little lady.
Yes.
Why don't
This is the first time that Alex's name has been said while Ezra is on the stand, and she looks down, says yes, then looks back up, and purses her lips to stop smiling. We're not even 10 minutes into the direct examination, yet she has pursed her lips in this way the entire time. Again,
Actual
this
menace
behavior
here.
isn't in step with the person that Ezra
She
and her
enjoyed
defense
doing what she
team
did.
has tried to paint her out to be. Their entire argument is that Ezra deeply loved Alex, but was also scared
Look
of
at
him
this shit.
and took his life
Look at
in
her.
an act of self-defense. She
Dave does
literally
this
just
smile all
stated
the
that hearing
time.
the details surrounding this case is deeply traumatizing for her, so she has to doodle to center herself. And yet, when she first hears the name of the man
But yeah,
who she killed, she's
the
holding back a
defense's
smile.
primary
I'll
argument
stop
here is that she
pausing
was
so
too small to
frequently
kill
soon,
him.
But her behavior
Well,
is
I mean,
baffling.
what's
you
that
tell
dude's? What was the
us
dude's
how you
measurements?
met Alex Woodworth?
Thank you for the We Love Pikmin UNFW.
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called The Joint. He just seemed very focused, and I thought it was interesting
He
that
saw
he
movies
was
of people
alone
writing movie
amongst all
scripts in
these people, so
Starbucks, and he was
focused on
like,
his
"Wow,
writing.
I could totally do that."
And when you saw him alone,
Could have lived
focused on
had he
your
got
his
medical
writing,
attention.
did you have any
That's gonna be another point of
conversation with him?
contention against her. I can see.
Yes.
How did that occur?
I was curious.
Oh yeah,
as
she's
to how
loving
he
it,
could
UNFW.
focus
Look at her. She's
alone.
still smiling. She can't
Not
stop.
alone on this topic.
She was totally
I approached
traumatized
him
though,
and I
by the
said,
way.
"What are you
She
writing
was
about?
raped and
Just tell me
assaulted. She
about
was
it."
fighting for her life.
I'm
No
gonna show you
tears.
what has been marked as exhibit number 697.
Like, remember when they got Kyle guy on the stand? Everyone said that was a bad idea. But at least he cried.
This is a
And his
table of
testimony was pretty good too.
contents of Alex's writings.
Okay. You see
That's
this
an
before?
example of how to do it.
And
This is an
just
example of
to
how not to do it.
understand What writings they are. You were in court when the original copies of his journal were shown.
Yes.
So if you guys recall, I was on a jury. Remember the jury duty arc last year? And if you don't recall, I did have to go do some jury duty for like a week back in the summer last year. Basically, jurors are some of the stupid, most oblivious people you will ever come across. If I was the head juror, as opposed to the Joe with the yarmulke, we would have given that motherfucker life. But he got away with 40 years, and I just kind of had to sit there and accept it. But convincing the jurors is literally everything in court. And this lady's doing the worst job ever. Look at her! She's still smiling! She can't help it! But, yeah, my court case was, dude, does a Craigslist? I don't even remember the precise details. A lady moves from Wyoming or Wisconsin to get proper medical attention, in our state. Her physician died or stopped his practice. I think he died. So she was kind of stuck there. The dude that she was bunking with was so it's an elderly lady, and made arrangements to live with this random mid-30s guy renting out a room. So just outright a weird relationship in general. He steals her meds and sells them. Steals other belongings of hers. It kind of comes to a headway where she's more trouble than she's worth to him. He bashes her head in with a hammer multiple times, and then seals her up in her room, tapes it all together, glued it all together, got some aluminum foil to keep the stank from coming out. And then he had multiple parties and guests over while the body was decomposing in her room. But no one carve a path. Big ups Almighty Goki. No one could hear the love of Almighty Goki and his awesome raid with the party of two. But we're talking about the time I was on jury duty last year. So we kept having parties and kept having guests over while her body was decomposing. Eventually got found out because the police were called. I think, yeah. Okay, so her family members up in Wisconsin were concerned. So they got people to do a search party, all that, a wellness check. Yeah. They broke into the house because the dude wasn't home. They discovered the body. It becomes like a mystery. Yeah, basically, because it's either the dude or this other housemate they have. And the defense tried so hard to convince us that the housemate was responsible. Even though he's not there 100% of the time, he has to carpool from another city because he worked a construction job over in the other city. So he's not even at the house that much to begin with. The timeline didn't line up either, but they really wanted you to think, oh, it could have been him. It could have been him. You don't know. And I see this a lot now when I watch true crime shit, but they tried this at our case too. The defense said they have to prove without a reasonable doubt that our client committed the crime here. And did they do that? Did they do that? Did they prove without a reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt. They really hinged on reasonable doubt. They probably said reasonable doubt 100 times in their conclusive statements. But they were like, oh god, did they prove it? Did they prove it? Did they prove it though? I don't care what you're doubting or what you're thinking. Did they prove without a reasonable doubt? If they did not prove, if you feel they did not prove without a reasonable doubt, you cannot say that they're guilty. And then we went to deliberate for what? Not even 2 or 3 hours, and we came out with the guilty verdict. Sadly, again, we gave him 40 years. 40 years for clubbing an old woman's head in with a hammer. A very special type of hammer, mind you, not just any hammer. He brutalized her. He fucking dominated her. We saw pictures of her face. It was brutal. Like I can't even joke about it. She was mauled. It caved in. Fucking cracks in her head. And the defense tried to bring one of her younger relatives on stand when we were the judge was deciding on punishment. We were delineating on what the punishments should be. She was like, "Oh no, you cannot! Don't send my tío to prison." Of course, it was a Hispanic, you guys. Obviously, the old lady was white. Not that this matters, but I get to say that anyway because I am Hispanic. But he was like, "No, please don't send my tío to prison. Please, he's a good boy." they sent this like fucking 7-8-year-old on the stand. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting display there by the defense because she doesn't even know what she's saying. You're literally using her to emotionally manipulate the audience and the jury and to get them to give him a lighter sentence, even though he literally caved an old lady's head in because he wanted her meds and he wanted her Best Buy account to go buy iPads at Best Buy. Literally, we saw. Oh, I didn't even mention the phone calls. He called her Verizon or whoever her cellular provider was, and he put on like an old granny voice, and he pretended he larked like he was the old lady to change her cellular plans or something to get everything switched over to his name. That was like fucked up. They didn't even present that to us during the trial. We had to request that. Well, that was disgusting. I was like, afterwards, the prosecution asked us for feedback on how they could have done, if there was anything they could have done that was better, that, you know, to improve for future case. I was like, bro, you should have showed us the call. The call, like, kind of, because we had some lingering questions. Like, we obviously knew he did it, but we still had some questions that we wanted answered. And it was like, if you had showed us that, it was a pretty lengthy call. It's like, I understood why they didn't show it, but if you had showed us that would have settled everything. Like, for me, I was convinced with the Best Buy stuff, because we had the security cam footage from the Best Buy, and we had some other stuff, but the Best Buy footage and the Best Buy receipt was like, what? Okay, well, it's like the smoking gun here. But besides the fact that he sealed our fucking door with aluminum foil and super glue so the steak wouldn't come out, the old lady steak, I was like, bro, you should have played the call. That was disgusting. But no, they try to wheel up the little girl on stage, and she's like, please give him a chance. And then the lady prosecution walks up and, God, what did they say? This is like the third time I've told this story. I already forget what the line was.
I'm ready to dig
Big
in.
ups, kinda Sav. The re-up for tier 1 for 16 months. Hello, I'm just stopping by to say hello. Hope you have a good stream. And holy shit, is that new Ezra McCandless video? Fred and I have been watching them all. Yeah, I'm behind Sav. I watched 3 of the 7. This is the 4th one. I think Pikmin streams are good for true crime. We're discussing the optics of going on stand in your own murder trial in your defense, which is what Ezra is doing here. So I'm talking about how when I was on jury duty last year, and look, it's a funny story, you guys. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Man, what did the lady lawyer say to her? But thank you again for the re-up, Seb. 16 months at tier 1. I'm feeling oozy. Please don't take my deal. Yeah, she did say, she said something along those lines. How long was she chilling there? A couple weeks before they discovered her. Lawyers are insane. I mean, like, when you're a defense lawyer, you kind of just have to roll with it. You gotta try the snaky shit. I mean, it's your job. That's what you're doing. 100% life death penalty. But yeah, dude, I fought for death penalty, like, or at least to give them for life. But the thing is, again, when you have jurors are kind of stupid people. So we had some older ladies. I guess they were kind of sympathetic. We had some like Hispanic moms and stuff. So I don't remember too much what our discussions were like, but I think that kind of played a part. I think some of the ladies had sympathy for him because it seemed like he was kind of misguided. He had some other relationships with I don't mean relationships like romantic, but like friendships with younger dudes. Not like younger like kids, but more like in their late teens, like 18 to 20. And they got some of these kids on stage, but in particular a younger male, and you can kind of like they got him on stage to cap for him. But the more I listened to him, the more I kind of started thinking that maybe he was groomed by him, or there was something going on there, because he really couldn't believe that his friend could do that to a person. It was like, huh. Wow, interesting. No, I don't think it was something sus. I don't mean groom in like the sense that there was anything sexual or romantic. I just mean that in like the classic kind of sense. Like I don't know, that you just kind of want to believe in someone, and maybe that was just. I mean, they said he was a nice guy, like he was helping out in his church and stuff, and I think they had said that they met through church, but I don't mean it like in a sexual sense, just more that he just kind of hypnotized him. It's like, really, oh, he could do nothing wrong. He's such a good guy. He helps us out as his... Yeah, manipulation. I guess that's like an easier way of saying it, but the groom came to my mind first. Yeah, like, okay, yeah, we'll say like a DSP dent. He wasn't dented, but he was more like misguided, believing that he could not do such a thing. Imagine Dingus in the juror sitting on his chair to send this fucking dude to death, man. Sadly, I was not the one to read out the verdict, but what if I was? He was a good kid, never did nothing to nobody. That's what they tried to say. They tried to say that. Mind blown by racies as a concept. I'm mind blown that she never paid for her coffee. Okay, I'm still trying to remember what she said to this fucking... the little girl they put on stand. I think it was something like, please be lenient on him. And then the prosecution lady was like, well, she didn't say anything. She went up to the projector and put up the photo of the old lady's head caved in. Like the mugshot of her caved in face as taken from the crime scene. So the little girl says that, like, please be lenient on her. Give him a second chance. So she doesn't say anything. She calmly walks over to the projector and puts up the mugshot of the caved-in old lady's face. And she says to the little girl, it's like a 7-8-year-old little girl that they put up on stand to try to evoke sympathy. But she says to this 7-8-year-old little girl, while the old lady's caved-in face is on screen again, nobody was lenient with her, right? Or nobody gave her a second chance. And the little girl didn't say anything. Everyone was silent. You could like drop a fucking pin in that courtroom. Like 5-10 seconds pass. She takes the photo off the projector, and that's the very last thing we heard before we had to decide what the punishment would be. No, I get why they do it. I get why they put the little girl up there to try to manipulate us and get us to go easy on them. But I didn't like that. I thought that was like in poor taste. Because they had to fly out the old lady's relatives. The people who, like, her sisters were there. They had to call them in to testify because they were the ones who called in the wellness check. So they had to be there. So imagine being them. Like, they had to sit there every day and listen to this stuff. And then at the very end, you gotta wheel out the little kid to try and cap for this dude. It was just fucking... Like, I get it. They have to do it, but I didn't feel right with that. That tactic did not work with me. Yeah, it is out of pocket, Sab, but you know what? I agree with the prosecution. And she felt bad about doing that. She came up to us during the feedback segment after the verdict. She came up to us and she told us she didn't like having to do that to that little girl. But you know what? That was like, I feel like that was necessary. Because again, that little kid probably doesn't even understand why her Theo was there. She probably doesn't understand what he literally did. I felt like it was probably necessary for prosecutor later to show that. Because it's like, this isn't no rodeo. This is not the carnival. Your Theo did a very bad thing, and he needs to go away. So you're over here saying we need to give him a second chance. Well, look what he did to this lady. She's not gonna get a second chance. Her sisters aren't getting a second chance. They just lost their sister. Their sister. They've been living with their living by their side for what, decades? They were all old ladies, nice old ladies. Wouldn't hurt to fly. And she went down there to our state for medical treatment, and then got trapped there once her physician passed away. And she was kind of stuck there with a strange man who rented out the room to her. Trapped in that room, she couldn't really go anywhere. It was basically, the more I think about it, she was like a prisoner in there. I mean, she didn't have any support. The housemate wasn't there. The other housemate who was doing construction and was driving here and there, he wasn't there all the time. So it was just that old lady that he would make fun of, by the way. The guy would make fun of her all the time, like call her like an old bag. She would, you know, the same cool in front of his friends that he would have over. They would just call her the old hag. When after she died, after he killed her, and her room started stinking up, he would say stuff like, "Oh yeah, that's just her old lady smell." To disguise the stench of a rotting, decomposing corpse. He disguised it as, oh no, that's just her old lady stink. You know how old ladies are. And it's very disrespectful. Like, the more I think about it, yeah, fuck this dude. Can I go back in time? 40 years is not enough. Fuck that dude. Yeah, life is just like that. And I know it's kind of fucked up. From the, because imagine if that was your uncle or your relative, like that probably started, that would probably start internal drama too with your, like if it's something within the family, because it's like, it's kind of like, well, you gotta be objective. Like if that was one of your family members, you gotta be objective. But at the same time, would you really sell out a family member to the police like that? If it was you, would it depend on what the crime is? Because loyalty means a lot, especially with, you know, I hate to say it, with the minority families. Depending on what the family dynamic is, even if it goes against what you believe in, you might have to cap. You might have to cap for a family member, even if you know they did something wrong and there's no real way you can defend against it. Obviously, it's almost like you're speaking from experience, Dingus. Well, not within my immediate family, but I understand. Where it's like you want to believe in family, but there's for me it's like, I don't know. There's like a limit. There's like only so much you can take before it's like, okay, I know we're family, but bro, you need to get help. Okay, sorry, I need to scroll up. It's so fucked up that they made the little girl do that. Absolutely. I know why the defense did it, but and again, the prosecutor apologized afterward. But I think it was necessary. If they were gonna pull that, if the defense was gonna pull that, then I don't begrudge the prosecution for hitting her with that. I get that old people are like annoying and stubborn, but they're old men. Maybe she was how she was characterized to us was that she was just a nice, sweet old lady, maybe a little bit batty. We saw some footage of her. But I didn't see anything that made me feel like, oh, I would hate living with this bitch. If he was related to me, I'd disown his ass. Would definitely go to the police. Some families are just awful. Even after the sentencing, they will still hound the victims. Yeah, we see that all the time in some of these videos. Depends how much I could get in trouble for lying. Especially because I don't want to be caught up with it. Would you deal yourself or report them? Hit my limit with my family 8 years ago. I feel like in particular with Hispanics, there's this sense of, there's like a deeper sense of camaraderie between the family. At least that's how I was raised. That's like, you kind of just gotta stick with family no matter how fucked up things get. But it's good to see you guys would still report, even if it was family. You probably wouldn't report them. You see, it's easy to talk big, but it's different when it's like you're in the moment and you have to actually act. When you gotta do it in practice. I don't know. It would depend on the crime. It would depend if they come to me first or if I have to go to them and report it. Because I'm a very quiet and boring motherfucker in real life. I don't approach people like that. I kind of would have to be approached first. I kind of keep to myself. Streaming is kind of the outlet for me. Yeah, okay, I can agree with that, Bean. I probably would not go out of my way unless it was super serious and like the ramifications could possibly spill over to other people in the family. But I'm not gonna cap on stand for you. That's a fucking crime, man.
is this?
Okay, Goki, so you get it. You get it.
Yes.
All right.
It was kind of like that for me.
Showing you, can you
Not to any
name the
particular
names
extreme,
of the journals?
but growing up, I always
Yes.
had that sentiment.
Do you want me to read?
Yes, you can, and it's just so the jury is clear. Does this book contain both the original copies
And
of
again,
the
it would
original
depend on the
handwriting and
crime,
typed
like-
copies to make it easier to read?
Like a DUI is not a murder, so
What are the names of the journals?
if it was like Brother
Personal
Dingus
notes,
happened a
research ideas,
DUI,
and
it's like,
quest to
okay,
understand.
I didn't see anything, officer.
Yes.
I'm sure he was sober.
Extra Scraver.
Okay, and the third?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
No, see, yeah, if it was PDF file stuff or murder stuff, yes, for sure. That changes it. I would report that.
All right, well, Exhibit 697, subject to a limitation, will be received.
Thing is, watching videos like this always gives me the impression that you need your evidence,
I'm gonna
or they
show
won't even
you
talk to you.
Page 6. From the exhibit you just.
Yes.
First of all, on that day, did Alex Woodworth show you his journal?
Yes.
And
Yeah, because they got so much crime happening. It's like you need your ducks in a row, or they won't even give a fuck. And again, I get.
To page 6, a typed version
I get
and a
that.
handwritten version.
Yes.
Are those the same, the typed version and the handwritten version?
Yes, they are.
Did he share with you what he had written on that day?
Yes, he did share with me.
Did you also read it at a later date?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put this on the...
I got 15 more purples and 10 more whites. I think maybe one more run at the dungeon, and we should have enough purples.
Okay, first I'll show. All right, and just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? Okay, so just to show what the handwritten version looks like, is this the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, now so we can read it.
You get to keep your
I'm
Pikmin
going to
between
show
runs.
you the typed
You get to
version.
keep them if you exit the cave from one of those cave exits I just took.
Okay. So
This is
in
the
this
best
typed
cave for
version,
grinding purple Pikmin, and I need 100 in order to get the
after
final
it starts
treasure
with a
above
quotation,
ground.
Right?
Yes.
So right now, yeah, one more run and I'll have enough.
Yes.
Do you know who the author of that book is?
No, I cannot remember.
Okay, that's fine.
I've been running out of whites too, so
Can you
these runs
read
are
the
pretty
next
good to get my
sentence to the
numbers up.
jury?
I am oddly preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite with the actual cannibalism practiced.
Oh, this one's pretty good. So this is Barista Boy's diary or journal or something. They're gonna try to pretend like because he was writing about cannibalism in a figurative sense, they're gonna act like, well, no, in reality, he was literally interested in cannibalism, and this makes him a danger to Ezra.
Rather, the indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with.
Fucking, what a reach.
All right. The essay, what does the essay go on to talk about without having to read every line?
Cannibalism is mentioned in this
I thought that'd
essay
be more
a few
challenge game.
times.
Okay, there is a
It
challenge
goes
mode
on
like
to
that,
deal
but it's
with
separate from the main
the
game.
concept
I do plan to do that
of
though.
I
believe those modes
cannibalism
do
and the
give you set
concept of
Pikmin
cannibalism
amounts.
itself as what cannibalism
But for the main story
renders
caves, you get your
as, and
Pikmin from the any
anxieties
Pikmin you
and
got from above
fears
ground, and you take them
and
into the caves.
being a meal
It's
in
my
a sense.
big red.
Is it fair to say, or is your interpretation of the essay that it is philosophical in nature?
Philosophical?
As opposed to literal in nature?
Yes.
Sounds like something
Despite
Ryan
the
from
entry
Family Guy
stating
would
that
write.
Alex was discussing cannibalism as a philosophical concept, and Ezra agreeing that he was discussing cannibalism as a metaphor, they would go on to argue that Alex was genuinely interested in cannibalism, and that he was dangerous because of this, and that
What a
Ezra was deeply
rage.
scared that he would eventually eat her. Alex quite literally wrote, "I am preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not
Whoa,
quite the
that makes him a
actual
danger to
cannibalism
society.
as practiced, but the rather indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with." He couldn't have been more clear, but her legal team is trying to state that Alex wasn't being honest in his own journals. It's similar to if someone tried to argue that because you're watching this video right now and are interested in true crime, that you are inherently dangerous and were plotting to kill them.
That's a good comparison.
I'll come back to his writings on cannibalism, but
True crime is such a popular
going to,
genre, and yet it hasn't
ask
really
you a little
inspired
more
any
about that
murders.
conversation with him.
Yes.
Aside from looking at his journal about cannibalism, what discussions did you and Alex Woodworth have at that time?
Well, he caught me right away.
My dad has all these crazy long-standing beefs with people to the extent that he would put GPS trackers on their cars and let the air out of their tires at night. Crazy motherfucker. I told him he needs to get out of town and go somewhere else. It was gonna escalate. Papa Carl? What? Carl, I feel like you have some of the craziest stories. Stopped talking to him and he went to jail for manslaughter 2 years later. Oh, I should have continued reading. Good lord. All right, well, at least that story ended somewhat nicely. A happy ending. Papa Carl in prison. You still visit him? Oh, wait, you said you stopped talking to him. You could go visit
Because
him,
I thought
though.
it was quite a peculiar subject, cannibalism. And I was interested in what he meant, what I understood.
What did he mean by
was
this?
speaking
Oh
of
yeah,
it
like Ezra wouldn't have been interested in
and I
cannibalism
also wanted
herself.
his ideas and his concepts of literally cannibalism. So we talked
Notice the
back and
emphasis
forth
she put
about
on
a few
literally.
artists that have partaken in cannibalism that he mentioned. We spoke about the anxieties
out now?
of and what it means for someone to consume another.
What did he say that at that time, on August 8th?
Mom was in jail when I was a little younger, and I made the mistake of eating an edible before we
2017, what did
went.
he tell you about
Was this if we were
what he meant by
sitting?
consuming
Oh, it hit
another?
as we were sitting in the waiting room.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Did you have to talk to the police? Probably didn't paint you in a good light.
We have had a pretrial ruling on this.
Whoa, it's that trash
It doesn't
can
go
with the
to
follow.
truth of the matter. It only
Thank you for
goes
clicking
to
the heart,
what Ms.
dude.
McCandless
I'm grinding
heard
Pikmin,
or
baby.
understood or what was in her mind. So you may proceed.
As long as we're on that understanding, then that's fine. I withdraw the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Actually, I'll have the court reporter read it back, so it's exactly the same.
I was using every single brain cell to not look like I was fried. It was my stepdad's fault. We both did it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had to talk to the police, it would probably paint a pretty bad picture to the officers of how your mom was treating you. Like, no, you guys don't get it. No, this is I took this of my own accord.
What did he tell you about what he meant by consuming others?
Oh, okay. All you had to do
Thank
was
you.
sign in.
At that time, when we were deep in this discussion, he was.
But imagine if you were there and you had to do like an
He mostly
interrogation or
talked about the
something.
philosophical sense, and he also mentioned the fact that often individuals partook in cannibalism because it was, in essence, a consumption of one's power to take in another's.
Who would have died, right?
All right. Besides cannibalism, did you talk about other
It
things
definitely would have
with him
shaped
that
how
evening?
the officers
At some
viewed
point,
not
was your
just you,
conversation
but your
interrupted
mom
by
as
another
well.
person?
It was.
Who came over to interrupt your conversation?
My boyfriend at the time, Jason, pulled me aside and he kind of interrupted our conversation.
Her change of tone here indicates that she was and still is annoyed at the interruption, which is laughable, as Jason had every reason to feel uncomfortable with Ezra talking to Alex. Although he had no way of knowing that they would end up sleeping together.
It was lost cause. It was their
betraying his
second
trust
strike.
in a
They
deep,
knew who
intimate
she
way.
was. They were like,
He'd
"Oh
been
hey,
watching his
hey, Mama
girlfriend
Bean."
fall into a deep,
They called her
and
by
from his
first name.
perspective, inappropriate conversation
back
with
here
another
again.
person. But instead of being
Yeah,
understanding, or
yeah.
at the very least having the wherewithal to view this interaction through a different lens, in hindsight, she still feels that this was Jason being controlling and getting in the way of a harmless interaction. The fact that she is still somewhat annoyed
Alright, we can
that
get
her
more white
boyfriend
pigments
felt
now.
that she was behaving inappropriately with a man she would spend months cheating on him with is absurd.
What impressions or feelings did you have after Jason interrupted your conversation?
About him interrupting?
Yes, about him interrupting.
Well, I was...
That you were bigly
I
annoyed
felt
by it?
That my conversation was cut short. That I had plenty more to talk about.
Were you able to then continue your conversation with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Why don't you just summarize that for us? What else you talked about?
Well, we went out for a smoke and we started talking about our love for spiders because we both noticed a spider in the window.
Oh wait, they did that after
or
smoking. Okay, that makes sense.
A spider web. We noticed it at the same time.
Okay.
Whoa, spiders are like cool, man.
To Alex.
Yeah, man, I agree.
How long? About, if you can remember approximately, how long do you think your conversation was with him on that particular date?
In whole, I think our conversation was about an hour.
You guys ever notice spider webs?
Continue your friendship after
Yeah,
that?
man.
Yes.
Spiders.
And did you eventually become more than just friends?
Yes.
Right. We're going to return to that. But right now, I'm going to get into a different topic with you, all right? I'm going to ask you about Jason Mango.
All right.
Tell us...
Where did this take place? Was this
how you met
Oregon?
Jason.
I met Jason outside of a coffee shop one night after a music festival.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Racy Delane's.
All right.
Okay, Wisconsin.
And just tell us a little bit about
The same place my case was
He let out a
from.
big sigh.
Why is it
and
always
I was curious
Wisconsin?
why he was doing that. Seemed quite frustrated, so I said, "Well, what's
I
the
thought their
matter?"
specialty was cheese,
And
not murder.
We instantly started talking, and we talked almost all night.
After that all-night conversation, what happened with you and Jason?
Well, after
Jason.
we exchanged information, we had begun texting and back and forth, and we started seeing each other after.
At that time, where were you living?
I was living with my mother in Stanley, Wisconsin.
Where's the exit at?
Texting went on, and did texting lead to dating?
Yes.
You sound kind of happy about that, or not happy.
She's been happy the whole trial. What are you talking about?
Would be the word.
We fell in love quite fast because we had just so much in common.
This was somewhat of a pattern for Ezra, as she seemed to have so much in common with nearly everyone she met. It seemed that she would adopt the characteristics of those she was
She's a
around, and in
skinwalker.
a way, reflect them back to themselves for a time being.
And how, in the beginning
I think that's a
of
good
that
analysis.
relationship, how would
That's
you
why she doesn't know
characterize
anything
how
about
Jason treated you?
the dude's book,
treated
who
me
she
very
named
well.
herself after. She probably just got attached to it because one of her friends was
the
into
age
it,
difference,
or
or
some
what
dude
is
she
the
wanted
age
to get in.
difference between you
Some
and
dude she
Jason
wanted to
Mangold?
impress was into that book.
13, 14 years apart.
Do you
Kind of like
know
the
how
guy.
old you were
Yeah,
when
I
you
like
met him?
kind of like DSP.
Yes, I was about 19.
Did you know how old he was?
He fake
Yes.
fans stuff,
How old was
imprints
he then?
himself on the hobbies of others,
If you
the
recall.
He
likes
was
of
about
others.
34?
All right. So that's how you remember.
Yeah.
He
All
LARPs
right,
as
so
if he
there's
knows a thing or
about
two because he's
15
seen
or
a thing
so
or two,
year age
when in
difference
reality
between
he
the
has
two of you?
not.
Yes.
Did you realize that right away when you met him?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? That
Well-
age difference specifically.
The age difference, well, I wasn't concerned.
Oh, yeah, we haven't
necessarily
even
that
talked
we
about the
had
age difference.
An age gap.
Yeah, he was like
I
late
felt a
30s
bit
and she was
awkward that
early
he was
20s.
So much older than me, and he was even close to my own parents' age.
Nah, she was totally into it.
Did there come a time in your relationship where you got pregnant?
Yes.
How did
Explained
you
all of
discover that?
RoboCop to Jade today.
I was very
I saw one of
sick,
Jade's messages.
And I had been throwing up for weeks, and I decided to go buy a pregnancy
Saw him talking
test
about how he doesn't
and take it.
understand RoboCop. I
When you
realized
say buy
that
a
when
pregnancy
Jade
test, do you mean those
when
kinds they
Jade
sell in the
types
drugstore that give you a line?
IDK,
Yes.
All right. So
it doesn't stand
where
for
were you
I
when
don't
you took the
know. It
pregnancy
stands
test? Do you
for
remember?
I do
I was at a
not.
gas station.
So if you're reading a Jade message and he types IDK, what he's saying is I do
Tell
not.
Jason about it.
Yes.
His
I did.
message made more sense once I read IDK as
How
that.
did he react?
He seemed anxious, and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's, and it it was hard to really read what he was thinking.
Yeah, I was
at the time.
baffled, but
Did you go
his
to the
RoboCop
doctor?
message makes
Yes,
a
I
lot
did.
more sense when you read it like that.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ooh, drama
Ultimately,
bomb! She was pregnant,
What
baby.
did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
I ultimately
Did you hear they found a different bearded dragon in Casper that isn't Puff? Now that Clint's holding on to it and presumably give it to Combs to neglect and abuse.
I wasn't sure what
What
to
an
do at that
update, Park.
time. I was scared. I was so young.
They just so happen to
confused
encounter
as to really
another
what to
bearded
do.
dragon.
So I decided.
Sounds like Clint is enabling Combs again and bought another one.
To terminate the pregnancy.
And would it be fair to say that even then you had very conflicted feelings?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Leading.
All right.
Very
How
cool,
did
this lady to
terminating the
terminate the
pregnancy
pregnancy
make you
without
feel?
consulting the father.
I felt
All three potential
very empty
candidates.
after. I felt very. It hurt emotionally and physically, and it made me feel alone and very empty.
After terminating the pregnancy,
Yeah, on her birthday.
did you tell Jason you did not want him in the room?
I did, yes.
Why?
I didn't want to look at his
felt
fucking face.
Overwhelmingly ashamed. And I just felt like I didn't want to have him witness me like that. I didn't want him to.
This abortion and its aftermath, was there a change at all to your relationship?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
After the abortion, things between me and my partner, Jason, it caused a lot of distance between us. He began sleeping on the couch, and he rejected physical intimacy, even holding my hand at times.
Doesn't even want to hold her
Just so we set the
hand.
date, do
Big
you
ups on
recall the
LFG
date
Koki.
that you terminated
Have enough
your
purple
pregnancy?
Pikmin to get the last treasure
When
above
was it?
ground.
The only date that I could schedule was October 6th.
Is that a significant day to you in another way?
Yes.
Why?
It's my birthday.
So you said he started sleeping on the couch.
Yes.
Lacked physical intimacy, wouldn't even hold
Yeah,
your
Clint
hand.
totally bought another one.
Things
Thank you for the
going
rough mail
on
shuffle.
in your relationship that made you
Ralph says he wants to write a Christmas story this holiday season. 'Tis the season. So expect that from Ralph. Maybe I'll do a read-along. But Ralph wants to write a Christmas story in the vein of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, or The Nutcracker, or it was 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even the gout. But yeah, he wants to write a Christmas story. What's the Christmas story gonna be about? Basically everything that happened to him while the horse was there. We'll see if he follows through with it. How the gator stole Christmas, baby.
feel uneasy or unhappy.
Yes.
Comparison between DSP and Ralph's Christmas stories? You mean the special DSP made?
Started feeling
do that.
frustrated, and I felt very micromanaged.
Hopefully Ralph's has
at the
some
time.
production value to it.
He was controlling
He
me.
could make it
in
a
many
Christmas
ways
special. Ralph
and
has the power.
Micromanaging me, and we had just.
He's got a better tech
we had
setup than
started to
DSP
grow
did.
apart as a
Both
couple.
back then and
According
current
to
DSP.
texts between the two via Instagram and Facebook, Jason micromanaging involved him asking her to chip in with some of the bills and telling her he didn't
But yeah,
like
he
the
wants
way
to
she
he wants to
talked
retell
other
the
men in a
Pantsu arc as a
flirtatious
Christmas
way.
story.
She characterized this to her friends as being incredibly controlling and cruel towards her. She did a similar thing when talking about her parents, claiming that they were oppressive towards her when she was living with them, because they were constantly asking her when she was going to get a job and move out on her own.
Yep, just barely enough Purple Pikmin to do
we
it.
discussed how Ezra had a tendency to imply wrongdoing on another person's part, before directly accusing them of anything. If she was talking to a friend about her relationship with Jason, she wouldn't simply say that he was controlling. She would start by saying she was deeply hurt and upset by something Jason did, but she didn't want to talk about it too much, because she knows he didn't mean anything by it. After a bit of prodding from every friend she was talking to, she would talk about how he made her feel, without giving explicit details as to what even happened.
ESP being such a graphics whore and never investing in a good PC aside from Lemon is still so crazy to me.
See her as a sweet, forgiving person.
He's one of those normie graphics whores that you always see on Twitter.
Despite the fact that there were multiple instances where she would do this.
Those types never get a good PC either, despite crying so much about graphics.
Her friends, her boyfriends, people she barely even knew. It was constant, and, as you will witness in this hours-long direct examination, Ezra would basically accuse everyone in her life of being abusive towards her in some way.
Were there anything that he did that made you feel physically uncomfortable?
Yes, he never hit me, but he would be very erratic with his gestures, and sometimes he would throw things or break things.
Oh no,
and
throw things, anything but that.
Did he make accusations of you at all?
Yes.
Why don't you give us an example?
An example of an accusation is that I was clumsy and that I would lose his things all of the time, and there was a time where he got very heated over a Sharpie marker even, and it caused an argument between us.
What did he say about the Sharpie marker?
That I misplaced it on purpose, and
Alright, we can go back to, what was it?
Stupid for losing things
the final
all the
area.
time. I shouldn't touch his
Get
things.
that final treasure and then do the final cave.
That's about what it was about.
You were in court when Jenna Van de Zant
Yeah, even when he does upgrade the PC, he'll have no idea how to use it. That is true.
First of all, did Jason
Yes,
have a
that's
roommate
true.
back at that time?
Yes, he did.
What was that roommate's name?
His name was Alexander Zink.
And what was Jenna Van de Zant's relationship to Alexander Zink?
They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was she somebody that at that time you became close to?
Yeah, Wistful Woods, the final area.
You heard her testify
Was,
about Jason criticizing your makeup?
I'd forgotten the name.
What was that about?
Well, he would at times criticize my makeup. He would say I looked like a clown, or he would criticize my weight, even though at that time I was very small from being sick, and he just...
I was small and sickly, you guys, but he still bullied me. I don't know why.
In Jenna Van de Zant's testimony, she described Jason as being an incredibly thoughtless individual, particularly when it came to his words. He had a tendency to say what he felt without any sort of filter, and would often argue that he wasn't being mean, he was just being honest. On multiple occasions, Jason had said unkind
No, I'm
and
not
rude
being
things to
mean,
Jenna,
I'm just
and
being
she
honest.
witnessed
You look
one
like a
occasion
fucking
where
clown.
Jason told Ezra that the makeup she had done that day made her look like a clown. That was particularly unkind because Ezra was dealing with a bad bout of acne.
Just
What
being
Jenna did not
honest, you
testify
guys.
to was Jason being abusive, emotionally manipulative, or breaking things.
Right, so if you're
in or
wondering why
around
I
the
spent
apartment,
the
which is
entire
important as she
first
lived
segment
there
of the
with both
stream
Ezra and
grinding for
Jason.
Purple Pikmin, you're about to find out.
You mentioned that Jason and your adopted father, Joe Shane Carlin, are about the same age.
For this.
And
I like how it's right next
did
to
Jason
home
have a
base.
relationship? Well, first, did Jason in some ways remind you of your father?
Oh yes, he definitely reminded me of my father.
Okay.
And check this out.
Currently, how's your relationship with your father?
I love him and we're fine.
Okay. But growing up, how was your relationship with your father?
It was very turbulent.
So each purple Pikmin is worth the weight of 10 Pikmin, so the only way to move this is if you get exactly 100 purple Pikmin.
Well,
and this is how they
let
carry
me ask
it.
about both your parents, your mother and your father. When you grew up,
yes,
This is how quick they
at a
are,
certain
because they are
point,
purple
did
Pikmin.
your mother and Joe Shane get a divorce?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was in middle school, so 11, 12.
Before the
so they're gonna be
divorce,
there for a minute.
What word would you say most described that household?
It was like living with two tornadoes in one room.
What did she mean by that?
Focusing on that,
Yes.
the tornado that was Joe Shane. When you say tornadoes, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is
They're like me having a shoulder
they're
day. Yeah, they're
both very
literally
strong,
lifting the
opinionated
lip.
people, and they just
They're getting their reps
often
in.
butt heads. And my mom she disagreed about ways he would discipline me, and that would cause arguments.
Was there a lot of time when your mom was not at home during that period of your life?
Yes, she was working.
And when you were with Joe Shane and your mother
Are they still
wasn't
not
around,
done?
Yes.
Oh my god, they
tell
barely
us
moved at
about
all.
Some of the things he would do.
Some of the things he would do when I was younger is he was
Look at
he was
him
very
go.
loud. He would always yell about something.
You can
or
do
he
it, you
would put me
guys.
down. He often called me stupid, and he would say I wouldn't amount to much and that I was slow.
Wow,
and
rude.
He was very emotionally abusive to me.
How did you respond to that?
I responded by just being
I'm an
quiet,
empowered
and
woman,
I would
idiot.
cry, and I would just often go off and be alone.
When you would cry, how would he
You would
handle
respond by crying?
He doesn't.
What kind of
approve
strong, independent
of
lady are
crying.
you?
He would tell me that he would give me something to cry about.
Was part of your response of dealing with him, did you sometimes feel like you were like spaced out or lost a sense of where you were?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
There was often times to tone out the yelling and the name calling that I felt very distant from myself. I would essentially just close off everything around me, and
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
like
want to
when a
cry in
parent
front of him,
scolds their
so
kid.
in that, I would prevent myself from crying.
I've heard that
Were there
line
times
used
where you
against me
found yourself in
before.
that state
Anyway,
without even realizing
wow,
you were going there?
it's the
Yes,
doomsday
there's times I would zone out
apparatus.
and I wouldn't even realize I was doing it at the time.
Ezra's defense team was not given an easy task. They had to somehow validate the fact that she stabbed her ex-boyfriend 16 times, that she carved the word boy
Okay,
into
this
her
is the
arm,
final
then
cave.
claimed that
The
he had done
dream
it, and then
den.
pretended
All
to
Pikmin
forget
types
the details
require.
of the attack until the police found the body, not to mention the fact that the physical evidence at the scene didn't align with what she claimed had happened. And here we get the first sign of how they are going to try and justify her lies and behavior after she was taken to the hospital. If you remember, Ezra told Detective Proc the day after she appeared on Don Sippel's farm that she had never lost time like this before. She had gone through plenty of traumatic situations, but her mind had never blacked out the way it had here. Yet, now she is saying she would have these moments of blacking out throughout her life, starting in her childhood. As is the question with nearly everything
Want
she
to use
says,
up all my
why would she lie
purples,
about
so
that
we'll take
specifically? If this
we'll
is the
take a
truth,
small
as
amount.
she wants us to believe it, then why would she lie? She wants us to believe she only lies about things that would make her story more believable. Like when she lied about not remembering what happened, which she said she only did because she, quote, could not stop thinking about it and was scared. But when the only thing she consistently does is lie, how can we believe she is telling the truth now?
All right. And getting back to Jason.
Yes.
Did he meet your parents?
Yes.
And Jason and your father, what kind of relationship did they have?
Very buddy-buddy. They are very close with each other.
Okay. So, coming back to the issue, leaving aside your family.
Yes.
Coming back to the issue of you and Jason, and you're in this period where things aren't going well.
Yes.
What is happening at this point in your friendship with Alex Woodworth? And I'm directing you specifically to October.
Yes.
2017, okay? After the abortion.
Alex and we began, he would notice me at the coffee shop and I would notice him more, and we started going on long walks with each other after he would close.
Long walks on the beach, huh?
When you say he would close, what do you mean?
Closing up the restaurant, coffee shop.
Got this
where
thing
he
his
used
first
to
try. This is one of the longest caves in the game, so I would hope so.
There, or was he working there?
After this, we beat in the game. The purple Pikmin, I was gonna That treasure just now I got, I was gonna leave that for after the cave, but I figure I may as well just grind for the purple Pikmin now, because I'm gonna need him for the last cave anyway. But this will be the last thing in the main story. Then after that, it's challenge mode.
I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then
First, I gotta get to the
Alex
cave
would talk
first.
about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say. And often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because
I wonder if she
some of his
actually
philosophies countered
persuaded a
mine,
different
because
guy
mine
every
are
time
very
to buy her
in
coffee,
the sunlight,
or if she
in the
just
sunshine,
and she just got free coffee just for existing, and she didn't need someone to pay for it. Here comes Mr. Pun on the We Love
certainly proud
Pikmin.
of that statement. Like in her coverage of Nancy Brophy, it's notable that she talks about Alex in reference to herself. She recalls
Oh yeah, you know
his
she was using the
philosophies
free
on
Wi-Fi
life
too.
as being in contrast to hers in a way that is incredibly complementary to herself.
Did you tell Alex about your abortion?
Yes, I did. On one of our walks, I shared with him what I was going through at that time, and he allowed me to open up about it and how I really truly felt and all of the pain that came with it.
As you got close to Alex,
Yes.
did you learn more about his past?
Hello, Mr. Pun, welcome in.
I learned some things about his
Final,
past, yes.
possible, potential final story segment for Pikmin 2 here. We only got the one
Your
cave left. I
relationship.
got
I'm gonna
all
ask you some
treasures above
questions about
ground
his
in the
past
final
issues.
area, so
All right.
100% of everything but the final cave. We're coming
What
up
did
on the
you
last
learn
hurdle
about
of the
Alex?
story.
And his
Meanwhile,
feelings
Ezra Lady
as
is still
you
being
became
weird.
close with him.
We're finally continuing her story. We got a
Feelings
lot
towards
to
his
catch up on.
past?
Yeah, just tell us some of the things he shared with you.
Some of the things he shared with me is that he often puts a happy face on when he goes back home for holidays, and at times it can deeply depress him, and he often felt like an outsider, that he had arguments with his father, I believe, and that he was deeply religious.
Object, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance, number one, and number two.
Relevance!
It's hearsay.
Do I understand why she asked this question? Yes, I do. The defense wants to paint Alex as a deeply troubled, dark character who was dangerous and physically assaulted Ezra. But, much like the defense asking her to explain how she chose her name, the way she answers this question only serves to make her look callous. Alex's family was in the courtroom. His mother and grandmother had testified ahead of this, and his family was profoundly affected by his murder. For his murderer to take the stand and discuss how he felt misunderstood, and in fact, unseen by his family, would have caused them nothing but emotional distress. And the jury would have seen that. This wouldn't have gained her any favor from the men and women who would decide her fate.
Well, again, first of all, in the hearsay objection, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear testimony about things that Mr. Woodworth may have said and things that he may have wrote. And they're allowed in this case not for the truth of what he wrote or what he said. And this is a difficult concept, I think. And you'll get an instruction at the close of the case and why this evidence is admitted and why it is allowed. So, and lawyers understand this and hear it all the time, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter.
I was gonna be careful when crossing a bridge. I got this blowhog over here too.
And the state of mind Miss McCandless may have had and how what she heard or read affected her. And so, now the second issue.
All right, baby, I think we made it.
Can we approach her?
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the
oh my God, I forgot about the blowhog.
Relevance. And so, Ms. Fishner, you'll continue.
All right, I want to ask you some questions about Alex and his feelings.
All right.
All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an essay. Okay. I'm showing you again from Exhibit 697, an essay called Words, dated November
Oh my
6th,
God.
26, excuse me, 2016.
Yes.
All right. So, again, again, looking at the typed and the handwritten pages, have you had an ability to look at them before?
I lost 5 from that.
Yes. And are they? Is the
I should have just
type
ignored
make
it.
easier
I
to
lost all
read?
my flowers from that.
Okay. Now, this essay was written before Alex met you, but have you read this essay?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed it
I'm already
with
starting
Alex?
the dungeon off on hard mode. The Dream Den, the final cave in the game.
Is this
Let's
the
go.
typed version of the essay called Words?
Yes.
All right. Looking at the second
Oh
paragraph.
man, what is
of
this
that essay,
layout? Big ups procedurally generated chill.
Can you
All the
read
caves in
the
this
second
game,
paragraph?
oh, almost all the caves in the
Speaking
game
of the
are
paragraph
procedurally
that starts
generated,
with yet.
No, this paragraph
excluding
that starts
some
with, "Do I
special
wish?"
floors.
Right on the top.
So this is Miyamoto's
All right, would you
procedural
like me to read
generation
this?
at work
Yes,
here.
please.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes. In another, no. For the first, life is misery, each day the same, exhausting. For the second,
Sometimes
a
the
wager of
procedural generation can work
experiences
out in your
that
favor.
outweigh
Other times
any
the RNG
present
gods
pain.
spit in your
The
face.
former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
Okay, the next paragraph.
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy. The contact under covers, list watching a film, for example. These have a way of grounding a shattered conscience. Regardless of any euphoria of reflection, her presence, her breath against me, the heaves of her chest cement me, pull me back together. Indeed, bliss is her heart.
I need this guy to
beat
jump out.
felt.
All right, now, fair to say those words are not written about you. This journal is written before he met you.
Yes.
Did he express
Artist floor is the second one. We'll see how I do.
similar feelings towards you eventually in your relationship?
Definitely.
Objection, relevance.
Relevance! Leading!
Overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
All right.
Before we continue, the next portion of the direct examination will be dedicated to going over a lot of Alex's philosophical musings, with Ezra and her legal team giving their own explanations as to what he was saying. However, one of the biggest issues that we will
Oh, there
come
goes the
across
purple.
is the fact that she will read his writings and discern meaning that isn't explicitly stated. Because Alex wrote in an academic, esoteric way, he often wrote essays that didn't have an exact point or a conclusion. Take his journal on cannibalism, where he is saying he is fascinated with it in concept. He isn't fighting for or against cannibalism. He's just saying the concept of taking over a person so fully that they are inside of you is interesting. That's it. Or this paper, where he is talking about how he both wants and doesn't want to die. He is simply reflecting
Esoteric
on his
is a
own
pretty
suffering
nice
in
way to
life.
describe his
How at times
writings.
he feels incredibly low and cannot
I
think
would've
of a way
said
forward,
schizobabble.
but at other times he feels joy. Though he uses complex language, his writings tend to amount to very obvious conclusions. But the erudite, flowery words allows for Ezra and her legal team to expand on his words in a way that feels incredibly disingenuous.
And does he continue in this essay to talk about depression?
Yes.
What does he say at the top of this page, starting with the word or?
Or, in formula, my
Really kind of
emptiness
bodied
is
Alex there.
what prevents any feel
I think he was a bit too
fulfillment.
nice.
Or again, my misery blocks any happiness from occurring. Yet again, my illness makes a cure unattainable.
Any cook style people here?
How sad, huh?
Does he talk in
Did
this
Carl
essay
sometimes
about
mention that he cooks?
philosophy and how that
I'm
helps him?
terrible at it.
Yes.
What does he say about that? You can
I
just
fucking watch
summarize it if you
Facebook
remember.
videos. I don't watch
Philosophy
Facebook
is
videos
kind
to
of a
know how to
vessel
cook
for
something.
him.
And by a vessel, what do you mean?
A vessel for his, what I considered pain.
Okay. Did he say that philosophy was like a way out or something that he could escape into? And at the very end, in his essay, after he talks about escaping into it, what does he say?
He says,
and so, starting with those words.
And so.
And.
Do you mean pity me?
No, the paragraph before that.
This ain't a pity
All
party,
right.
man.
And so, my attempt to escape is futile. I am
I have
trapped
fucking
by the very
depression,
trap
stupid.
I was caught by. the longing to
That
be
was my
otherwise
esotericism.
that alone. Yet, that is what I am, alone. My loneliness even prevents socialization. Too many times I've heard, you didn't look like
Now,
you
DSP's
wanted
only
to
familiar
talk.
with parasocialization.
Entirely because I longed for that very connection. I failed to even be recognized as feeling alone because of how alone I felt. Pity me. I refuse to utter such words. Instead, my only hope is to be as alone as I feel, so I can.
Thank you.
This is probably one of the more annoying cave layouts. I hate when the Pikmin get stuck outside of the map.
Alex Woodworth wrote about being lonely, empty, and misery. Did that theme continue in his writings?
It continued, yes.
Okay.
Someone cuss under their breath?
Let me ask you this first. Before I get to the themes of loneliness and misery in his writing.
Yes.
Did your relationship eventually change from being friends and confidants who went on walks and discussed philosophy into something else?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Alex and I started slow. We held hands, we hugged, and we shared a few kisses, and then eventually we became partners.
Holding
This romantic
hands and
version of events
kissing?
She is laying out
You guys in fucking
doesn't sit
middle
right
school
with
or
me,
something?
Especially when I've read the journals she wrote and sent to Jason in order to win him back. She regarded Alex as an abusive manipulator who took advantage of her in a moment of weakness in order to have sex with her. During the sexual assault investigation, she said this about him.
Had any sexual intercourse with anyone else since this incident?
Whoa, Throwback Thursday. Remember when she said this?
After what happened with John, I went over to a friend's house to talk to
Jan?
about what happened. And I was just hanging out with them and talking to them, and then they wanted to just, after they were like, well, you can just forget it if you just, sleep with me. You can just forget all about it. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I guess this is fine.
All you gotta do is just sleep with me, dear. Just spend the night with me. You'll be all over it. Whoa, it's the disguised delicacy. It's worth 40 Pocos.
He said that he loved me, that he'll take care of me now, and that he's my best friend, and I can trust him.
Alright, floor complete.
Yes.
Only like 10 more to
In her
go.
interview with Proc, after she killed Alex, she claimed
to
that Alex
assume.
had never opened up to her and
These
had
later
manipulated
caves always
her
have more than
into
10
opening up to
floors.
him. So her taking a stand and attempting to convey that she viewed him as an equal, someone who she deeply cared for, is incredibly Machiavellian. But she's already done that with a number of other people in this case. She will claim to deeply care for and love someone, all the while leveling heinous accusations towards them. It's disturbing to watch.
And were you still living with Jason during this time?
Yes.
When you say you became partners, can you just explain what kind of partner you mean?
Sexual partners.
Okay. And did he express desires for you to be vulnerable to him?
Absolutely, yes.
I can skip the floor if I want, but I would be missing out on
I'm
treasure.
going to show you another essay of his. I'm just
Be careful.
waiting to get it out of the book.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I see why you're saying that. All right, let's get the lay of the land first. President O.
what is the title of this essay?
Oh, okay.
quotes, it
Yeah, I
says,
get it.
"Come as
The
you
presents,
and all."
the treasures
What's
are
the
all
date that this essay
underground.
was
You gotta
written?
bring in the
October
white Pikmin, I
29th,
bet. Wow, this guy's
2017.
shooting at
Is
you.
the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
Is there no way to reach him?
All right. First of all, looking at the very top of this essay, Come As You Are.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you, without having you read
Oh, that's
the
tough.
whole top, you notice that he talks about Caputo.
I mean, if I tried, I could bring a gaggle of yellow Pikmin up there.
And the Abrahamic story of Isaac and sacrifice. Is that what that relates to?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was Caputo...
Let me try it. Yellow Pikmin can reach up there.
Or just tell us about Alex and Caputo, or that book. Was that a book he was fond of?
He was very fond of that book. It was a staple in his reading and his philosophies.
Okay. Does he also, in the last sentence in this paragraph mentions, if I'll just
I need him
read
to
for
turn
you,
around.
alongside the obligatory, I want to find a poetics of erotics. Did he connect Caputo, philosophy, and eroticism?
Yes.
Leading.
Leading!
I don't think that's leading. I just asked if he connected them.
I don't think that's leading, man.
It's a preliminary question.
Okay, I'll give you a little attitude, so I'm going to overrule. But it is leading.
What?
It's like
what
is
do
the
you
judge
mean by
even
that when
paying
you say he
attention?
connected those things.
What I mean by that is
Yeah, I'm gonna push a little bit.
Wanted to explore them in his concepts of
Dude, I think the
erotics.
Gronk AI
He wanted to
failed.
explore the stories from
He's having like an
Caputo
internal
and
computer
the novel
error.
about Abraham.
Okay. And going to later
Oh,
down
shit.
the page, right, as it continues, I'm going to ask you specifically.
I
and
flew
I'm
too
trying
close to the
make this
sun.
easier for you to read, so you don't have to search.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you read that paragraph that starts with "Here I am"?
Here I am, come as you are, flaws and all. I wager myself and invite you to risk yourself.
All right, just stop right there. Do you know what he's writing about in this essay?
Okay,
on
I see
October
what you mean when you
29th?
say it's hard
Yes,
to kill
I
him.
do.
There's like there's a rigmarole
I
involved.
know because come as you are, flaws and all was a discussion we had between each other often. It was something he would say to me, he would text to me and ask of me all of the time.
Okay. And go ahead and keep reading that.
All of this is needed. I cannot command you to come unless I risk the same. In this phrase, I occupy both the Abrahamic, here I am, and the divine, come. If either parts fails,
I didn't want to
erotics
rely on it, but
fails. Even if
Wait a
it
minute.
succeeds.
Keep going.
If I do not risk myself, I reveal the desire to possess. I am seducing, not loving. If I do not invite you to risk yourself, I become the ethical fool, the willing sacrifice. I am committed, but to someone who doesn't love me.
What's he talking about there? Committed, but to someone who doesn't love him.
Objection. Sustained. Speculation.
Did he discuss with you what that line meant, that he's committed, but to somebody who doesn't love me?
Yes, we had this discussion, as we did in many of our discussions, about that I was still in a relationship essentially with Jason. So he felt that because I was still in that relationship, I was not fully committed to just him.
Because you weren't. You were in a relationship with a whole other person.
This essay ends with him saying, "We hide
Yeah, he
our
needs to do that more
flaws,
often.
and it is
Shoot
a
the tower
feat to
instead of
come
me."
Flaws and all. Have you actually responded? Do you know what he's referring to there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury that?
What he is saying there is that it's hard to bare yourself to someone completely, to be vulnerable.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, he had to
Oh,
kill
that's
him.
right. He asked me to be vulnerable with him.
Obviously.
To essentially come to him, flaws and all. and I've often struggled bearing my flaws easily and openly. So it was this discussion and this essay we read together was about how I was and trying to bear myself to him, and as he was asking, because he bared himself to me, that I should do the same.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your relationship and its development. So this is written in late October.
Yes.
In that time, in
Whoa,
October,
check it
just
out.
What's the
For
status of your
130
relationship
Pocos.
with him yet?
It's
Is
the
it sexual?
manual
Is it on its
honer.
way to being sexual? What's going on?
It's, at that time, we were becoming intimate, yes. We were
The
very
Nintendo
much
64
so
pencil. The implement
in
of
love
toil
at that time.
for 55 Pocos.
Did there come a time where you spent the
Okay,
night
we gotta
at
get
his
this guy.
house?
Yes.
Do you remember
Or he
roughly when that
revives.
first time was?
Roughly, yes, I do remember.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
It was late October.
Could it have been
I think
the
that it looks like I'm
beginning
gonna
of
have to babysit the Pikmin
yes.
for these next few floors.
Could it be-
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused. All right. And was Jason out of town when that happened?
Yes, he was.
You've seen Alex's roommates come in and testify, his
Yeah.
former roommates?
Yes.
All right. Was Dave Stoiding a roommate at that time?
Yes, he was.
Had you ever met him?
No. We kind of avoided each other.
Okay. And what about the other roommate, Matt Schreiner? Did he eventually become a roommate too? Or
He was
a roommate?
he was a roommate at the time. Yes.
And did you socialize with him at all?
Off and on, we would socialize. We met each other at the coffee shop a few times.
Okay.
Ah, yes, the coffee
So
shop.
when you stayed over with him, tell us how your relationship was developing at that time.
At that time, it was becoming very intimate, is how I can describe it. We at that time had become sexual partners, and we were sharing with each
Not
other
too
a lot
bad.
of ourselves.
See what the next floor is like.
Despite the fact that you were close and sharing things,
Yes.
was Alex still writing in a way that reflected and talking to you in a way that reflected misery or depression or unhappiness or?
Yes, he was.
I'm showing you an essay in Exhibit 697.
That was my depression.
Called The Failure to Write, dated December 21st.
Oh, we got electric
2017.
traps.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that essay?
Yes.
And is it the same as the handwritten? Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Poison traps too. Lost the white from that.
Now, in this essay, without
It's like you gotta wait for the Pikmin to fully stop before you even think about throwing, or else it's gonna switch types. You're gonna toss the wrong type, and
not read the
bam,
whole thing.
insta death.
The paragraph that says this is supposed to help my misery. Can you read that paragraph?
Yes. This is supposed to help ease my misery, but it only draws it into reflection. I want to say so much to you, but I cannot bring myself to speak. The words, if said to you, would only hurt more. They would hurt you and exuberate my own pain.
Is that exacerbate?
Exacerbate.
That's okay. Then the words that he says after that, he goes on.
Man, I should just
Can
have
you
the
read that?
captains run around
I know that I am not
to
your priority.
scope out for
I'm
bomb
secondary
rocks.
to you. I believe that you love me, but your love for
I'm
another
not gonna have that shit
is what
happen
you
all the
place
time.
your faith in. I am loved, but in a way that you can always give up. You believe that things can get better with the love you prioritize, and that means you believe you will abandon me someday. I am
Just
in so
know there's
much
one
pain
more.
because
There's one
you
more
love
trap.
me, and
Where
you-
is it?
And still,
Drop
you
some more
hope
bombs,
to
I dare
abandon
ya.
me to my loneliness again. Can you see that your desire for your priority is also a desire for my annihilation? Can
Was
I
that the
show
only
you this?
instance?
Or is my only hope to be that your priority ceases to be so far the development of my own significance? Can you realize that I am your significant other in a way that I benefit from?
Now, this essay was written on December 21st,
What an essay, Mark.
2017.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to come back in a little bit to something that happened in December of 2017. Actually, I'm going to show you another essay. This is from December 26th, 2017.
Yes.
Can't even
What is
disable
the title
traps
of
without
that
bombs
essay?
going off.
An Obsession with Misery, December 26, 2017.
Okay. And,
God
is
damn
this
it,
the typed
Miyamoto.
version again?
That one
Is it the
only
same as the
triggers if you
handwritten?
start working on disabling the poison trap. And that dude can just toss bombs all day that don't affect the bulb orbs.
Okay, this is short.
Yeah, traps within traps.
Why don't you read this?
All right.
Okay, it doesn't look like they
Alongside
can
my
go past
obsession
that
with
part of their
erotics, I
zone,
am
their
possessed
patrol
to write
zone.
about misery, the failing of happy consciousness. In all honesty, suffering is among my greatest interests.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, just go ahead. Keep going.
I am in love with the phenomenology of illness, both
Oh,
mental
you
and
can't even
physical,
attack!
but also
You
with the
can't even attack!
psychological suffering.
And he
The
drops
plight of
another
a
one
guilty
anyway.
woman who is sexually promiscuous interests me as much as those with cancer, depression, and dysphoria. The anxiety of perfectionism, of a short prognosis, of lifelong uncurable symptoms is a game, as that is an overworked college student with a cumulative
Oh, he killed a
final.
few off over
Each
there with that,
differs from the others. But that
friendly
there
fire.
is misery remains constant. Love has been interwoven into my life, but so has object misery been. I recall my first love.
I'm gonna stop you there because he is
Yeah, I
talking.
fucking hate this dude's poetry.
Did
Stop
he discuss
talking.
this essay with you?
Yes.
And he goes on in the essay to talk about other people.
Oh,
and
how
their
would I even
misery.
get this one without losing some Pikmin?
And
I'm gonna have
do
to bait
you
him
know,
out.
or did he talk to you about why he was writing about misery near the
Oh,
end
that
of
works.
December?
He was himself
I'm miserable,
feeling a
man.
lot of
I'm miserable.
internal pain and loneliness.
I'm just doing
even
this to
while
milk the
as
last
we
bit of
had
money
a
I can,
relationship
man.
Together.
It's because you were in a relationship with a whole other person, Ezra. Her recounting these events are so entirely clinical, it's almost as if she was a third party to what occurred. But she is talking about a person she claims to have loved, and how her being in another relationship at the time deeply hurt him. Though he is writing in a scholarly fashion about the relationship, what he is saying is clear. I am hurt because you won't break up with your boyfriend, who you don't even like. But her addition that he is dealing with a profound sense of loneliness, despite the fact that they were in a relationship, is so entirely
I
out
need
of
him to
touch.
toss the
His
bomb into
feelings
a
make
gap,
complete sense.
and that'll give
He
me an
spelled it
opening
out as
to
plainly as possible.
break his balloons.
So, let me ask you, when you first met him, we talked about this a little earlier.
Yes.
And he was writing about cannibalism, right?
Yes, he was.
I'm sure he was, lady.
Do you recall, did that theme continue in his discussions with you?
Often, yes.
And did he write about that?
We love
in
to
some
hate
of
on
his
capitalism,
other
you guys.
essays?
Yes.
This is an essay going back to August of 2017. What's the name of this essay?
Dead to Me.
And the date?
August 6th, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
And looking at
Oh, that was so
this
close.
to the right place. 1 minute. To say I'm not great at using this Elmo.
I could have went so much worse.
This essay, can you just read the first sentence of that paragraph?
Yes. Because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism.
Again, to be clear, when he says cannibalism, he's using it as a metaphorical sense, the idea of devouring another person's essence and them being all-consuming. He's not talking about literally eating a person. We should not have to clarify that.
All right.
No!
So, besides cannibalism in his writings,
Nice troll.
this is in August, we've already talked about it.
Yes.
Did he continue to have these discussions with you about cannibalism beyond writing about them?
All of the time, yes.
What would he did his expressions or his talks
Very
about
cool.
cannibalism go beyond the esoteric or the philosophical from what you
All right,
heard from him?
we're gonna reset the floor.
Why don't you tell us about that?
I fucking hate Miyamoto so
It went beyond
much.
philosophy at points when we would discuss
Fuck you,
erotics
Miyamoto.
of
Miyamoto World Order,
cannibalism.
right?
And cannibalism in the sense of individuals in history and through the past, and even artists who have partaken in cannibalism because of their ultimate desire to consume that individual, to consume that individual's power, or to consume that individual so that that person they had loved would never leave them.
You know, when people say the saying, I could just eat you up, I don't think they literally
in other
mean
words,
consuming you.
I'm not quite understanding what you mean. The person that they loved would never leave them. Could you just explain a little bit more what
Yes.
Alex told you and what he meant about that?
We specifically spoke of individuals, lovers,
Devour.
that partook in cannibalism.
All right,
and
this
he
layout looks a
consumed his
little bit
partner,
better.
So that in essence, by consuming his partner, eating him, because he was passed away, he was never away from him. He had absorbed his essence.
Yeah,
What
better
is the title of
location,
this
spawn location for the didgeridoo bugs.
Violation.
And the date?
August 9th, 2017.
So, again, is he writing about you in this essay?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you just a brief part of this essay.
Maybe that'll kill those dwarf bugs over there. No!
In this essay, is he discussing a prior relationship with him?
Yes.
All right. Can you read this where it says distract me?
Yes. Distract me is dehumanizing, unhuman. It is the request of a mind to flesh. It is cannibalism. The words haunt me, confirming that you had died to me. I was lift with a revenant. A facsimile? A facsimile of a person who spoke of a warm caress while
Lady's
offering
trying her
a
best.
vampire touch.
It's okay. I mess up words all the time.
Essay, when he said I was lift with a revenant, first of all, in your discussions with him, was lift actually intended to be left? I was left with a revenant?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. All right. And in that discussion, can you explain what a revenant, or not what it is necessarily, but what Alex said a revenant was?
Yes, we often talked about a revenant. When we would speak of a revenant or a revenant, we would discuss how essentially what a revenant is an individual come back from the dead.
Oh, please let me one-shot him.
A specter or a ghost of sorts. They have come back to do unfinished business, or it is called like
And we just gotta
retribution,
trigger.
or
Yep, I was waiting to trigger those. And the bull
unfinished
bear.
business essentially is what a revenant comes back for. It was a topic we often talked about because he would tell me he considered himself a revenant.
And again, from Exhibit
Whatever the hell that
697,
means,
I'm
right?
showing you another essay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the title, why don't you tell me what the title is here of this essay and the date?
From the Past, Memories, November 2017, reworked from July 24th, 2017.
Again, is the typed the same as
Wait,
the
hold up.
handwritten?
Yes.
I saw those bomb
I'm gonna
rocks
ask
spawn
you to
in. You
read
can't
it
fool
from
me.
where it says, I know now. It just, the next few sentences.
I know now that you wanted to change me and be changed by me. You asked for my flesh.
Sorry, I had that.
Thank you. You asked for my flesh and offered me yours, but so that we could give and receive back new flesh. I am yours.
Like having the zoom out
become
camera
mine.
is necessary
I
just so you
mistook
can
the
see when
innocent
shit
play,
spawns
your
in.
desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism where you asked to be seen erotically.
Okay, let's stop there. When he says, I saw cannibalism, when you asked to be seen erotically, do you know what he's writing about?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Alex what he was writing about?
Speculating.
Yes. Why don't you
Leading.
tell us what that was about?
When I discussed this with Alex, he was speaking of, he was taking the other person in, he was consuming them wholly. Were they seen, were they wanted to be seen erotically, lovingly, he was seeing them as
that angle lets you see exactly when something spawns in.
Did Alex tell you whether or not that reference was about you?
This angle's necessary.
Yes. And what did he say?
He told me that it was in reference of me because of parallels of someone he was with in the past.
Fucking madmen in this
I'm going to show
game.
you again the beginning of the same essay.
Yes.
Yeah, the bull bear spawns in when you attack those guys.
Can you read this?
I am warm, I am kind, I am good. When did I become so dull inside? I am not warm, I am so gloomy. I am not kind, I am so distant. I'm not good, I'm aberrant.
Aberrant, is that aberrant?
Aberrant.
Okay.
I have gotten too good at being these things. Am I seen as a person anymore? They aren't masks, though.
All right, let me ask you about there where he's saying
Okay, we're gonna
he's
toss-
aberrant and it's not a mask. Can you
We're gonna toss one red
explain,
Pikmin,
or did
then whistle
Alex
him
discuss
back.
with you what he meant by that?
He discussed with me about masks often.
1 minute, please.
Did they nerf electric after this game? In
me
3,
what
they
he
got
would
back
tell
their
you
ability
about
to dig
masks?
faster, which they lost in this game.
Yes. What he told me about
They got the
masks
ability
is that
to
he
channel
often
electric
seen
currents,
others
but they
and he
lost that
often
ability in
felt himself
4.
that he had to put on a mask.
Purples were nerfed
present
to hell in
himself a
back in
certain
3.
way so
They were
that
buffed in 4, but they're nowhere
when
near
he
as
was
OP
out in
as they were in
public
2.
or when he was at work, he would put on a certain
try
face.
this. Toss
and
one.
often he felt that it was always hard to always have to wear a mask.
What
with
triggers the
certain
bull bear?
All right. In the same essay,
Straight damage?
I'm going to go to one more
Death?
area. All right, and I'll direct you over to the words "my touch." Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, why don't you read that?
My touch is a request. Feel nothing but me. Let me give death a face to you. Has my body ever taken someone's from there and gave it back different? I remember holding her with my coat, warming her already too human face. Did it consume her as she did me? Or was my futile attempt to possess but kindling?
I'm waiting for
I
the
am not
bull. You know
warm,
he's
but I can
coming.
offer myself to your blaze.
Okay, I'll ask you to stop there. Again, did Alex discuss with you what he meant? And I want to ask specifically about where he says, "Let me give death a face to you." Did he talk about that with you?
He did talk about that with me.
And what did he mean?
So the problem with that was how the electric gate came in.
He wasn't talking about death as in looking at the other individual and he's seen death. He was, in essence, speaking of how loving that individual
Electric traps
was
insta-killing new ones? I don't think
as
they are.
death.
And big ups, almighty underscore
it's a hard
Tevin. It's
thing to
Pikmin
just
2
outright say.
plus true crime time.
In this essay,
Big
he's
ups on
talking
the
about his
5
anxieties
watch stream
surrounding
streak.
love and how love invariably changes
I'm
a
losing
person.
all the
death that
Pikmin,
he's
baby.
talking about is the death of the person they were before they fell in love, and how he is anxious to be changed. He's not
And guess
literally
what?
killing the person or eating them,
140
or cannibalizing
Pokos.
them, or using
We
his
have
body
the
as a
Glee
kindling for a
spinner.
fire. It's that simple. But even when trying to explain the writing to us, the plebeian, uneducated masses, Ezra struggles to put the concept into simple words. Us, being these unwashed rogues, who are obviously completely uneducated, just wouldn't understand, I guess. As we mentioned earlier, because Alex wrote his journals in such a metaphorical way, she deciphers these essays in a way that just feels dishonest and self-serving. His emotional
Got
response to
67
her
left.
choosing not to break up with Jason, his feelings about being secondary to
See if we
another
can
man,
proceed with that
all
amount.
of that has been written off and made to seem as if it was unimportant or a sign of mental defect on his part. Her interpreting these journals at all didn't seem to help the defense's case either. She came off as incredibly smug and overly confident, as if the general population wouldn't be able to properly decipher the texts without her expert knowledge. Pair that with the fact that she had a hard time reading the journals at all and interpreted them wrong. The majority of people who have watched her testimony were left feeling more convinced of her guilt.
Oh my lord! What the hell is this room?
About the sexual aspects of your relationship with Alex during this time.
Ain't no bombs are gonna be
late
dropping
October,
too.
November, December. All right. So during this period of time, can you tell us some of
Oh boy, how do we want to approach this?
some of the details of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex between you and
I only
Alex
have 3
Woodward?
whites.
Alex and I, when we began our relationship, sex was very vanilla, I could say. It was...
The patrol zone on these guys is too good. They're gonna detect me immediately.
What vanilla means is that it was your average sex. It was missionary.
What's wrong with that?
What a lot of people would describe as normal sex.
Describe normal
And
sex.
During this period of time, was there some progression from the pure vanilla into some differences early now, November, December?
Yes, there were. I encouraged him to
All right.
explore himself and things
Okay,
he might
they
want.
can help me disable the traps at least.
We started
Okay, maybe I can get them to hit the other enemies.
practicing and doing these new things that he wanted to express himself.
Okay, first of all, in terms of sexual position, was there a preferred sexual
Oh, it doesn't affect the
position
Beatles?
from Alex's
Fuck
that
out of
Alex
here, man.
Told you he preferred.
Alright, hit your buddy.
Yes.
What was that?
It was called prone.
Yeah, I
as
can
he
get them to kill
informed
each
me.
other.
And
In Minecraft.
Were
Or,
you
well,
face
Pikmin
to
2, rather.
face during sex?
No, rarely.
Okay, what position were you in?
From behind is what you can call it. He would often express this desire for it.
The desire
Were there
for going from
objects
behind.
He would use.
He would always express that desire, man.
Yes, he preferred to have my glasses off, and he enjoyed to blindfold me.
Kinky guy.
Was there anything specific about lightness versus darkness?
Yes, he liked it to be either soft light, a candle.
He gets to do it with the
or
lights off. He
preferred it
couldn't
to be
bear to look at this
absolutely
bitch.
dark. He enjoyed kind of the mystery of it all in the dark.
The mystery.
I thought it was interesting and exciting, and
Did you?
I
Did you
also
really?
felt
Did you really think that?
I am very visually impaired without my glasses, so I get a little
My
uncomfortable at
glasses?
times without them.
Oh, it turned me on when he told me to take off my glasses.
So let me ask this: did Alex refer to you as a boy?
Yes.
Oh
Do you
no,
know
anything
why
but
he
that.
referred to you as a boy? Did he tell you why?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance. Leading.
I'm gonna overrule. Go ahead.
Hey, big ups,
Again,
overruled.
It's a limited purpose.
Yes,
but
this
I
is
hope
for
it's
her
within that.
feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this has been out there quite a bit already in front of the jury. All right. What were your feelings, or what did he tell you about him referring to you as a boy?
Well, as our relationship progressed, I told him about how I identified in the past as almost strictly masculine. And he preferred that I presented myself in a masculine way. He often told me how confident I looked and how much
Why
he
not
was
just get a
attracted to
boyfriend
me
then if you're
because
into
he
that?
could call me a boy, his boy, and present it that way.
Did you present yourself as a man
Dude, Alex
to
is
Alex?
fucking weird.
Yes, I did.
What about the word boy specifically? How did you feel about his use of the word boy?
The word boy specifically.
Likes tomboy
at
style
first it
gals.
was
I think this
gender,
bitch
as you
was a
can
little
call
bit
it,
more
but
than a
then the word
tomboy.
became
I see what you
more
mean.
Possessive. I was his boy. It felt
Yeah, how is it not relevant?
objectifying
It's
at
carved
times.
into her arm. Sure. She was the one who carved
What
it.
do you mean
He's
by
trying to say he
objectifying?
carved it.
I felt
but it's so relevant.
as if I was an object, that I was not Ezra McCandless, essentially, but I was just his boy.
In their messages, Ezra stated that she enjoyed being called boy by Alex because it made her feel strong and appreciated. She cited how other people in the past had been cruel about how she had previously identified herself as a boy, and his pride in it made her feel seen and cared for. Boy and my boy were used as pet names by Alex,
boy.
something that he did to
This
feel
piece is
closer
what
to
all
Ezra
true
and to make the
warriors strive
relationship
for.
feel more unique when compared to her relationships with other people. Her choosing in this moment to recontextualize this pet name as being somehow hurtful and objectifying is deeply dishonest.
It was
The fact
hurtful
that
in
she is directly
hindsight.
smiling at the jury while recounting this is also incredibly
Come on.
off-putting. Every time she looks over to her right, she's staring at the jury.
I like
And it's
how I'm
in
just
these
punching all
moments
these
that she
caterpillars to
seems
death
the
as
most
all of them are.
rehearsed.
I'm not gonna risk any of my Pikmin. Not past this point. Sure, I'm gonna bring him into the cave, but all they get to do is watch. That's my sexual cave.
Yes.
Never mind. That was just a bit.
I inadvertently didn't realize that the original was not in evidence.
Oh, is he not attacking the poison trap? Why not?
Exhibit 698. Yes.
Oh, he spits out the rock a little bit ahead of the poison trap.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait, maybe I can lead the rock over here.
And what's that, Exhibit 698?
Yes.
Exhibit 698 will be received, again, subject to court's pretrial rulings.
Now, I've also been showing you what was
I would hate this area even more if it was the red caterpillars. Their rock's honing in on you.
And
Think it's trying to cheese? Hell yeah! It's the last fucking cave. I think I'm owed a little bit of cheese. I'm not just learning the cheese, I'm implementing it.
yes. I'm
Oh,
going to
shit.
ask you to please turn to page 32 in this book. Or maybe I'll do it for you just to make it. So first of all, are there page numbers at the bottom of each page?
Look, I'll kill the beetles normally. You can't punch the beetles to death. Besides, they gave me the rocket punch upgrade. I'm not gonna go the whole game without using
Do you
it.
see a doodle at the bottom
Use
of
my
that
stronger
page?
punch.
Yes.
What is that doodle?
Give him the 1-2 combo.
Sorry.
Ah.
This doodle is a dog.
Okay. Who drew it?
I did.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when you drew it?
I drew it when we were together, sharing a cup of coffee, and he was writing, and I was reading as he was writing.
Easy.
This is the first time Ezra has shown any emotion, besides some sort of dreamy happiness. She tears up, not when discussing Alex or his life, but when looking at a doodle of a dog that she drew in his journal.
And turning to page 41
We
in
get
the
to see the
journal,
dog?
is there a doodle at the bottom of page 41?
Yes.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this when we were together yet again, and it's a bug of sorts.
Right.
It is
And then
a
turning
bug
to
of
page
sorts. Ah,
181.
yes.
She didn't watch the stream.
At the bottom of page 181,
Pick up
is
spin
there
pad for
another
the lurk.
doodle?
Eventually, we
Yes,
will
there
finish
is.
the second game.
When did you doodle that?
I can see myself.
this
Well,
yet
I don't
again
even know
when
how
we
long
were
the cave
spending
is.
time together, and he was
I will, at
explaining
best,
to me, and we were
do
talking
my
about
best to finish the
about
cave.
this essay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions about your doodles.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for stopping by, man. Sorry I booted up so late. This was
Ezra thanks her
this was
lawyer
meant
for
to be
ending the line
a
of
6
questioning
p.m.
about her
dingus boot
drawings
up.
with a large sigh.
So I knew
as
I
if
was gonna be doing
this
a
was the
lot,
most
but then it
painful
turned
part
into
of what
a
she
very
has had
late
to
boot up.
testify to. But an hour prior,
No
she
thanks
was
to guy
accusing
with
her
2
father of being
names.
emotionally
So if you
abusive
see him, you
towards her
can blame
when she was
him.
young. So much so, she developed a coping strategy of blacking
All right,
out.
we disabled
and she
the trap.
also accused her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, he's the one who
of being
decided to
incredibly
watch Kitchen
controlling
Nightmares
as
today.
well as emotionally
I'm like,
abusive. But
whoa,
looking
I
at her
can't miss
drawings in
that.
Alex's notebook was a bridge too far.
Yeah, I promise I won't cheese all of them like this. But this one specifically, with all the voids, the easy way it is to toss your Pikmin to the void. All these fucking caterpillars.
Alex Woodworth?
You see this attack they're doing? Not the rocks, but the toss attack.
This journal.
Every time they toss,
its notes,
opportunity for the Pikmin to fall into the
19th,
void.
2017 through.
Not even
Dream
worth
Key,
it.
Tree, simple and elegant.
And turning to the first page, is there a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Did you draw that?
Yes.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes, I remember when he asked me to read this, and I drew a pumpkin with some hearts.
What relevance does that have? Relevance!
Page 25. Is there
Yes,
a
that's
doodle
correct.
on
It is a
page
pumpkin.
25?
Yes, a cat.
All right, page 27. Is there a doodle on page 27?
Yes, a doodle of a peach.
Page 32.
Yes, this is a fox.
And page 35.
All right, but what does the fox say?
Yes,
Hack,
there's a
hack, hack.
doodle.
All right, and were all of those doodles drawn when you were with Alex Woodworth? At times he was talking about the pages on the journal?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's all the caterpillars. The beetles I have to kill on my own.
Exhibit number 654.
But at least we can start moving. Move out, goob. Oh no, I see what they're doing here.
Okay, I'm gonna show you this book. Let me try and get the whole book in.
Yeah, I just lost a Pikmin right now because I tossed it correctly.
I'm not great at this. Okay. Okay, I'm just showing you what's been previously been marked, I think, as exhibit number 654.
Yes.
What is this?
This is Soren Kierkegaard, Fear and Trembling.
This particular book, did Alex discuss this book with you much?
We discussed it often, and we discussed it the most during very intimate moments of our relationship.
I want you to explain to the jury what you mean by him discussing them during intimate moments in your relationship.
This book was the book he would read from as we were having sex, and he would read
You
passages
read
from
while
this
having
book.
sex?
Not right then.
Was there another book he also read
agree.
passages from when you were engaged in sex with Alex?
Yes, he would read from
I tossed two
Caputo.
purples into the void already. See, that's why going over there and punching all the bugs was the right move. I got nothing to worry about, and I still ended up tossing two purples into the void.
I think that we were talking about Alex referring to you as boy a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Did he also write about that in his journals?
He did, yes.
And I'm going to show you an essay from his journals. That's 1 minute. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the right part. All right.
It's got electrocuted there. These Pikmin do whatever they fucking want sometimes, man, I swear.
I think we were talking about boy, and I'm going to show you a journal entry and ask you what the name of that entry is.
Yes. When I lost myself, November 29th through 30th, 2017.
Is it fair to say this is a pretty long essay?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked at the handwritten compared to the typed, and are they the same?
Yes, I have.
This part's gonna be
How
annoying.
many typed pages are there in this essay? I guess I should ask you that first before I go to it.
There are 31 typed pages.
Do you mean there are 5 typed pages, number 20?
Oh. Yes.
Mistake.
I was reading the bottom number.
Okay.
Instead of counting, but there are 5.
Okay. I'm not going to go through this whole essay with you.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one thing.
Wrote a
that's
whole
in the
ass book
essay.
report.
On the second to last
31
page,
pages.
4 of the typed version
Yeah,
of
this
the
lady
essay,
crazy.
Can you please
He's out of pocket,
that?
as they say.
Yes. I do not mean to say that he is irrational for not running away with me. Rather, I mean his hopes for a potential. I fail to understand his love for an abusive partner, at least in ways specifically understand the desire for stability. All the more so because of his friendships are mediated by this relationship. To give up his current partner is to risk losing his friends. Furthermore, I understand his feelings of guilty. This issue is my lack of sympathy. I do not see what there is to feel guilty about. He cannot do as he wants, and thus there is no love. If he did as he wanted, even without doing evil, the relationship would end. There is no love. Love is not happening, and yet he loves. I do not understand, but still I hope to be understanding.
Did Alex Woodward discuss this journal entry with you?
Yes.
And that particular part which is referenced, what did he say to you about that?
Well, when he was writing this very long journal, he pointed this out, that he had been writing about me, and I noticed that instead of saying as you might, she or
Reading your own
her,
writing like an alien? It's
he
part
was
of the act.
saying my masculine pronoun, his, him. He was talking about kind of his desires for our relationship and how he desired for my other relationship to end.
Pausing here for a moment, because we need to go over multiple parts of this portion, though Ezra's lawyer didn't mean to, she accidentally showed a portion of the essay prior to the paragraph that Ezra read out, and this portion completely discredits the argument that they will be making about Alex in this case. It reads,
Womp womp.
What does concretely mean? A more contemporary instance serves to prove a point. I've recently fallen for a young man who is in a rather unhealthy relationship. I don't believe I'm doing evil. I suspect that I might even be doing good, but this means that even if only the former holds,
Okay,
I can really
purples
do whatever I
cannot
will,
be thrown
so
real
long as
far.
that is not evil. It
Good
gives
thing I
me an
tested that
uncanny
out.
confidence, almost bravado. Still, I find a shortcoming that indicates need for further growth, namely a lack of concern for the other's irrationality. This passage will become relevant later on, but in it, Alex is stating that though he feels that the purpose of living is to do whatever you will, and the purpose of loving is to love a person even at their worst, he has a personal sense of good and evil, and he will not cross those boundaries. Moreover, when Ezra describes this passage, she is clearly incredibly happy to be written about this way. She greatly enjoys the fact that Alex felt this way about her, despite the fact that she is arguing in court that she was deeply afraid of him and that she was justified in killing him. The pleasure she takes in reading and explaining this passage about herself not only goes against the characterization she is making of Alex, but also goes against the fact that she claimed that Alex referring to her by masculine pronouns felt uncomfortable and objectifying.
Was there a particular
my white Pikmin
phrase
at?
that Alex,
Did I
a
kill them all already?
philosophical phrase that Alex
Oh, they're over here.
frequently used?
Yes, he would often say to me, love and do as you will.
And in your mind,
Yes.
what, in your mind, well, first let me ask you this. What did Alex say that meant to him?
He said to me, in what I took from what we talked
Any
about,
Bowman in this game?
that this love and do as you will was a way to say, I will do what I want. I will
There
love
should
who
be,
I
or
want.
some
I will
clean
do what I
candy
need
pop
to
buds
do
at least.
in
How many
love.
Pikmin I'm losing?
And that essentially is he will take what he wants.
In Alex's writing, love and do what you will is his way of saying that he loves and accepts people for how they are in a complete sense. Ezra being in
What
a
are these
relationship with
CSP
another
RoboCop
person whom she
thumbnails for his
refuses to break up with,
streams?
he accepts that completely and loves her regardless.
They
Because
look
if he were to
awful.
force her to change, then he believes that that wouldn't be love.
Dead
Although
or
it made him
alive,
feel
you're
poorly,
coming with
all of his
me,
writing was
Groob.
about accepting that for what it is, and being understanding towards her, as well as moving forward and accepting that fact. So, if you were in a relationship with someone dealing with substance abuse issues, he believed that you should love them without expecting them to change. And if you tried to push them down that path, then that technically wasn't love in his worldview. In turn, he expected that kind of undiscerning, unflinching love back, and anything but complete and utter acceptance of a person's faults and flaws he considered not to be love. He would write about his past relationships, and how an ex had wanted him to be more outgoing, and how that request was a sign that their love had died.
The only treasure
it had
in
nothing to
the
do with taking without asking.
only
or,
treasure
as
in the
Ezra
whole
will later
floor?
claim, negating consent.
Alright.
It's almost like she was convinced that the jury wouldn't
I'm
be
gonna
able
quickly
to
get a
lead,
drink
or if
as
they
the
had never heard
Pikmin
of a metaphor
slowly
before.
carry this coin back. Hopefully the game doesn't spawn any more bomb rocks on the way back up there. Quick BRB. I'll leave it on this scene.
I'm showing you an essay about Love and Do What You Will. What is it called?
Dirige et quod vis fact.
Do you know what language that is?
I believe it's French.
Okay. Regardless of what language it is, because I don't know, do you know what it translates to?
Love and do as you will.
All right. What's the date that this essay was written?
November 9th, 2017.
By this time, and is it the same as the typed handwritten version?
Yes.
By this time, was your sexual relationship with Alex, had you had sexual intercourse by this time?
Yes, we had sexual intercourse by that time.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole essay.
Yes.
But I'm going to ask specifically about this third paragraph and where it says, please forgive me. Okay? Can you read that part, just those two sentences?
Yes. Please forgive me for moving like you. You who are so alive. I profane the very breaths I take, an undead hoping to pass for something other than a conscious corpse. My guilt is wanting love without having a heart.
And the next sentence?
I've half-heartedly tried
Hey,
to
I'm already
isolate
back.
myself from
Hey,
you.
wow, they
Afraid
carried it
I
back
would
quicker than I
taint you.
thought. For
Okay, and then-
300 Pokos, ladies and gentlemen, the mirrored element.
I'm going to move down.
Oh, that looks kind of bad, actually. It looks better in the field than it does up close. Yo, that's the worst looking,
move down to the end of the page.
the worst looking treasure in the game, by
Off the
far.
screen, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get it on the screen.
That was the only
because
treasure in
when
the
I
whole
look down,
floor.
It looks like it's on the screen,
Let's
but it's
go.
not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All this cozy trekking, and we're only on floor 5.
This last paragraph, can you read that?
Yes.
Well, I guess you
I
could
was further
argue the purple
contaminated
Pikmin grind
with
took a
all
bit longer
you did.
than I would have liked.
I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy.
killing my purples
I
off
wanted
the
to
whole
be loved,
playthrough.
but refused to believe it possible.
Okay,
I
sub
wanted
level
to be
5
alive,
looks like the
but
fire
lacked a
floor.
heart. And you
The hell
hurt
is
me.
that over
I
there?
hated myself through you.
The fuck?
And you were a living death.
Oh, that's a
Everything
magma
I said
orb.
came to be a
I don't
lie.
know its name.
I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I.
Do you
Man,
did Alex talk to
murderer.
you about what he's
That ain't
referring
me.
to when he says I
But
had to become
you
the
have
monster?
to hand it to me. I have
to
been
escape the monster I became with you?
Look, it's not like I'm throwing them
What is
head
that?
first into danger.
In this conversation, we discussed
I am now an expert
how
Pikmin
he
player,
felt,
so before I even
how
bring
we
the
were
Pikmin into situations where they may
continuing
get
our
hurt,
relationship.
I first explore the floor on my
Sexually,
own.
intimately, how he wearing the masks to
Yeah, we're down to
everyone else.
64.
And what do you
It's
mean by
tough.
masks? And you just explain that.
Wearing the masks as to
I appreciate
seem
back when we were on those
a certain
those
way
toy
with
box
everyone
floors.
else, let's say out in public.
These
but
these metal rustwork levels,
underneath the
I
mask,
hate.
there was a lot
These need
hidden.
to be sent back to the drawing board.
All right, I'm going to ask you about one other line in this essay. This is near the end of the essay.
Yes.
And again, we're not going to read
No
the
more
whole thing.
depth zone
but
layers,
I
please.
just would ask you to read the top sentence.
Worst sub-level types in the game by far.
I am still afraid of myself. Afraid I will
Anytime
come
I
out
take a
again and
cave,
hurt someone.
I take
Now,
it slow,
when he
or
said that,
I just
did you
hurdle my way
discuss
through.
what he
It's
meant
because
by he was
it has
afraid he
this
would come out and
design,
hurt someone?
this theme.
Yes.
Okay. And continuing.
We got one of
with that
these.
paragraph-
Got the piggy.
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Nelson wants to say something. Why don't you tell the jury what he said to you about him saying he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
Got these
What he
guys
said to
too.
me about this in
Make
our
sure to blow my
discussion
guys off the
he said
ledge
to me
too.
how he was afraid he was going to take all. He was going to be greedy in the sense that he was, if he wanted something, he was going to get what he wanted.
That is demonstrably false. Once again, the
Wrong.
lawyer accidentally left the paragraph
Incorrect.
before the passage she read uncovered, as well
As
as
professional
the remainder
snail,
of the
I take
passage.
everything too,
I'll
so
read
I
it to you
gotta be
now, and we can
careful.
assess
It's
what it
late
means
game,
together.
last
But remember,
game in the
we are not
game.
as smart and
They're giving me shit like this.
philosophically
I
inclined as
gotta
Ezra
be
is.
careful.
So brace yourselves and put on your
Look,
helmets.
one wrong
I've moved
move,
on my own,
this
alive
enemy
now.
can blow
That is why
all
I
the
write I
Pikmin.
in
If he
lowercase.
wanted to,
There is
if
an
he had
act
the
of
right
forgetting.
angle,
I
blow
call
all the Pikmin
forgiveness.
off the ledge,
Now I
and there'd be
forgive
nothing I can do.
myself for living.
Literally
I am
DSP
guilty.
moment.
I
I have to
deserve,
reset the
and I
floor.
say, I forget about it. Live, please, be happy, live. Now I forget about myself. I lost myself. I am still afraid of myself. Afraid I will come out again and hurt someone. Afraid I will use someone
I think I would
for
just kill the
redemption and
blowhogs.
self-mutilation.
I could
will
kill the
love,
Volborb if
and
I
will
wanted
love
to,
myself. Forgive
but it would take a
myself
minute.
and love you always.
That might risk
I am
hurting
no
all
longer
Lamar.
myself. I don't know
Or
who
that I
am,
already
so let me
have.
apologize and forgive myself for becoming something
At least
new.
his blowhog
These
is
are
fucking
dreams,
stupid.
Hopes against hope. Paradise without history. Yet I find them beautifully fantastic. Love and do what you will. That is the prayer I wept for. The sole motion of the good I now live with. It keeps me up at night. I don't know if I can love anymore. It may be myself, my urge to find external forgiveness, my habit of using and hurting someone to get back at myself. I come with a history. Yet, despite my insomnia, I dream that I may just mean it. Maybe, perhaps, I can forget myself and sincerely love you. I have no choice in the matter. I am not myself, so I can only hope against hope. Pray, that is, that you will risk loving me, because maybe I mean it, and if I do, anything goes. We can do and be what we want. Will you risk happiness with me? Knowing, based on his past writing, that he uses you with an uppercase Y to refer to Ezra, he is clearly talking about how he loves her and wants to be with her fully as her actual boyfriend, and not simply as the
I
other
don't know
man
if I
in
can
the
kill the
scenario.
Volborb with
He's
just
dealing with his
Olimar.
own complex emotions
Maybe if I
around
brought the
hurting
president,
Ezra by
he
putting
could
her
add in his
position
punches
to
too.
choose between Jason and himself, and through this love triangle, his very sense of self has been challenged. He doesn't know who he is anymore because he is trying to be who she wants, and he directly states that his sole belief in the concept of love and do what you will has been
Okay, yeah, the
deeply
president will
shaken
help me
because
out.
he wants to change Ezra
I should have brought him
and
from the
convince
start.
her to make a decision already. Alex goes so far as to say that he now doesn't know if what he feels for Ezra even qualifies as love, because he wants her to change. This passage is decidedly not about Alex taking whatever he wanted without caring for anyone outside of himself. That is the literal opposite of what the passage indicates, and unless you mean to tell the world that when Alex wrote in his journal he purposely lied about what he felt and thought, then Ezra is lying. But that's not surprising, as she lies about literally everything.
Dominated.
I'm going to refer you back to an earlier part of the essay more in the beginning that I forgot to read you, or forgot to ask you to read.
Yes.
So
Oh
let me
god,
just
president's
make
already
sure
losing
I have
HP.
that on there, where it says, I've half-heartedly.
Yes.
Oh, wait, no, that's Olimar.
Half-heartedly
Shit,
tried
I looked
to
at the wrong
isolate
HP bar.
myself from you.
I'm not staring at
Afraid
that,
I would cheat you, yet
staring
I
at that part of the
love
UI
you.
directly.
I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin, the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct.
Okay, now, did he discuss that with you specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
What he told me about this is that in our relationship, I expressed a lot of my anxieties and my uncertainties with my previous relationship, continuing relationship with Jason.
Oh, could I trick him?
He was expressing to me
can't trick him into the
that
gap.
he knew it was causing me anxiety to pursue this.
I feel like it's
to keep
possible. The
pursuing
enemy
this
AI isn't
relationship
that
and what we
smart.
were doing. And he told me that at this point it
The
was
bull bear on
that
floor
he didn't
2,
really
or was
necessarily
it 3? That dude was
anymore, that
like running
he was
over
causing this
here.
anxiety, that he was going to reach
Running on
out
the outer
anyways to
rims of
me,
the pipes.
that he was going to continue our relationship because that's what he wanted.
I'm going to leave the passage on the screen if you would like to read it, but I will summarize what it states. In this passage, Alex is writing about how in love with Ezra he is. He describes her as bringing love into his life and making him want to continue living, that he is indebted to her, and scared of his feelings and how their love will change them.
Everything else I gotta
Notice
kill
how
on my
Ezra's
own.
interpretation of the passage,
Starting with this
where
guy,
Alex
this
writes
hot
about
head
being
over
so
here.
desperately in love with her, as him knowing that she was uncomfortable continuing the affair that she had started, and that he simply didn't care. He was going to keep seeing her despite her anxiety because that's what he wanted, which that is
Baller
simply
alert.
untrue. But moreover, the one time Ezra told Alex that she no longer wanted to see him, that she was done with the relationship, and that she didn't want to talk to him anymore, he respected her wishes. He didn't ask for an explanation or inquire as to what happened. When she put up a boundary, he immediately respected it. Ezra had never stated she wanted their relationship to end, and willingly chose to keep it going. She was spending the majority of her time with Alex, telling him that she wanted to break up with Jason, that Jason was nothing compared to him, and that Jason had become controlling and abusive towards her. His writing quite sincerely says the opposite of what she is trying to portray.
Now, did there come a time where Alex cut his wrist?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There had been a time when I received some messages from Alex saying that he had harmed himself. He was asking me if I could drive him to a pharmacy or to help him out with this. And Jason at the time he asked me about it, and I told him Alex was hurt and Jason wanted to help. So I had gone over to Alex's house to help him, and that is when
Where are they going? 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 Where are they going?
Patched him up, as he said.
Do not go near the hot
When you saw
head.
what had happened, can you please describe that to the jury?
What I saw had happened was he had slit his wrist, and he shown me that he had to use a t-shirt to kind of stifle the bleeding. And
So he
it was
changed his
just
mind
very
about it? Was he just,
ugly
was that for
gash from what I
attention?
looked at.
Did he did he
At a
want
later
attention or did he
date,
want results?
Alex tell you, first of all, at that time, when you were there with Jason, did he say, if you remember, what
Yes.
he said about cutting his wrist?
What he said to me about cutting his wrist is that he felt he was feeling depressed again, and that he felt like he was feeling dead inside.
Did he tell you that in front of Jason, or did he tell you that at a later date?
He told me that not in front of Jason, but kind of to the side. He pulled me to the side when we were talking.
It's like the Pikmin go deliberately out of their way to try and wake up the fiery bull bear. They're
Again,
fucking
I'm
pissing
showing
me
you
off.
another essay by Alex Woodward.
It's me
from
the fuck
exhibit
off.
number 697. What is this essay called?
This essay is called Between Two Hands, January 20th through 22nd, 2018.
Is it the same as the handwritten version, the typed version?
Yes.
Is this in evidence?
This was quite actually his depression.
Exhibit 697.
I'm just impressed he wrote this many journals in this short amount of time.
And again, I'm going to ask you to read a small portion of this larger essay. And I would ask you just the second paragraph. Can you read that?
Yes. Should I confess that I have a large gash on my left wrist, a self-inflicted wound that had severed nerves and nearly cut through tendons? For me, one hand can only feel and move in a limp, numb way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes, definitely.
Did he literally mean that his left hand couldn't move anymore?
He could move it, he just said it felt different.
Okay. And is he referring in this essay,
What a
did he
drama
tell
queen.
you
But not as dramatic as my 40 Poco insect
he was
condo.
writing about the time where he had cut his wrist?
This is a real Wakando, guys.
What did he specifically later tell you about cutting his wrist?
He told me
Alright, that was the only treasure on the floor.
Kind of in a painful response to my rejection.
Later on in this essay, after he says limp, numb way, can we just go to where it says one of my hands? Yeah, we have
One of my hands has quit its status, almost as limp as corpse proper. It is no longer proper. It is a shameful and an advertising of my own lack of well-being. The reversibility of hands is gone. For me, one hand cannot feel. It is inactive, but it cannot be felt either. It is unpassive. I love you.
What, does it say I love you, Ted?
Yes, but
do you know what Ted refers
I
to?
love you, Daddy.
Okay.
Thank you, Daddy.
And let me ask you, again, when he talks about this hand being unfeeling, is he referring to this physically or psychologically at this point, in terms of if he discussed it with you?
when he discussed it with me, he said it felt different, but he was discussing how psychologically it felt numb and strange to him.
Did Alex have some pet names or references he would call you besides boy?
Yes.
Boy.
What were those?
His pet names for me mostly
He was
were
Kratos, and he
would
was the
call me his
kid.
son,
But if the kid was a
as
datum,
in S-U-N. And Lamb, son, and his goon at times.
All right,
Goon?
Let me talk to you specifically about Lamb.
now hold
Yes.
up, come back.
He
She wants to ask about Lamb, but not Goon.
As we were intimate, he
Let me
would tell
ask you
me,
about
and as he would call me his lamb, he would use it in the holy sacrificial way, as the Lamb of Christ or the Lamb of God. He would tell me I was his holy sacrifice. I was his lamb.
Did that have a
All right,
specific
pretty weird.
reference, his lamb, in relationship to what's shown on the cover of the Kierkegaard book? Did he say that to you?
Yes,
Am
we
I down to
discussed
2
this
white
deeply.
Pikmin?
The sacrifice that, or what is shown on the book is the
Yep.
story of Abraham and his struggle as he was called to sacrifice his son, which he had an ultimate love for. And he would discuss to me the beauty and everything that was in the lines and in between the lines for him for that novel, as he would read it to me during intercourse.
And was there a specific comparison between the lamb that
Yes.
I just can't get over the
substitutes
whole
for his son
reading
and
books while
calling you the
having
lamb?
sex thing.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Oh, boss time?
As he would say to me that
Great.
Abraham, the sacrifice of the son is a sacrifice to God, the holiness of it. And he considered
At least give me
me
some queen
his
pops,
lamb,
man.
his holy sacrifice, and all of the love in that, and the sacrifice of not wanting to give that up.
He also used the word son, S-U-N. Was
Yes.
he referring to
Oh, yes.
anything
Hello, son.
specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for.
I know this is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina. The
What?
sun, the blaze, the warmth.
Cap.
He would often talk about how my intimate area was his sun.
Whoa, we have acquired for 200
That was not embarrassing
Pocos
for her.
the
She's
future
extremely proud
orb.
of that fact. Hence the smile and her looking directly at the jury when she tells them this.
Now,
Was this an
during
attempt at
time,
humanizing her?
I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now.
I'm a
to,
real human-style creature.
first
We
of
had
all,
nicknames for
are
my
there many journal
vagina.
phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would
A
actually
red
refer
Pikmin
to that
followed me
phrase
and
in his
died.
journals?
That's cool.
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s. It's deeply woven into the journals.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will. Or he would somehow bring it into almost every conversation we would have. Intimately, just normal conversation at the coffee shop, at home. It was always a part of every day.
I'm going to ask you about some
As long as I had at least
specific
one
sexual
white
acts
pigment to do digging, I should be fine.
between you and Alex. All right?
All right.
6 floors in, I'm surprised there's no candy pop bugs yet.
Progressed into January and February.
Yes.
Did the sexual acts between you and Alex undergo a change from what they had been?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what that was?
Well, from what I said before, the more vanilla, it turned into what at times could be considered a BDSM relationship.
What does BDSM mean?
Vanilla to the extreme.
BDSM is...
Then Alex took the BDSM pill.
Dominance, and it can
Explain
be
to the jury, what exactly is
submissive
BDSM?
or sadomasochist. It depends on what sector you're in. If
The
it's
sector?
submissive,
I know which
dominant,
sector I'm in.
or sadomasochism.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this with respect to Alex, okay?
Yes.
Have you heard, in respect to BDSM, what a safe word is?
Yes.
What is a safe word?
What
In
are
a
these
BDSM
questions?
relationship, a safe word is essentially, it's one of the most important parts of the relationship, I consider. It's when, in an act, when something is getting too much for you, or one of the partners, or the submissive, and a safe word is something that individual can say when it's just too much and it's time to stop.
In sexuality, first of all, with regard to Alex, what
Yeah,
role
she was
did you
reaching
play,
for
the
any kind of
dominant or the
defense.
submissive?
I took the role of submissive.
And in that role, did
I bet
Alex
you did.
and
I
you
bet you
have a
did,
safe
girl.
word?
I bet you loved
I
it.
suggested it, but we did not agree, and we did not have a safe word, no.
Why didn't you agree? What did Alex tell you with respect to not having a safe word?
Oh, the
didn't
absence
prefer
of a safe word is going to be...
He-
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He
Yeah, I
told
see where she's
me
going with this.
in our relationship
There is
that
no
it
safe
didn't-
word, therefore he is crazy, and
didn't
he
want
wanted to
that,
kill me.
Essentially, it didn't play into.
But also
kind
wanted
of
to have
what
sex with me?
He wanted to get out of the relationship.
We don't have proof of Alex saying this, and it should be noted that in all the correspondence between Ezra and Alex, he was extremely
What a
caring towards
revelation.
her
Thank
and
you, Goki.
respectful of her boundaries.
That's
I say that to
deserved for that
state
revelation
while
there.
We don't know if this is true or not. We do know that acting this way does not fall within what we know of Alex's character. But lying about something like this
Yeah, I need
does
that
fall
dude to
within
turn
Ezra's.
around. Turn around.
And I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts. First of all, I'm going to ask you
Oh,
about wax, or what's called wax play.
Wax play.
is when you use a candle, like a candle or a wax-like substance, and you drip or drain
the
it
drip
onto
going.
your partner, the submissive.
Before you referred to prone, and we only discussed prone in terms of you being face down, was there another aspect to what was called prone that eventually
Thought if you fall
developed
into
in
the
your
center of
sexual
that,
relationship
it would
with
be
Alex?
insta-death, but it's
What
not.
eventually developed with this prone position is
But it would have been
the
helpful if I knew that
desire
earlier, though.
For the submissive in this role to be in a what is commonly called a chokehold.
Wax play
or
is when
to-
you
to
dig in your
appear
ears and
to
wipe it in your
be
pajama pants. That's fucking gross, man. But very
Was
clever.
that something he did with you?
Yes.
Damn, he
let me
does that
ask
so
you,
much.
How is it that without a safe word, in your mind, did this connect at all with what Alex
nothing but
used
something
to
to
say
mind
to you
for,
about
man.
your flaws and vulnerability?
Yes.
Can you please explain that to us?
There's gold in them ears.
Without in an act like this, or in a sexual act without a safe word, it is hard for me as an individual to be vulnerable. I was uncomfortable with the idea of no safe word, and he demanded from me to be vulnerable in these times, and that
You
was
just
hard
listen
for
to
me.
him? Yeah, just because you're submissive in the roleplay doesn't mean you have to be submissive in real life.
And the chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had.
And you were okay with that, lady?
A pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as far as.
Yeah, you
to
could
touch
just
or
say
graze
no.
my skin.
Like, where's
He
the
just
agency at?
Ripped through some holes that were already on my pants, and I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to these things? The wax, the chokehold, the knife?
I
that
was
one
terrified,
occasion?
and yet I told
What
nobody
was your
until
reaction to
literally
these?
today.
My reaction, I was very supportive of his dominance at first.
Supportive?
I wanted him to feel like he can express
All right, now
himself.
where's your support at?
And I was also exploring. With the wax, it was different, and it was a
He
bit
was
strange for me at
exploring.
first, but it was fine. I found I had issues.
Yeah, by the
with
way, you know, the point of this is to illustrate that he was controlling and this was all non-consensual.
Not enjoy that. It was really just not what I wanted, and I had voiced my opinion a few times. It was.
Okay, but it doesn't seem like he forced you.
It wasn't with my alignment. The time he
It
had
wasn't
cut my
with her
pants,
alignment.
He ripped through some holes already, and he cut them. And I was a bit frustrated at the sense that, oh great, I have to throw some pants away now. But it made me a bit uncomfortable because it was so sudden and so new.
Yeah, but this still sounds like you have agency. You still agreed to it. There's no implication of you being forced to do anything.
When I voiced my opinion to him, I said to him, essentially, in this prone position or in this position, that I was sore, that at times it was uncomfortable and it felt as if it was a bit bruising and constricting for me.
It was bruising,
It caused anxiety.
guys.
When you told him that you didn't like it,
yes,
how did he respond to you?
Well, it was
Shut up,
quite
lady.
crude how he responded, but he would tell me that it wasn't fair that I had finished and he wasn't
Wax
going to get
blaze
his chance
being dripped
then.
onto the body, usually lotion candles, or so I've read.
You're telling him you don't like
Nice
this,
save
to
there.
not do it. He's saying
Whoa,
it's unfair. I didn't
90
get to finish. What would
Pocos, the
happen is,
essence of desire.
You know, either during, after, before those conversations.
During the conversation, he would express how he thought it was unfair he didn't get to finish because he spent so much time for me. And I would just essentially not completely shut down, but just say all right and just let it go, just let it happen.
So you would let him complete what?
Yes, yes.
Even when you didn't feel like it?
Yes.
She sounds like the most base trad wife ever. How did this go wrong?
I'm showing you from Exhibit 697 an essay called Between Love and Obligation.
Yes.
What's the date on that?
December 3rd, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Look how many ditchery bugs they got over here.
This essay, does it begin with him talking about love and do as you will?
Yes.
And
Grew as grew will, Groob.
as this essay continues, does he talk about love and do as you will? I'm not going to have you read it, but is there a continued discussion about what it means?
Yes.
Does he specifically mention there is love and do as you will. Don't worry about self-control. Be excessive if you want to. There is nothing you ought to do. Anything goes.
Yes.
Did he discuss that with you?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
What he meant by that, because there's the original Love and Do As You Will.
He goes, praise that
but
soon. Am
when
I
he
winning?
says
I'm on the
it,
final
it was
cave
his
in
way of
Pikmin 2 story
saying,
mode.
This is what I mean when I say this to you. This is what I mean when
It
I
is
say
a
love and
treacherous
do as you
trek
will.
thus
So,
far.
in other words, in your intimate relationship with
Like
Alex,
3
would
enemies
he
here that toss
express a
bombs
divergence
nonstop.
from the
Other enemies that
philosophical
grab my
love as
captains.
you do with
They're very
the will
annoying.
to the personal
Your
love
aim
and do as you
must be
will.
precise. Not thus far, I have not found a source of replenishing my
Love and
Pikmin.
do as you will meant to him personally in your relationship.
what he
Are we just
told
watching
me
her
in
entire
our
trial?
relationship is that
Now, have you know, there is
was
some
going to be
editing,
times when
but
he's going to
yeah, for
take
the most part,
control.
it seems like, yeah, this is just her entire, not the whole trial, but just her cross-examination. And then there's more parts after that. I told you this was a
There's
saga.
gonna be times when he's demanding certain things, and love and do as you will, as he would
Want to
say.
play this in what order would
is
you
the reason why
suggest?
he's
Old or
able to
new
do
games
this,
first? Old
because
games
he
first.
will do as he will.
Because if you start with the new games that
It
are a little
was
bit more
his way of
casualized,
saying,
you're gonna come
"I'm
into
going
the
to do
older
this,"
games with an
and
expectation that
love
is
and do
not
as you will,
there.
he would say.
I'm showing you the sentence.
The older
that's
games are a
near
little
the
bit
very
more
end of this
archaic in how they
essay
play.
On the page
It's
that begins
it's
with the mirror,
not
the word
bad, but
merely.
it's a different
Yes.
feeling.
Can you please
And
read
again,
that
if you're
sentence?
accustomed to the third and fourth
Merely
games,
doing as
when you come into
one
these
will
first two,
sexually
it's
makes
gonna
consent irrelevant.
kind of be a wake-up
But
call.
merely letting another do as they will does the same.
All right.
Again, unless Alex is lying in his journals to himself, which would make zero sense, that is not what he is saying to Ezra. His philosophies had nothing to do with assaulting people he loved, because if they loved him, they would let him do whatever he wanted to them, which he didn't fully believe Ezra loved him, so
Just
his
trying to be
philosophies
careful with
wouldn't
baiting
be
out the enemy
applicable
here.
anyway. But we've already gone over
All those
what
bombs
his
are
use of
insta-kill to
love
any
and do as
Pikmin.
you will meant based on his writings. They cut off the context about his statement on consent, making it seem as if he is arguing that consent is irrelevant. But if you read the surrounding passage, that's not at all what he's saying. At this point, I genuinely feel like I'm Mugatu or something and I'm taking crazy pills.
Olimar
What's
is
incredibly disgusting
down!
is, as Ezra is stating that this term was used as a reason that they didn't have a safe word, and as proof that Alex didn't care about consent. The passage on the board reads out, "Do as you will, I'll accept almost anything
It's just the
because
president
I
for the rest of
believe
the
you
cave.
won't do
Oh,
badly.
shit.
You love,
No
so
way to
I ought
replenish
not
your
abuse.
health.
I love, do as you will, don't kill me." His writings indicate that the statement about complete trust and how you are giving the person you love the ability to hurt you more than anyone else. There's something extremely sinister about the fact that Ezra
Oh,
believes
man.
that she
No,
can lie on
no.
the stand the way that she is. It's
No,
as
I
if
can't
she
do
doesn't
this.
think
I gotta
anyone
reset
in the
that.
jury is able to read
I
or
hate
can
that
interpret
layout.
language the way that she can.
This issue about consent being
You can't play the first game on GC back then? You probably did. Yeah, we gotta revive Olimar. I thought if you got KO'd, you could be carried back to the ship and replenish your HP.
Before the sexual acts became in January and February things you were
Well, the ship
uncomfortable
isn't
with.
in the caves,
Yes,
to
it
be
was
fair.
a conversation we had in detail.
We gotta reload the floor.
How did you feel
There
about
is
this line
RNG
about
procedural
consent
generation
being
in
irrelevant?
these caves.
Well,
Praise
as
that.
I was reading this essay,
Depending
and we're
on how you
discussing
load
yet
the
again, love
area,
and do as you will,
sometimes the cave
I
layout
pointed
will
it
be
out,
massively
and I told
different.
him that I felt
It's not really different
completely
here.
the opposite
Sometimes
of
the
this.
floors are just the same, though.
I come from a point of when consent is everything, like consent, 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 each step of the way. And this, for me, was a first red flag.
I'm showing you a very short essay
Yes.
called Resolution, written on January 1st, 2108.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay.
He sounds relieved to be reading a short essay for once.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. Can you read that essay?
I need to be more selfish. My relationships have failed because I couldn't ask for what I wanted or needed. I love people who are hurting, but I am too. To find anything that will last, I need to find a way to be selfish. Oddly, I need to find resoluteness in this resolution. Selfishness needs to find a place in my values.
So as he started to take and do what he wanted sexually,
Yes.
He wrote essays with big words, say a logger from the grave.
Yes.
Heck, heck, heck.
did you think about this essay where he had said this at all?
Yes, I had. I thought about it often.
Oh, come on.
And I'm going to show you one last essay now, and I think we're going to be done with the essays.
Okay.
At that point. Now, I'm showing you, again, another essay. What's the title of this essay?
The title of this essay is Faith in Flesh, February 2nd, 2018.
And again,
How often
is
was
the
this dude
typed
writing?
version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
He's got the level of output I wish I had.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific paragraph that's kind of in the middle of this essay. Can you read this paragraph?
Yes. Next, the other may demand that I not die. They may demand that I not commit self-sacrifice. This may be because they enjoy my self-mutilation, or because they refuse to carry the guilty of my guilty flesh. In both cases, my duty is to feed is complicated. For to give purely is suicide.
For to give purely is suicide, go ahead.
Violence against another, to provide for this demanding other.
I'm sorry.
Did I miss a sentence?
1 minute. For to give purely to suicide.
Can involve a cessation of violence, but it is the obligation to not die.
I hate
oddly,
these
I
bomb
must commit
bugs. Why do you have to
violence against another,
spam so
to
many of
provide for
them?
this demanding other. This forces me to murder. In order to provide, I am
Whoa,
doing
they
it
said
either
murder.
way.
He said murder is
This
essay. See?
This
He
demanding
killed
other
himself.
has taken my redeeming
Mystery
suicide
solved.
from me and doomed me to tortuous guilty.
Okay. So
We declare this girl illiterate and have someone else read. I feel like if they have me read, we're gonna have just as much trouble, if not more.
Yes, this essay did stand out to me.
Okay. I'll ask
Yeah, she
you
hated it.
more about that later. I'm gonna
So
go
why
back
did you
to
feel the
talking
essay
to
was
you
trash?
about, Jason.
Because I couldn't understand half the words.
Yes.
This relationship's developing with Alex.
Yes.
And as this is going on, what's going on with you and Jason?
As our relationship with Alex and I developed, the rift between me and Jason and the distance furthered. It seemed as if we were more roommates and just living together than we were girlfriend and boyfriend anymore.
It's because you were cheating on him. That's what happens when you cheat on someone and tell everyone in your life that that person mistreats you, and you begin spending most of your time with your other boyfriend.
What were you thinking about doing with respect to your relationship with Jason?
I was thinking about...
It felt like he didn't like me
leaving,
anymore.
ending it, breaking
Yeah, it's
up.
almost like you cheated on
You
him.
heard Jenna Van Zandt testify before?
Yes.
And I believe that I'm showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit number 405 and entered in evidence. Is this a copy of text?
No, she's not even
that went
particularly
between
attractive.
you
Yet she was able to
and
seduce
Jenna
all these
Van
people.
Zandt?
Yes.
And what did you say to Jenna Van Zandt in that text?
Would you like me to read it exactly?
Or you can summarize it or read it, either way.
In summary, I was expressing that I needed more boundaries, that I was feeling mistreated, and the relationship was unhealthy. There was no communication, miscommunications, and that
Dudes are
I
down
need to talk
bad.
to him about these things, and I might need to leave.
Well,
It's that
in
manic
the
pixie
beginning,
dream
you
girl
say,
shit.
I'm
I blame
realizing I'm
Scott
finally brave
Pilgrim.
enough to talk to Jason.
Yes.
Did you also refer in this to breaking up with him?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the only treasure. Gotta kill off these enemies and we'll be good.
Yes. Did you talk about how other people were telling you about your relationship with Jason?
Yes, a lot of my friendships I had at races, I would tell them examples and things that were going on between me and Jason. And my friends at the time, they were telling me that this is unhealthy and damaging and you need to get out of this.
Did you talk about him specifically name calling you?
Yes, he had called me names. In this, I said
Okay, but you
specifically
murdered
called me
him.
retarded, one of the most offensive things to me.
Now, on
On this day, on February 5th, was this right?
I mean, he really doesn't look like the type of person to say those kind of words, but...
I believe so, yes.
All right, lady.
I'm just going to briefly diverge.
All right.
Into something else. Well, let me just say this. Eventually, did you also break up with Alex?
Yes.
Did you break up with the two of them in the same month?
Yes.
So, which breakup was first?
Jason.
And
The
how
fact
long
that that's even a
after
question that
breaking
you
up
have
with
to
Jason
answer. Who did you break up with
approximately
first?
how long?
Now, wait a
I don't
minute.
have a calendar. Did you break up with Alex?
Not long after, a few weeks or so, maybe a month.
During this time, did you also spend some time with a fellow named John Hansen?
Oh,
Yes,
here we
I
go.
had.
Olamar's
How
down.
did you know him?
He was my friend through Jason.
And being your friend through Jason, did you have any interest in John Hansen?
Yes, at the time I did have some interest in John Hansen.
Would the word crush express that, or what word would you use?
I had developed a crush, yes.
When Jason went out of town, well, so you were spending some time with John Hansen.
Whoa, hello, Kian Goon.
Did you know of a friendship between John Hansen and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship.
You missed it. One of the boyfriend's nicknames for this lady is Goon.
Philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy.
Apparently, they were more concerned about why he called her lamb
They
instead.
discussed a philosophy
So
called
they didn't
nihilism?
question her on why he called her Goon. Think she isn't cute? Girls double her weight could get the same body count, both sexual and
Yes,
murders.
that was a topic all three of us had discussed together.
I mean, I already said last
And when
time
discussing
we were
nihilism,
streaming her
what
case.
did
She reminds
Alex
me of
Woodward
the
say
crazy
that it
ex I
meant to
had. Like, she's got
What
that
Alex
same
Woodward
vibe,
expressed
that
to me
same
about
aura.
nihilism is that it's a
Right down to the glasses, the pale skin, the way she does her hair.
Going
It's
against
like I'm looking into, looking down
norms of
memory lane here.
society, and it's
Obviously,
very,
I dodged a
in a lot
bullet.
of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic
Literally.
nihilism. It's
Well,
a very
she
different
came at him
view
with a knife.
of life than I had at the time.
Hello, Parma.
What about John? Did he express similar things to you?
Objection.
It was Boone?
I'm going to sustain
Must
that.
have not heard right.
Again, it's what's in Miss McCandless.
I heard Goon.
So, sustained on that.
Now, when Jason went out of town, John Hansen and you had a
Holy
dozen
moly,
drawings
these
of
floors are
Easter
just getting
eggs.
crazier and crazier.
Yes, we had been hanging out quite a bit, doing art together.
When Jason went out of town, did something happen with you and John Hansen?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened between me and John is that he bought some wine for us, and I had gone over to his house to talk about what's going on between me and Jason and Alex and what's really going on. And I hadn't really eaten anything that day, and I started to drink a lot of wine. And I had ultimately become severely drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out a few times.
I gotta be real
Did
careful
you-
here.
So, is it fair for me to say when you say blacking out a few times, do you mean that you were in and out of consciousness?
Yes.
Does it also mean that you have a hard time recovering some of what happened that evening?
Yes.
Is there something specific sexually, though, that you do recall about that evening?
Yes.
What is that?
Specifically, I remember it being dark and
Shit,
waking
come on.
up, and I could clearly feel that I was in a sexual act, that someone was having sex with me.
Did you know who that person was?
Yes, it was John.
The next day, did John, so let me ask you this sexual act, did you resist him at all?
No, I just let it happen.
The next day, in the morning, what happened?
In the morning,
You just
he
let it
told
happen,
me
you guys.
to go to his son's room and wait until he got up so that his roommate wouldn't suspect that I was in his bed. And
did you eventually go back home?
Yes, he drove me back to my apartment.
When he drove you back to your apartment, did he come in?
Yes, he did.
And what happened once you were inside the apartment?
Once we were inside the apartment, he had said that he had to go
This
to
is
the
like a perfectly
bathroom,
innocent and
so I went
positive lady.
upstairs to change
If you
into my
require
clothes
a
from the night
catch-up
before,
on her
and
story,
he came
the
into my
command on
room
screen
with
will do that
me,
for you.
And
The Ezra command.
This is hard. He just started undoing his belt and said that I looked great.
Like the first ever time for a true crime segment that we need a command to explain the story. That's how convoluted her arc is.
As a reminder, the investigation into this offense was dropped after multiple of Ezra's friends were interviewed by detectives about this assault, and they stated that Ezra had told them that the sex had been consensual. Moreover, she deleted the text between her and John in which she stated that she couldn't wait to see him again to have sex, and inquired when they could hang out next, probably to have sex. She told the detective that the texts were too triggering for her to look at, and that they were deleted. However, John Hansen provided the text to the police without question.
And again, did you resist him at all?
No.
Did you tell him, no, I don't want to do this?
I didn't say much of anything, so no, I did not.
Now, after that incident with John Hansen, was it shortly after that that you left Jason's apartment and broke up with Jason?
Yes.
Where did you move when you left his apartment?
I moved to my mother's.
Who helped you move?
Alex helped me move.
Had you
My
previously introduced Alex to your family, or
my
at least to your
wife's
mother?
house. I moved in with my
A few
wife.
times he met my family, yes, at races.
And had Alex also come over to the office that your mom worked in one time?
Yes, I invited him to come help peel some wallpaper from the office.
When Alex came over to your families, did even after helping you move back home, was he invited back another occasion?
Yes.
And who did he spend time with on that occasion?
On that occasion, he spent time with me and my mother.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
My sister and my dad, my stepdad.
And what's your stepdad's name?
James Gunnelson.
Okay. After
James
you moved
Gunnelman.
out, were you still seeing Jason at all? Well, first of all, when you moved out, was Jason in town or out of town?
He was out of town.
And were you still seeing him at all? Was he still your boyfriend?
He wasn't my boyfriend. No,
Sounds like
but
they're gossiping.
We were still texting.
They're talking about
Things were
boys.
confusing.
I mean, they
between
are,
us.
but
They were confusing because she hadn't actually broken up with him. They were also confusing because she was still sleeping with Alex, one of Jason's closest friends.
like, oh my god.
During this
John
period,
Hansen is like
how
the
did Jason
cutest.
come to know about John Hansen? Or did he come to know is, I guess, what I should say.
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He
But
had
Ezra,
wanted to
you
spend
already
some time
have a
with me
boyfriend.
in Eau Claire, so he
pish
rented a
posh.
hotel room for us.
What he doesn't know
And
can't hurt
after a
him.
night together, I woke up to him going through my phone, and there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say
Yeah, like
your
I like how
phone,
she
was
tries
it
to
actually
quickly
a phone
get
or a
past that
different
part.
device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
No, it's not. This point is a bit nitpicky, and I apologize for that, but she is attempting to portray herself as being different from the majority of the population. She isn't like the other teens and young people today. She doesn't have a phone. However, when her iPod is connected to Wi-Fi, she can make calls, send texts, and it operates exactly like a smartphone.
Well, maybe
She
I
uses
mean,
Instagram
I see what
constantly,
she's
with her
saying. It's an
still using
iPod
it while
Touch.
she's in prison. Her pretending as if she wasn't like other people her age, and that she was so disconnected from social media and media as a whole is blatantly false. She was incredibly connected. She was around people all the time, and she didn't live her stupid life in this inspirational, media-free way. Why would you even lie about this? Other than to obviously try and make yourself seem cool and smart compared to other people your age. She's just lying about all this stuff.
Wow, he took all that from her saying she had an iPod and not an iPhone?
In fact, there was a phone found in your car.
She had the
on
iPod 6.
After March 22nd, when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid
Game
the
Awards
bill.
later, Dinger's
I
VG3
got it
winning,
for
or is he
just
getting
a
robbed by
while
Spider-Man?
for work, and then I just stopped using it
I
altogether.
think it'll
so
be
ran out of
Spider-Man or
minutes, of
Zelda.
course, so
I
no,
don't
it was
think
not
Mario.
Okay, let me get
I'm
back
already.
to this whole issue about Jason going
Oh
through
shit!
your
Insta death. Gotta be careful when fighting the yellow ones.
When he went
I'm
through your
iffy on. I'm
gone
already
through my
iffy on
iPod,
Mario
there was a
deserving
few
the
text
nomination
messages that were
because it is a 2D
flirtatious between me
platformer.
and
I don't think
John
it's
that
winning
I had
though.
not deleted.
They were not flirtatious. She was asking him when he was going to sleep with her next.
I'll probably
saying
watch
she wanted
Tevin
to hang out
restream
with
it.
him soon because he was more
Because
than just a good
later
dick.
today is the writing
But
stream,
a small addition
and I
that
really
she
don't
had not
want to
deleted the
be
messages
bothered by the
implies.
Game Awards.
These kind of messages were not uncommon
I just
for
want to
her,
write,
but
man.
she had developed the habit of deleting them after the conversation finished.
Pick up Zeta's
Jason
song.
woke me up.
We're in the
and
final
he
cave of
had
Pikmin 2. Sadly, it's
screenshotted
much
my
more
text
difficult than I ever
messages.
could have
He
hoped
was
for.
Pretty angry.
I've already lost
and he
Olimar.
even broke
I'm
my
progressing
iPod
along positively.
in this anger.
It's the president against the
When he
world.
broke your iPod during this anger, did he do anything else to you?
Yes, during this conversation we were having, a little argument, he threw my iPod to the floor after
Oh, how
reading
dare
these
he.
text messages to me. He pushed me down on the bed and told me I couldn't leave until this was resolved.
You're not allowed to leave unless this is resolved,
Did Jason place
Missy.
a phone call to anyone?
I just can't take the threats she's relaying
During this
seriously.
conversation, were
This
you
dude
able
was
to
a
hear the
scraggly,
entire
scrawny little
conversation?
beta
I was right
barista
with him
boy.
the entire time.
Were you
Who was
asked to
supposed to
talk
cuck
John
the
during this
boyfriend, but in
conversation?
reality
Yes. Who asked
acted
you
like
to
he
do
was
that?
the one getting
Jason
cucked.
asked me to speak with John.
And did Jason say something to John about having sex with you?
Yes, he asked him if he had had sex with me, and John responded that he had not.
And do you know why Jason made you talk to John on the phone?
He made me speak with John on the phone so that he could listen to our conversation and see if he would change his story.
And during that conversation, did John acknowledge that he had had sex with you?
Yes.
And had you acknowledged that to Jason?
Yes.
When you talked to Jason about this,
Yes.
John having sex with you,
Yes.
did
I
you
forgot all about the
express at all
cricket.
that you thought it was a rape, or did you ever use that word?
No.
Did you ever use the word?
Want me to have some water?
Yeah, that's
Okay, why don't we just hang on just a second?
of course.
What's that? Okay, go ahead.
Did you use the word assault when you talked to Jason?
It was not a word I had used. No.
After you
Pick up phrase that soon to the
talked
alert.
to John
Thank
on the
you.
phone, did he take you over to Josh Trankler's?
Yes, he did take me to Josh Trankler's after this.
Okay, who's Josh Trankler?
The names make
He's
it
a
hard
friend
to
of
follow.
ours, a friend we share. Yes.
Ezra's kind of
What
unique.
happened-
I don't know a
Just
lot
wanna
about
make sure.
Ezra's.
Okay. What happened when Jason took you over to Josh Trankler's?
Well, after I had told him
Just think about DSP memes.
roughly what had
Jason.
happened the night
Jason.
between me and John, Jason got just full of rage. He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody
John.
with a level head.
Jason.
So he had taken
John.
me to John's
Jason.
house.
Though Ezra is adamant that she
Alex.
didn't directly state that John had raped her, that's clearly what the story indicated. And despite what she is claiming now on the stand, Jason and her were still in a relationship. Imagine the person you love, the person you believe you were going to marry, tells you that when they were at your trusted friend's house, that friend had sex with them after they had passed out. You would feel incredibly betrayed, angry, and confused. Jason's anger about the situation isn't uncommon, and though it's not ideal, he had just figured out either two of the people closest to him had betrayed him in the most intimate way possible, or one of his friends had betrayed him in the most intimate way possible, and his girlfriend didn't feel safe enough
That's
with
more
him
like
to
it.
tell him the truth, but recounts this event as if his reaction was ridiculous. She shakes her head, she rolls her eyes, and is acting like the whole situation was a massive overreaction on Jason's part.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason went upstairs with Josh.
Ezra
and he would
Miller,
pace
isn't he that Canadian
downstairs, and
guy?
He was just
Oh, no,
pacing
that's
all
a-
over the
no,
house.
that's
He was yelling at Josh.
Thinking of a different
essentially,
Ezra.
and He just,
You're thinking about the movie star.
He was very hot-headed at that time. He was very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result
Why
of
is this
all
so
this
irrelevant? I don't even
screaming and
remember what his
yelling
name is.
that
Yes.
Jason was doing, to your knowledge, did Josh, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trankler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want to talk in this place where everybody was angry and hot-headed, so they asked me if I would like to go back to the station to talk, and I said yes.
No.
Now, you've been in court and you heard the tape of you talking to Officer Vang.
Imagine talking to the
Was everything you
police.
said on that tape true?
Especially when you're the
you
villain.
Also heard
Mistake number
testimony
one,
about you
dude.
talking to Detective Proc.
Yes.
And essentially, in so many words, did you tell Detective Proc essentially the same things that you told Officer Vang about the sex with you and John?
Yes.
Did you ever use the word assault or rape when you were talking with Detective Vang or Detective Proc?
No.
Did somebody bring up the word assault or something similar to you?
Yes.
Who was that who brought that up and defined what you told them or informed you that this is an assault?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I would like to approach.
All right. Objection is sustained.
Big up Skokie, I'm doing great.
Okay.
From Mr. So
I am chill. I'm gamer moding as we continue the journey throughout this spooky cave. I gotta turtle my way through. I was expecting it. Just wonder how long the cave
Detective
is.
Proc when you were meeting with him that you had been flirting
You know
with
there's gonna
John?
be a big boss at the end
Yes, I told
too.
him about that.
Okay. And did Detective Proc and Officer Fang give you some literature after you met with them?
Yes. Well, after I met with Vang, there were some individuals that they provided me with a folder full of pamphlets to get help and counsel during a tough time like this.
Did you go to counseling?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think that helped.
Now, I'm going to move from talking about that to talking about the period of this happening. First
Did
of
you
all,
go to counseling?
before
Yeah, man.
This
All right, well,
happened,
obviously
where
it didn't work because you ended up
Jason
here.
was looking at your iPod.
Yes.
Did you break off with Alex before that occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember time-wise how recent it was before Jason looked at your iPod?
It was briefly before approximately.
Like a day or two, is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Briefly?
yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you some questions now about that period between
All right.
you moving back home, breaking off with Jason, then breaking off with Alex. First of all, why
Yes.
did you break off with Alex? Let me ask you that first.
I broke off with Alex because during this time there was so much going on.
There was
and
so much drama,
he
you
wanted
guys.
My love and vulnerability, and at that time I wasn't ready for a relationship. I felt there was just so much going on. I wasn't even sure.
Yeah, you were ready for
if I
3
wanted to
simultaneously.
work on my previous relationship yet. I wasn't ready.
Ezra wasn't sure she was ready to be in a relationship. Meanwhile, she was in 2. That's hysterical. When she opines,
Yeah,
there was
right?
simply so much
Exactly.
going on during the time where she broke up with
I
both
agree,
Alex and
Dreading.
Jason. She says it as if it has nothing to do with her. As a reminder, the only thing
Massive,
going on
think about
were
it,
her affairs
moment.
with Alex and John, and the fallout over her false accusation.
And during this period, were you saying, what were you doing generally with your life? Who are you said you were living with your mother, I believe,
Yes.
right? And living with your mother, were you working or what
Yes,
was
I
going
was.
on with your life?
Ah, she
So,
was?
I moved back home with my mom, and I applied to a school that I graduated from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through 4th grade special education room.
And besides working, were you talking much with your Jason during that time?
Yes, I was.
What were your feelings or your thoughts about Jason during this time in March?
During this time,
Yeah, she wanted a little
lots
bit
of
more than
feelings
the
of
vanilla.
love from the love we had when we first started a relationship, memories from when we first started. Just being away from him made me miss him, and I was feeling again a lot of that love.
As a reminder, she accused the person she is stating she loved of verbal abuse, being incredibly controlling, and attempting to turn his friends against him for months prior to their breakup. She had been cheating on him since the beginning of their entire relationship, and had gaslit him into thinking that telling her he was uncomfortable with her close, intimate friendships with men was sexist. But the moment they break up and he tells her he doesn't want to see her anymore, she attempts to get the relationship back on track. She begins showing up to places she knows he will be. She repeatedly messages him and tries to hand deliver her journals to him. Journals which state that Alex and John had taken advantage of her and turned her against him.
I'm pretty sure you said this last
Were you
stream.
texting about that?
All of the time, yes.
Was Jason reciprocating your texts?
Yes.
Did there, in the middle of March, did you go to Eau Claire and spend any time with Jason?
Yes.
Just tell us about that briefly.
I went and I.
You know what they
spent
say
some
about
time
sticking
with
your dingus in
Jason.
crazy.
We had
Never
started
works out.
sleeping with each other again and talking about possibly
I got the
maybe
scars
getting
to prove it,
counseling,
Mayan.
thinking about all
Not
the things we had said
physical
to each other
scars,
in the
spiritual
past,
scars.
just seeing if maybe this really needed to work out because of how much we did love each other.
And when you said you started sleeping with him,
Yes.
where did you spend some time, a couple of nights with him or anything in Eau Claire?
Yes, I spent a couple of nights with him. We got a few hotel rooms. We didn't really want to be at
Didn't
the
mention.
apartment.
Didn't realize it was the same case as they mentioned her carving something into her arm. Oh yeah, yeah. No, there's 7 parts to this. This is like part 4.
What time that was?
Is this
Was
a
it,
whole ass saga?
like the date? Do you have any memory of what the exact dates were?
I have.
This ain't really a case you can cover in a single 30-minute video.
Did you
Stay away from the crazy ladies with dump truck
return
butts.
after
I'll try.
spending a couple of nights to Jason's to your mother's
The
house?
crazy ex I was talking about earlier had a
What happened
kind
when
of
you
a
got back to your
flat
mom's?
rear.
Well, my mom wasn't supportive of me continuing or exploring the idea of rekindling the relationship I had with Jason, and me being her child, and
Let her hear you say
she
that.
was my mom.
She's gonna
We
have to
got
hop
into an
across the
argument,
pond. She
of
wants to take a
course.
swing at me. She ain't over here no more.
I knew what I wanted, and she disagreed, so I moved out after that.
This is also untrue. Her mother kicked her out. I don't know how to properly convey how much she is lying at this point, and if I paused the video every time, we would probably be here for years. There's also just no reason to lie about this.
Okay. Let me ask you then about going, so did your mom feel the same way about Alex that she felt about
Another
Jason
lady
in
friend
terms
of
of what she
mine
expressed to you?
recently.
She
By recently, I
had some
mean,
mixed feelings about
it
Alex as
probably
well.
happened sometime this
And
year.
when you broke up with
I tried to
Alex,
get back in touch with me.
How did you break up
I
with
didn't know
him?
how to respond. I
I
left her
broke
on
up
red.
with him through text.
Why did you
I'm
do it through
sorry.
text?
I'm sorry. But
It
well, she
was-
has kind of a lot
I
of
did it
baggage
through text
herself, so
because
it's like,
I did it in a rushed way.
It feels like you
wanted
just
to
got out of a past relationship and you're
just be
kind of
done
looking
with all
for
of
a
this
rebound.
drama.
I'm not really.
Okay.
I'm not looking for
We'll
that
come
right
back
now.
to
But hey, look,
talking about you and
180
Alex later,
Pokos, the
but I'm gonna
possessed
ask you, after
squash.
your mother was upset with you because you were saying Jason and asked you to leave. Where did you go?
Yeah, I think one of
went to my
her
dad's.
her last fling
and
passed
is that
away
your
in a
father,
car
Joe
crash,
Shane
and
Carlin, who we saw in court?
she was really mucked up
What
about
is
it.
your father's main employment?
And
He's
wow,
a
out of the
correctional
blue, like a
officer.
couple days after that, I had a message. It was like, whoa, you're looking me up again?
Does he have a do-it-yourself or
But the
secondary
approach she
business
came
that
at
he
me
owns?
with was kind
He has
of
a tree cutting
off.
business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you
I don't know, you don't really.
work with him at that tree
People don't
cutting
normally
business?
look my name up in a little black book and decide to
When you
contact
worked
me out of
with
the blue.
him, did you
Even though
use
it's
knives
readily,
at all?
I'm readily
It was a part of
available
every day.
for contacting. No, strangely, no one
When
does it. I can't
he,
imagine why.
In addition to knives and the tree cutting service,
Just in general, she has a lot of emotional baggage tied to her. She was a lot more carefree and happy back in the day.
Did he give
She's one of
you
those
or let you
types.
have other knives in your car?
Yes, he seemed to always give me one or want me to have one. in
Crazy,
different
like the
places.
crazy ex, but
There's been discussion here about the knife
she could potentially go down that path.
that
We'll
you
say that.
used, or the knife that
She's not
was in
down
your
that
car
path like the crazy
that
ex,
police
but
found by the side of the road. The knife.
there's
that
a
was
way.
involved in
There
the knife fight
there
with
exists
you
a
and
method.
Alex.
She could go
Was
down that path.
And how did you get that knife?
Objection, Your Honor, to
Sustained, argumentative.
Okay, the knife we're talking about. How did you get that knife?
That knife was a knife that my
Yeah,
dad
I left
had
her on
given
red.
me.
I didn't know what to say.
He always likes to make sure I'm
That was
prepared
months
for
and
every
months ago. I'm pretty sure I
situation.
mentioned it when it
So
happened on
various
stream.
EMT knives he would give to me to break
Very
glass.
awkward.
It has seatbelt cutters. He just wants me to be prepared. It had been in and out of the house. He has a few of them.
I'll leave people on read because it happens to me way too much. I'll say hi and ask how you've
your
been.
car on the morning of March 22nd?
But other than that, I won't go any
Do
further.
you know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and
I
out.
don't know. I
always.
liked her, but knowing what I knew at the time, I didn't want
The
to.
use of knives. What would your father tell
It's
you?
kind of like Alex here in the case. I didn't want to be number 2.
Judge, it goes to her state of mind, not the truth of the matter asserted. Let me
I
rephrase
kind
the
of knew
question,
what
maybe
it
it'll be more
was and
clear.
what
Did
it was
your
gonna
father ever
be.
say anything to you about having a
Whoa,
knife in your car?
150 pocos. It's the extreme
specifically,
perspirator.
For defending yourself.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, it's not offered for the truth.
No.
The matter is sort of just for what is in her state of mind, so I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah, pretty tough to be number 2, and the first place is fucking
What I
dead.
recall my dad telling me, he told me many times, and he would always tell me,
But that's the setup
when you're in
I
a
was given.
situation with an individual, or if someone's attacking
And I
you,
kinda decided
that
to
you need to do
stay
anything
out
and
of it.
everything you can to get away, to defend yourself. And he would tell me about.
Oh man, can I
You can
get some
use
white Pikmin,
knives, you can
please?
scratch,
What is the
you can
rest?
kick, you can
I need a
fight.
rest floor.
Were you aware that there were firearms in his house?
Well aware.
Did you know where they were located?
Always, yes. He
I
made
felt
me
bad
aware of
about it
this.
because I didn't feel like it was anything she was
Were you
doing
able to have access to them?
intentionally.
Yes.
I think she
Did
just
you
needed
learn
someone to
how
talk
to use firearms when you
But
were
even if it was
course, he made sure of
unconscious, like she was
you go
unconsciously
hunting with
doing
your
it, you were still doing it.
I never hunted, but I've gone hunting.
See, this
many
is the rest
times.
floor. Big ups.
Now, did you take a firearm with you when you left your father's house on the morning of March 22nd?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
All I was doing that day was going for some errands. There was no need for a weapon or a firearm or anything of that sense.
Was one of those errands that you were going to do on March 22nd, in your mind, was one of the things you wanted to do to talk to Alex?
Yes.
And
Yeah, it was clear to me that she was still grieving.
so did you want to bring a gun with you to talk to Alex?
Absolutely not.
Were you afraid of Alex?
No.
All right. I'm going to ask you some
Oh, you weren't
specific,
afraid of Alex? That's
communication
kind of. I
that
don't think that's what you want to
had
say, though.
received on the evening of March 21st. Were you sent a picture on Instagram by Jason?
Yes, I was.
And that's a picture we've seen. That's an evidence of the bathroom wall.
Yes, it is.
After you received that picture, what did you do?
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Did you have then a voice conversation with Jason?
Yes, I
in
did
addition
call
to
him.
texting?
The point of the defense
And
here
when
is to
you saw
argue that you were
picture,
scared
did
for
you
your
have some
life and
thoughts
the
in your
murder was
mind
actually in
about who had
self-defense.
written
So,
your phone number and,
lady, I think you're going to jail.
You know, F me on the bathroom wall.
I had some ideas. I thought it was either a barista or maybe some of the kitchen boys, as they're called.
What do you mean by kitchen boys?
Kitchen boys, well, that's what they call the workers who work in the kitchen side of racy jail lanes, which is called the nucleus. Just a bunch of guys.
Like cooks, chefs?
Cooks, chefs.
Did you, in your
Sounds like it has a
mind, did
weird
you think Alex
sexual
had written
kick
it?
to it, doesn't it? Like they're the kitchen boys and it's all
I'm gonna
exclusively
object to this
guys.
whole line of questioning is not being relevant.
Racy is correct.
Well, the state brought this in for some reason. I think her state of mind about it.
I'm going to override.
Thank you.
Relevance.
Were you planning to mention it to Alex?
Yes, I was.
What was your intent with telling Alex about this?
My intent
Me,
with
it sounds
telling
like
Alex
plantation
about
owner
this was
talk.
just to ask
Well,
him,
for
like, how do
context,
you think they
it's a
got my
coffee house.
number? It kind of sucks that this is going on. There's a lot of drama. Do you know who might be doing it? So I could ask them that this isn't right. Can you stop, please?
All right. Before, in the period of time
All right, so we're out of the.
you were at home
Onto the next cave
Yes.
theme.
in March,
The
were you
water
writing any
areas.
journals?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 365.
Yes.
And what's the title of that journal?
This journal is Ezra McCandless, Silence Broken.
I'm also showing you what's been marked as 366. Is there a title on that journal?
There's no title,
Is it
but
called
it's
the
called
kitchen
Journal 2.
pimps? That'd actually be fun. Oh shit, there's a Gatling Grok. God damn it.
Over what period of time were you writing these two journals?
It was a period of a couple weeks. I had been visiting someone for counseling, and
They're
they
hitting me
told
with the
maybe to
worst
write
enemy
down-
layouts right off the bat.
Sustained.
Why were you writing the journals?
To express how I felt about everything.
And were you doing it specifically because you were trying to have this be part of a therapeutic process for you?
Yes.
All right. So there's been some testimony about these journals being edited on March 21st.
Yes.
Did you open the journals on March 21st?
Yes. Over the period of weeks, I had finished it a couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen.
Now,
or
whatever you
edited.
say, lady.
Was this journal
Oh God,
in a
yelling
format
rock.
called Google Docs?
Yes.
Google
And
Docs.
In Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you...
Literally, yes, that's true.
You've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
Yes,
And
correct.
Were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words, so she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay. I'm going to put this now on the Elmo. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal.
God, if
what
we
you're
had to read
talking
everything,
about
we'd
and
really be
why,
here all
just in
day.
summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the
Actually
journal,
lost no
when you're
pigment during
talking
that.
about moving
Big ups.
back, it was the past summer and you had moved. Had you been, where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, so after your first year of, so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes.
Okay, just some people call secondary school high school, so I just
That's
wanted
true.
to clarify.
Sounds smart.
Okay, and so after your first year of college, are you telling us you'd gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence, months have passed between us and love had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful, it often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be. So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit.
Their goals are easy to fight, so I don't feel bad about punching them to death.
Very, very old spirits. So
Is that expression people use sometimes, oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that that's just how I expressed that.
As a reminder, these were some of the writings that she sent to John when he had specifically asked her to no longer contact him. These journals were used to convince Jason that she had been assaulted, and that even though she'd been sleeping with Alex for months and had actively scolded
being
Jason
swayed
for
by the
assuming that
glasses.
the relationship was too close, and that she'd been victimized
The
by
whole
both
point
John
of the
and Alex.
testimony
These
is that
journals
she's
are not
supposed to
like
look
Alex's
appealing,
journals.
so you
Alex wrote
fall
his
for her
philosophical
defense.
musings for essentially an audience of one. Other than Ezra, no one in his life was going through his notes, and he
He's
didn't send them to anyone.
evil!
But Ezra's journals were meant to get Jason to trust her and believe her story. It's relevant that while in the relationship, she told others that Jason was slovenly and abusive, that he lacked any sort of intelligence and was often cruel to her.
He was a
When they
fucking
broke up
buffoon.
and he tried to establish boundaries with her, suddenly she believes he is her long-lost love from a beautiful winter's past, from a lifetime ago, where they would have their own intellectual discussions.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Oh God,
Yes, I
that took a
have.
lot of HP out.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mango?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
I think she was already
What I
one.
meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt just I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked
That's
about
how you're supposed to
developing
play the
feelings
game.
of love for
I don't know
Alex.
why I keep trying to punch everything to death with the president.
And here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
I'm afraid of me losing
The difference
Pikmin, you
is
guys.
Coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this. I just want you to talk about how you feel.
All right, so coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of
shit.
love.
I'm felted.
So basically, she is stating directly that Alex and Hansen had maliciously sought to control
I don't have
her
enough Pikmin
while
to
she was
complete this
recovering
floor.
from her abortion, which, to be clear, is not true. The evidence indicates that Hansen just wanted to have sex with Ezra, and at no point was telling her what to think, feel, or do. I'm sure if she came to him and stated she was upset because of her abortion, he would have at least listened to her. But he wasn't trying to turn her away from Jason to make her
I
his
need to get
own.
to a
And
safe
the same was
floor
true
now.
for Alex. She just read pages and pages of journal entries from Alex, stating his love for her, how he didn't want
I
to
gotta come
change
back.
her, how he felt wanting to change a person at all was proof you never loved them in the first place. He didn't tell Ezra how to act. He literally did the opposite.
Hit the next safe
and told her
floor
no
and
matter
then
what
take
she
the
did,
exit
he would
and then
always love her.
continue
But now,
on
they're both
another
abusive
day.
manipulators who sought to destroy her. There can never be relationships that didn't work out, or issues that arose that made her feel bad, but didn't mean the other party was a terrible person. Anytime there is any issue, it's always because the other person
this
is
floor like?
villainous and out to get her.
I need an
so far,
exit.
she has called every person she has ever said was close to her abusive while on the stand. She also states directly here that Alex's suicide
Never-ending
attempt
playthrough.
happened
We're
because
right
she
there
told
on the
him that
cusp
she
of it
didn't
too,
want to
but
see
look
him.
at this shit,
According to
man.
the messages they exchanged,
Look
as
at what they
well as
want
the
me to
testimony
do.
she just gave, that isn't true. He was suffering with depression, and while I'm sure his relationship with Ezra didn't help, we have not been shown proof.
Technically, I
that
already
he
got
ordered his
felted the
attempt
second I ran
over
out of
her
whites.
in order to get her to sleep with him.
Ask you this.
Yes.
In this, and
Yes.
without putting on the screen,
There are just
you
so
wrote,
many
"I was
poison
an object even
traps."
called fetish.
Fetish?
That it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was
I
that
horribly,
the person I had
horrifically,
loved at that time
terribly mismanaged how many
uh,
Pikmin I was supposed to take
instead
in.
of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me, instead of essentially being
Yeah, I ran out of
Ezra
whites.
McCandless, the person.
I turned into
I
modern
was
day
just
Miami, according to GTA.
The want, the fetish, the
Too soon?
sexual aspects.
Is that how you felt at that time in your
Oh yeah, I gotta help out
relationship with
Olimar.
Alex?
Yes.
Is he alive? Is he dead?
You
Hello?
talk about what happened.
Where's the revive
with
Olimar
John
button?
And vomiting and fears. And then you also then
Note
talked
to
to
self,
that you
stop
had turned
punching
to your other
things to
friend
death.
for advice and concerns.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? You would turn to your other friend. What were you writing about?
I had talked about in there turning to my other friend being Alex about what had happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you wrote, you said, guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted. What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after I went to go talk to Alex, I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time, when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me, we can spend some time together, let me make you forget.
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, it was painful and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't, and then you wrote bit, but I think you mean but he would then change the position and proceed to say I'm fine and just too sensitive. Earlier you talked about your sex with Alex, talking about you're fine.
Yes.
That he should finish. Is that what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes, and I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to that, yes.
And at the end of the journal, you have a section called What is Next?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's their
in the
manifesto.
What is Next section? Do you need me to put it up on the screen for you to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. That section. Okay, so just again, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but
I'm refreshed, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this: when you're talking about this in this section about what is next, what are you talking about in this journal?
What I'm talking about in this journal, there were sections of this in this journal going through my relationship, my loves I had had, and in this what is next is I was writing about like, what am I gonna do next? What can I become? I felt that my opportunities are endless. I can keep pursuing the career I want. Very inspired by a conversation I had with my father and how I can take a course of action for myself. I can become who I am.
When you said I betrayed the one I love in many ways and felt nothing but regret and pain, knowing how far I lost myself, you put that in there.
Yes, I had.
And were you talking about how you were going to change that, or what were you talking about?
When I was talking about that, not that I was going to change the betrayal and the feelings of guilt, is that just acknowledging that this had happened. I'm not going to hide from what I had done, and I acknowledge the fact that my partner at that time was deeply hurt, and I can recognize that and acknowledge it.
You ended this with writing, I cannot hurt myself anymore, I cannot hurt the ones I love. Yes. I can become Ezra McCandless
Okay,
again.
I thought all the
I am
enemies
worth it.
appearing
What did
was
you mean
gonna,
by that?
and that I was gonna get the bad ending theme, but I got a good one.
There was so much going on in the past months.
Just got
There
one
was
treasure, the
drama,
Doomsday
there
apparatus,
was
so I have to
loss,
give
and
everything
there was
else up.
pain, and there was love.
Belted run.
And
So I need at least 15
I've
minimum
stepped
blue
back,
Pikmin to get that one
and
treasure.
I recognize all of it. I recognize that I am worth it as a person. I can be what I want to be. I can do what I want to do. As in career-wise, as an artist, I can just express myself and embrace that it's time for a change.
Damn, we literally just have the Dream Den left.
In this journal, and I'm trying to find the line.
Yes.
And I think Mr. Okay, the part about what is next, you talked about being inspired by your dad. Did you write the whole paragraph, what is next, or was that just a feeling you're having? I'm a little confused. The whole paragraph at the end, what is next?
Yes, I wrote it, yes.
I know you wrote it, but did you write that whole paragraph that night, or did you write it?
No, it
Yes,
was,
correct. That is what happened.
It kind of corroborated the fact that I can do this. I am worth it. He helps me embrace that feeling more with our talks.
Okay. And
You also, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but you also
Yes.
wrote what's called Journal 2.
Yes.
What's Journal 2? What are you writing about in Journal 2?
In Journal 2, it was more of a reflection of the guilt, the pain, the relationship issues I had had. It was also, it was kind of disconnecting myself from another in a relationship and looking at that, reflecting on that, and how I felt about that at that time.
Is that Journal 2
Hey,
much
how many
more
do I have?
specific to your relationship with Alex Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you end that with saying,
Hello,
I do
Jesse.
not
You did not. You haven't been here
in the
today.
abuse. I do not feel innocent. Are you referring also with Jason when you say I do not feel innocent? Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to all of it.
I'm
all of
making
it. To Jason,
incremental amounts of
to
progress in
all of my
Pikmin 2.
relationships at
I
the
collected
time.
one treasure
My mother,
and
my
tried to
father.
do the
Are
final
you
cave, but it's
feeling
really hard, so I had to
that you're
run it back.
taking responsibility, or
Yes, very much so.
is that a theme in therapy? Was your
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Pikmin streams
were
are the
you
best
wanting
for
during
true
this period of
crime,
time
so we
to
have the
take
return of
responsibility for your own
Ezra
actions?
McCandless.
Very much so.
Her story is so confusing, I had to make a
I wasn't running
command
from
just to
anything
catch
I've
people
ever
up
done.
on the drama.
I was taking responsibility for my actions, and even if I didn't want to look at all of the ugly parts, I was going to do it because I have a responsibility to grow as a person, and that's a big step of that.
You ended that essay with, I know I can
You
be
realize you're on
human,
trial for
I know
murder,
I can
right,
be
lady?
free, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is to
Oh
be
god, I gotta
more
dodge this
aware,
blowhog.
to be more conscious of
Oh, no,
my
let me know.
relationships. What I meant by that is I can be human. I can express myself. I'm not hiding, and I'm not. Essentially, that was mostly about cheating and leaving someone for certain reasons.
Now,
Let's run this
after
one
you,
back.
Did you send
Now
those
with an
journals to
all
Jason Mabel?
flowery squad.
Yes.
Did you want to
hello,
show
Manda.
your journals to Alex and John?
What's the command? It's Ezra.
Or I'm sorry, reading.
Is the command not visible
Who's
on
reading?
screen?
Okay,
It's literally
besides-
right there on the
Let me
overlay.
just rephrase the question. Besides giving the
Look
journals
closer.
to
Stop being blind.
Jason and Julia Post, did you want to go show these journals to anybody in person?
Alright, we're
Yes,
back
I
in
wanted to
Toyland.
discuss these in person and talk about it and show them. Yes.
Who did you want to show these journals in person to?
Alex and John, they're integral parts of the journal, so I thought they should be shown.
And
Why? If these two men had abused her and made her
I
feel
do
like
have it
a
at
fetish
50%
instead of a
opacity.
person and had
No, I actually have it at
manipulated her
70.
and ruining her life, as she stated,
Alright, we
why
got it
in
at
the world
90.
would she want to casually show them her essays accusing them? People react to abuse in different ways, but genuinely, the concept that she would want to meet up with these men who had hurt her in such a profound way that she contemplated suicide just to tell them that they did that is one of the most unbelievable things
And
she's
Golem
ever
was
said.
trying to tell me
Also,
only the
it's just an
second floor
objectively
was
cruel thing
difficult.
to do. Ezra knew Alex had struggled with his mental health, and in his writings, he viewed her as a nearly perfect person. He shared his writings with her, and though she maliciously misquoted them in court, it was clear that he held her opinion of him above all else. He spoke so highly of her that he often stated he had no idea why she was interested in him, and how he had gotten so lucky. He'd been deeply hurt by their breakup, but understood why it happened. If she were to tell him now that she saw their months-long affair as him taking advantage of her, not accepting her flaws at all, and that she viewed him as an abuser, he would have been entirely heartbroken.
Of those two people,
yes,
who was more important for you to do that with?
Alex.
Did you bring physical copies, or were you just going to look at it on your phone, or what were you going to do?
I didn't bring any physical copies. I have it always loaded up on my notes and in my Google, so there's really, if I want to read it to him or if I want to look at it, I can just pull it up.
So on the morning of March 22nd, did you come into town?
Yes, I did.
And when you came into town?
Yes.
As if she has anywhere to go.
I'm going to ask you about coming into town that day. All right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 424. Can you see this from where you are?
Yes, I can see this.
Okay. This is called the timeline of events.
Thank God she got the tier 1 to put on the glasses, or else she wouldn't have been able to see that.
When you first came into town, where did you go first when you drove into town?
First, when I drove into town, I went over to Alex's to see if he was even home yet. Or
What
he
happened
was
when
home.
you got there?
I knocked on the door, and nobody answered at all. So
Oh, spooky, mysterious. Nobody answered.
When you left there, I think you're saying you went to Racy's. What did you do when you got to Racy's?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha.
For free, of course.
And
Don't forget
I noticed
that
my
part.
friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mangle at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. When you go in, you've seen the tape, you go in.
He was like, hey, everybody.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that, the counter? It's a bar.
Whoa, it's Barry Linden. Big ups, Barry. Thank you for the 300 bits. Northern New Jersey crew checking in. Hey, what's up, man?
Yes.
Welcome to the late night chill. Thank you for the biddies.
I got my coffee with Max. I was just like, hey,
hello,
I've
Tim.
got the art, the painting I'd like to give you in my car. I'm in town today doing some errands.
Welcome in, Barry. We're doing true crime while I spelunk around in Pikmin 2. Final cave, the hardest cave.
Was that one of the errands that you were hoping to do on that day?
Yes.
So apparently, was it your original plan?
We'll see if I can
first you'll
complete it
talk to
tonight.
Alex, and then you'll talk to Max and explain.
Yes.
Section leading.
Leading.
That's just
Okay, I'll rephrase it. What was your plan when you were coming in for the
Whoa,
order?
it's
Would you were planning
Goki
to
with
do
the
things
10
on that day?
bits.
So
Ooses,
that day,
we
first
are
I was going
1,000.
Well, I gathered my things and I put my painting on
Thank
the
you for the
car,
bits,
and
guys.
I was gonna go
It's
talk
really
to
helped me
Alex
out a
and get
lot,
that
sir.
done for the
Yeah,
day,
tis
and
the
then
season.
I was gonna go to Racy's and see if I could find Max. and
It
get the
doesn't help me
paint
now.
swap,
I'm
and
gonna
then
see
I was
these
gonna
bits in
see
January.
Before I had to go home to watch my little brother now. I was gonna switch over. I had to
Tis
change
the
over mail address.
season?
That needed to
Is
be
that how
handled.
Jay types it out?
So after seeing Max, what did you do?
After seeing Max, he was pretty excited that I had the painting for him, and he had this painting he described to me as a cosmic goat that I would really like, so we exchanged those paintings.
And during this period, there's a picture of your car at Racy's, and then Racy's.
Only 2 Pikmin lost so far. I really shouldn't be losing any Pikmin at all, but I'm playing kind of dangerously.
Max's house, we talked
I'm
a
playing
little bit. He went
risky,
inside, grabbed
fast
his
and
paintings.
loose.
He came back to Racy's, and I dropped him off, gave him a hug.
Did you tell Max what your plan was?
Yes.
After you were seeing him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I wanted to go over to Alex's house. There was a lot I have to talk about with everybody, and I definitely wanted to talk to him today.
All right. So.
Hope you got your biddies worth out of that. So many things pelting me in the
Let me just
face.
ask, why did you only have a
Thank you,
brief
Barry.
exchange that morning with Jason? When
Your
you saw him?
night's
When I
going
saw
well
him,
here.
He seemed kind of occupied. I thought he was busy.
All right. Was that
After
unusual
this
to you?
cave, we'll have beaten the story
No.
mode at
We've had
long
many times where we
last.
just passed.
And after that, we'll start the challenge mode. It won't be tonight, but on a later stream.
I think that at least they have your return to Racy's here at 11:13.
Yeah, I lost 2
right?
more.
Did you stay at Racy's very long after you dropped Max
Colors
off
that I'd
again?
lose.
No, I think I went to the bathroom
It's like 2
and got
reds.
ready to go.
And after using the bathroom, where did you go?
To Alex's.
And same route as before? Do you know the route you took?
I take a couple routes to get to Alex's. It was probably the one I take usually, just right over.
Okay.
I need to lure these bulbarbs out.
What did you do?
When I got to Alex's house, I parked my car in the driveway, I left it running, and I grabbed his heating pad and such, and I went up to the door and I knocked on it.
All right, let me ask you about the heating pad. Why did you have a heating pad with you?
I had a heating pad because I had some really awful menstrual cramps, and I was
Alright, that works.
complaining about it one day, and he's like, "Oh, here's a heating pad I never use. Why don't you use it?"
But specifically,
Big ups on that heating pad.
Why on that day did you
Welcome,
have a heating pad?
Ivan Cypher.
Why did you take
Yes.
Alex's house? That's what
Pikmin chill
when
continues in Ah,
with
yes.
X,
It's
so
chiller
it can
than
only be
ever.
awkward. It was my way of kind of having an icebreaker, a buffer to start a conversation.
Were you planning to do something with the heating pad?
Give it back to him, yes.
Were you also planning to retrieve anything from his house?
Yes, I was hoping that he still had a few clothing items, and possibly I left an antique cup there that I really liked.
I think last week it was mentioned that the Little Prince, had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes
Got back to disguise
is that
delicacy.
one was a
That was the
kind of,
only treasure
I call
for
it a
this floor.
children's style book.
Yep.
So it was in English.
That was
and
Last Enemy.
It was wide and large.
Only 4 Pikmin
And
lost on the
other
first
Little
floor.
Prince he had given
So
to me
I'm giving
was
myself
a
an
smaller
F
version. It
minus.
was in French.
Pretty bad run.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Racey's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
So you go to Alex's house, you ring the bell. Are you afraid of him?
No.
You're
What
supposed to
happens after you
be.
ring the bell?
For your defense to
Knock
make
on the
sense, you're
door
supposed to be
and-
afraid.
Knock on the door, not ring the bell?
Yeah, no bell.
Okay.
I knock on the door and I hear some kind of shuffling around, and I noticed his
Alright,
roommate kind of comes down
this
the
is the
stairs and
ground
pops
floor.
his head in.
You
and then
can't reach
he's
me from over
gone.
here.
When you say his roommate, was this anyone you met ever?
Bring
met
out some
before?
reds. I used yellows
We hadn't
before,
met,
but I
but
don't
I'd
really
seen him
need them
plenty
for
of
what I need to
times.
do
It was
here.
Dave.
Had you ever really talked to him though?
No.
All right, so he popped his head, and then what did he do after popping his head?
Kind of. Well, I seen that he just kind of. It seemed like he went and got Alex, and then he just kind of scurried off somewhere.
Was Dave Stoyding dressed when
Gotta
he
be
came
careful
to
with the
the
big
door?
guy.
No.
Shit. Okay, I didn't lose one. I
You
don't think I
said
would
you thought he
trigger
got
him from that
Alex.
far away.
Why did you think that?
The bullets don't affect enemies. Before you
Because
think I could
Alex
just,
came down
I
shortly
could just bait him into shooting his fellow minions. Doesn't work.
Alex looked a little surprised to see me, and I said hi, and I was like, I have the heating pad and stuff for you. And he took it, and he was like, do you want to talk? And it was a quick exchange of words before we went upstairs.
When you were going to see Alex,
yes.
What are the things
Alright, we gotta do
you
that.
wanted to
I hate
do
relying
or
so much on the
accomplish
stony
in
spray,
having a
but
conversation?
fucking bullshit,
What I
man.
wanted to accomplish in having a conversation with Alex is that I didn't have any. I abruptly broke off our relationship, which I felt was unfair. I thought it was immature, the fact I did it over text, first off. I just wanted to make sure he was okay and how he felt, and I just felt that he had the right to express himself fully about how he felt our relationship was going, how things ended. Just wanted to check in with him.
Did you also want to talk to him at all about
Breaking up over text is pretty tough.
or anything like that?
Yes, I wanted to. I had. I knew
It's for
that
people who would
because
like
he
to
was close
avoid
friends with John
confrontation.
That I wanted to ask him about. It was an apology, actually. I was like, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
if you
Carl,
have to
I
talk
don't think
to
it's
any
working out. I think we
investigators.
need to
know
see
this
other
situation's
people.
Uncomfortable, and I wanted to share to him about my counseling and writing I've been doing since it.
So, with all of these purposes in mind, you go up,
Yes.
go inside with Alex. Where do you and Alex go?
We go to our usual spot,
shit,
which is
shit.
his bedroom, and I sit on his bed, and
I think
he's
most people's
kind of milling
usual
about
spot
his
would be their
room,
bedroom.
And then he sits next to me, and we start talking.
Are you afraid of him at this time?
No.
What were
When
you and
when
Alex
did she
talking
start
about?
becoming afraid of
Well,
him?
first I said my apology about I'm sorry that if you're uncomfortable because of you might have to talk to an investigator. There's things going on.
Look, at a certain
I
point,
also
the
mentioned
fear needs to start
I
settling
seen a
in
photo with my
so that
name
your
and-
defense
with not
becomes
my name, but my
believable.
number and some crude words.
At no
Do you have
point
any
have we
ideas
started
who might be
talking
doing
about how
this?
this dude made you afraid
Yes, I'm
for your
referring to
life.
Racey's bathroom.
Okay, and so you tell him those things.
Yes.
And how does the conversation proceed from there?
The conversation
We
proceeded
gotta speed
from
run to
there.
get this guy
I
back
was
to the
a bit
ship. If you leave him be, he
tearful
revives.
because I was expressing
Only
to him
enemy in the game to
about
behave
how
like that.
upset I was about what had happened and how I had been seeing some help about this and how I was expressing myself, kind of writing, and I was telling him roughly how I felt.
Had you brought a knife into
Whoa,
the room?
we have
No.
reacquired
There was some testimony that
the manual
Jason
honer.
Nicholson, he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something you had brought into the room?
No. I don't believe there was any such testimony, number one.
Running out of time here. He's gonna revive.
I don't recall any testimony.
Okay, maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with
Fucking
you at all?
Pikmin AI.
Okay.
I just want to toss you up here.
Why not?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance!
Overruled. You can answer.
Why didn't you bring a knife up there with you?
Well, I didn't bring a knife up there because we were talking, we were spending time together. I don't see any reason for a knife at all.
Alright. Did you,
Why didn't you bring a knife in anticipation of him attacking you? Idiot. I thought you were afraid.
How long this conversation was going on?
I never wear
Yeah,
a
think about it.
watch.
It's a good point.
I'm bad at keeping track of time. So, no, I don't.
At some point, as you're having this
check it out.
conversation,
We reacquired
what's the tone of the conversation
the
between
implement
you and
of
Alex
toil.
as you're having this conversation in
The
this room?
tone of
Some
our
goofy ass
conversation
names they
was
got for these.
somber, very solemn between us.
Alright, easy kill.
We were both pretty quiet and soft spoken, and it was just a gentle conversation at that point.
And I think did there's come a time where something interrupted that conversation?
Yes.
All right. Judge, do you want to take a lunch break now?
Well, I'm just kind of waiting to hear whether there's food. I'd like to go up until they're ready for the jury.
You want to go ahead and take a lunch break? I hear his Quiznos today.
We're going to break here real soon.
All right. All right. I asked you about an interruption, and and you said there was an interruption. What did you?
I remember when they tried, they trolled us at the courthouse. I can't remember what they said we were getting. They said we were getting like, I want to say it was like a good place. Like, oh yeah, today lunch is gonna be served from. I was like, oh my god, I can't wait for lunch, you guys. And then we finally break for lunch, and something's up with the catering, and we didn't get it. It was just a regular lunch day. We eventually got lunch from a good place, like a local barbecue joint. I can't remember what was the lunch we were carrot dangled, but we didn't get. I remember being very, very upset though. I was like, oh my god, I can't wait. Maybe being stuck here for 8 hours a day out of my whole week maybe it's worth it just to have this one good lunch. And it wasn't. But we weren't completely deprived. Like I said, we had the barbecue place one day. I'm zonking out. It was a couple restaurants. I was really disappointed that particular day, though.
Here that made you realize that somebody else was there.
What made me realize someone else was there is that I heard a ringtone very loudly, not far outside of the room we were in.
12 Angry Dingers. Yeah, I was talking more about it before you came in, Parma, but I had jury duty last year.
What had you done with your car?
Motherfucker caved an old lady's head in with a hammer.
Why?
I wanted to give him life, but we had some sympathetic jurors with me, and he only ended up getting 40.
And there's sometimes when if I don't leave it running for periods of time,
I hate this floor.
It will just not start again, and I also didn't really think I was going to be there that long.
Were you afraid because your car's running, somebody might steal it?
No.
Okay.
It's an ugly car.
When you heard the ringtone, were you saying anything to the Alex about having Jason help him?
No.
Were you saying let him help you at all?
No.
Was Jason invited to come into the house?
No, he just let himself in.
All right, so had you heard a knock at the door or a bell ring or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
I mean, he
even know the
did
door
knock,
had
but he didn't
opened.
bother
just
hearing. You're
kind of
too
burst in.
busy paying attention to
Jason had been
Alex.
led to believe by Ezra that Alex was a dangerous person. He had gotten the journals she had sent, where she wrote about how Alex had destroyed every inch of her in order to make up for the fact that he would never have a love as pure as Jason and hers. He had believed her when she said that Alex told her she was nothing more to him than a fetish, and that he wouldn't take no for an answer, and he felt that he needed to be there to protect her, as he hadn't been able to before.
Were you surprised, or let me rephrase that, what was your feeling or your emotion when you heard Jason's ringtone?
Why can't all didgeridoo bugs die that easily?
Surprised and just kind of, it shocked me. I was like, why did he just let himself in? Like, what's going on?
And when Jason all of a sudden shows up on the scene,
yes,
was there any change that you saw in Alex's demeanor?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was?
After Jason just let himself into Alex's home, I could tell that Alex,
it's the guy.
he was
I was
no longer
waiting for
sitting
him.
next to me like he was. He stood up, and he was very, I call it being bristled, but he seemed on edge.
What conversation took place
That's
with
like it.
Jason, you, and Alex in the room?
Watch another bomb drop as they carry that back to
burst
base.
into the room, and he was just using his hands a lot, and he was saying, "What's going on? Is everybody okay?" And he was talking, and I kind of stepped in, and I said, "Everything's fine.
We
We're fine. We're
reacquired
just talking."
the Glee
And
spinner.
Trying to calm him down, I said, "We're fine. We can talk in a public place."
Who suggested public place?
Kind of all did. We came to this conclusion that we should go somewhere public.
But was there something to be afraid of that was going to happen in the bedroom?
No.
Not even 5 minutes ago, she was talking about how Alex had manipulated her so intensely that she wanted to commit suicide, that he'd made her feel as if she was no longer a person, and he had used his power over her to coerce her into sleeping with him.
Oh,
If that is
shit.
true, being alone in a
What kind of
bedroom with
RNG
him
is
was an
that?
inherently dangerous place to be. Her denial of this is shocking.
So after this conversation with Jason, and again, is Alex showing any other reaction or any other part of that conversation?
He's, as I said, bristled. He's frustrated. He's a little, he started to get quiet.
I can
and
imagine
always
so if
see
he has
that
to
as a
interact
sign
with
that
you,
Alex
lady.
isn't particularly very happy.
Who left the room first?
Jason.
After Jason left, what did you and Alex do?
I kind of looked at him and I said, well, I guess let's, we both kind of were like, I guess we should go somewhere to talk.
All right. So did you and Alex leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went downstairs and outside.
When you get downstairs and outside, what's going on?
I was so confused to see that there were police vehicles there. And Jason was...
It's not clearly communicated, but the police are there because a neighbor noticed the boyfriend was
no, that's why it took me by
stalking the
surprise so much
house.
that all of a sudden there's these 2 police vehicles, there's police officers. I was just like, what's going on?
Did the police
They called the police just because the scene looks suspicious. It's complete coincidence.
I remember the usual police contact. They asked for my license and my name. They asked if everything was fine, and I said, yeah, we're going somewhere public to speak. Everything's fine.
Yeah, man.
I had no concerns.
How long did you talk with the police for?
It wasn't very long, no.
And when you were talking with the police, was there anything worrisome to you?
No.
All right, I didn't have to soft reset floor 3. Pretty cool.
Were there any words exchanged between you and Jason or Jason and Alex at all?
Yes,
I already know
had
this
said a few
cave like
things
the
to
back of my
Jason.
hand, baby. We'll be back at floor 10 before we're long.
Well, I talked to Jason before he rode off on his bike, and then I got back in the car. And
before we broke for lunch, I think we were at the point where
I hope they had
the
a good
police had
lunch.
left and you and Alex
It's the most
are
important
now
meal
leaving
of the
his
day.
house. Yes.
Oh God, it's this
Whose car
room.
were you in?
my car.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
When you left Alex's car, did you go to drive Alex's car? Excuse me, your car, Alex's house. Sorry, I'm talking too fast. Did you go to drive anywhere in particular?
No.
What was your intentions?
It was briefly discussed about maybe possibly going to a park or just somewhere in common to speak. We didn't settle on something.
As you were driving, were you paying much attention to where you were going?
No, just driving.
What was the subject of the
there we
conversation
go.
between you and Alex as you're leaving his house and starting to drive?
Gotta maximize the caterpillars. Caterpillars killing each other here.
Like feelings towards the relationship we had, and he started to now speak about how he felt about my relationship with Jason and how he felt about our relationship ending.
What was Alice's mood or demeanor during this conversation?
Alex was very solemn and he seemed...
Oh, that was it.
Frustrated.
As he was talking and you were talking,
yes.
What was happening to you and your feelings?
I started feeling anxious after our conversation being abruptly interrupted.
Hey, got him.
And now we were driving and talking
All right,
about
that works.
me and Jason and things like that. I started to feel anxious, just uneasy.
What did you do as a result of that anxiety?
As a result of my anxiety, I asked him if he'd be alright if he could drive for a while.
How did he respond?
He said, yes, yeah, I can drive. It's fine.
So what happened after he told you he could drive?
After we briefly parked, we switched drivers and he started to drive me.
Do you know where you were at that particular point?
No.
When he was driving at that point, did the conversation continue?
Yes.
All right, we got that
Were
one.
you paying attention at all to where he was going?
No, I was trying to focus on what he was saying.
Did you know where he was going or direct him to a certain direction at all?
No, we were just driving.
What was the conversation about then?
Like if I get a good angle, I can hit this one.
Conversation was more led by him at this point, and he was voicing his opinion about my continuation of the relationship.
Oh,
with
I really
Jason.
thought it was gonna hit there. That beetle's in the way.
Reminder, Ezra had told Alex that the relationship with Jason was toxic and abusive. So much so, he wrote in his own journals about how Jason was an abusive partner to her. Even if he didn't have romantic feelings towards her, he was well within
Doesn't
his
know
right to
anything
believe
now, you
that getting back
guys.
together with a 33-year-old was a bad idea. But he wasn't alone in not liking the idea of her getting back together with the medic. Because if you recall, Ezra had told everyone in her life that Jason was a horrible person. Ezra's mother, father, and all of her friends agreed with this particular assessment as well, and repeatedly asked Ezra why she would want to be back together with a man she claimed to have been so horrible to her.
And as that conversation continued, was there at some point that Alex stopped the car?
Yes.
Do you know where that was?
It was just some road. We just stopped.
When he stopped the car, what happened?
When he stopped the car, when he stopped the car, he just, we sat there for a moment and a car passed us. Not much happened other than he started to pull into what seemed like a driveway.
And was this, okay, just to clarify, where he initially
Oh, this is
pulled the
probably
car
when the-
over, was
yeah,
it
this is
on
when the murder
muddy
happens,
road, or
this
was
point.
it on a paved road?
The police come
It was
in.
on a paved
Police
road
go away.
turning into the muddy road.
It's
the best way to describe
suggested they go somewhere
But
public.
at that point, had he
They
completely
end up going to the
gone onto the muddy
backwoods,
road
and
yet?
you know, then some assault happens.
He decided to start driving again.
Yes.
What did he do?
He started driving, he proceeded to drive up the muddy road, and that's when we started to get stuck.
First of all, you've seen the pictures with the gate at the muddy road. Was the gate open or closed?
It was open.
All right. So when you say he got stuck or started to get stuck, what do you mean?
As we started to drive up this muddy road, it's kind of at an incline. We got stuck in the mud the first time.
Was there conversation about why he was driving up the muddy road?
No. Well, it was just kind of, this seems like a nice place to stop, I guess.
All right. Was there a plan to do
Nice
something?
muddy back
Once you get
roads in the
out
middle of
and-
nowhere.
We both
This seems
love
like a nice
nature,
place to
so
stop.
to get out, maybe
Stop right here.
look
Stop
around
right
a
here.
bit, explore.
Stop the car right here. Specifically right here.
When he got the car stuck, what happened?
When he got the car stuck in the road, I said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to, well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay. And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
Try not
When
to
you
get
were
too
able to move
greedy.
the car, what did you do?
Getting the extra hits in.
I was able to
I'm
move
trying
the
not
car
to get
because
attacked. I don't want to lose my
maneuvered it
captain
onto
again.
what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts, and then I got stuck in the mud.
You've seen the pictures of your car stuck in the mud.
Yes.
Did your car ever move again while you were there? And let me ask you now, you're stuck in the mud.
Yes.
What efforts do you make to get unstuck?
Well, I
Absolutely
tried your
none.
typical
Because you're in the
backing
perfect
up
place to
a
commit the
little
murder.
bit, moving forward, maybe
Not thinking
turning
about
the
getting
wheel
out of
this
there.
way, turning
You're only
the
thinking
wheel
about
that
how
way
you're
a
gonna
little
get
bit,
away
but-
with it.
You mean you turn the wheel to right and to left?
Yes, to see if anything would help get this out of the mud, but it just, the tires at one point just started spinning. There was no use.
It goes without saying that for a person recounting what they insist is the most traumatic experience they'd ever gone through, their behavior is highly unusual. Though she hasn't begun recounting the fictional details of the assault, she is talking about her last memories with Alex, a person she, within the past 3 hours, has claimed to have loved and deeply cared for. And yet the only time she has shown any emotion other than a strange, smug happiness has been when she had to point out her doodles in Alex's notebook. She hasn't displayed any sadness or anxiety when discussing seeing Alex for the last time. There's no trepidation or fear, and everything feels incredibly rehearsed, but it also feels like she is enjoying her time on the stand. It feels like she's the lead in a high school play.
Did Alex get out and try to help?
Not even
push him?
Broadway.
No.
And did you try to use any objects to get yourself unstuck?
I don't know why he's mindlessly shooting rocks off the stage. And usually he
Okay,
targets
first
a
of all,
captain
did you look
or
for things in
Pikmin.
the inside of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for
His
in the
AI's
inside of your
fucking
car?
broke, goob.
I was hoping there would be
Or maybe he's just letting
brick in
off some
my
steam.
car, board, anything I can use to wedge under maybe one of the tires to gain some traction.
Did you find anything you could do that with?
No.
Did you look in the trunk of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the trunk of your car?
I looked for the same thing, but there wasn't anything that I wanted to have to stick under my tire and see it break or get ruined.
Was there something specific in your trunk you didn't want to get ruined?
My tent.
And did at some point you take a blanket out?
Yes, I took a blanket out when I was looking in the back of my car, kind of in the back footwells, in the seat area. I set it on the ground near the open door. I wasn't too concerned.
I don't know if the commentary needs little asides like that. He's right though.
When you say the open door,
honestly,
which door are you referring to?
out of all the true
driver's
crime
side
tubers I watch, he does it the
Why was
least.
that door open?
The
There's
door
one
was
I watch
open
called
so
This
that
Is
I could
Monsters.
look for
And he's got like a snarky little aside for literally every
Did you ever
fucking
close that door?
moment
No.
he's got to pause.
What about a pillow? Did you take a pillow out at all?
Yes, a pillow had come out when I took the blanket out.
So that just happened?
Yes, it just happened.
Okay. So you're
Of course,
in
Shredding
the
has his moments, but he's remarkably lenient overall
mud.
compared to some of his contemporaries.
What is Alex doing to try to help you get unstuck?
At that point, he was very quiet. He wasn't doing really much. He kind of stepped back and he seemed like he was just letting me look and try to figure this out.
The things that were in your trunk, I know there's been some pictures shown that there's a couple of knives back in the trunk.
Yes.
Were you aware those were in there?
Not consciously, no.
Do you know how they got in the back of your trunk?
There's always various knives from moving place to place between my mom's and my dad's, and there was a lot of things in my trunk from moving out of my apartment. So somewhere between moves.
Was one of those knives something Jason had given you?
Yes.
And what condition was it in?
It was, one of the clasps was broken.
We also saw a picture of what looked like a steak knife or a kitchen knife.
Yes.
Did you know that was in there?
I didn't know that was in there, no.
Did you take those knives out at any time?
No.
Did you go into your center console to try and get anything to move the car?
No, I didn't really look in there.
At some point, did Alex get out of the car too?
Yes.
knives. That
At some
sounds
point, did
normal.
you
Maybe
move
this was
other
the
items
UK.
from around in your car in the
Okay.
back seat. Just as, well, what I want to ask you about is the paintings Max gave you. Do you know if you moved those at all?
I did move the paintings. One of the paintings was upright, so I moved it to the front seat. I didn't want it to get ruined in me rummaging around. And the other painting had slipped under the seat.
So when you moved that painting, the larger painting, or maybe we could call the abstract painting?
Yes.
Where was Alex at that point?
Alex was outside of the car.
After not finding anything to move the car,
yes.
What were you
Way
going
to
to
start
do
working
next?
on the Beatles.
Breathe. I was like, how great. I don't know where I am. I have no idea. I'm stuck in the mud. I don't know what to do. I need to breathe.
I'm just going to show you this diagram that has been used previously. It's exhibit number 285. Thank you. And just to orient you.
Yes.
Do you understand what is being shown
I
here?
do.
Okay. So this diagram shows tire marks in two different places.
Yes.
All right. The diagram shows to a pillow. Is that the pillow I was asking you about?
Yes, it's my pillow.
Okay. And although I'm sure it's marked on here, it's not. The diagram shows a blanket?
Yes.
All right. Now this is your car. Did you notice something next to your car by where you were stuck?
Yes, I noticed a large, what seemed to be military trailer.
At some point, did you go over by that trailer?
Yes.
Why?
It was a bit tall for me to look inside, but I kind of peeked at it to see if there might have been something. I stopped focusing on it and I decided to go sit just kind of on the hitch of the trailer.
Okay, do you see this pointed object near where it says trailer?
Yes.
Is that a visual, though not accurate, representation of the hitch?
Yes.
So when you went over to the hitch, what did you do?
I went over to the hitch of the trailer and I decided to sit on it, and I was just trying to breathe through the anxiety and the feelings of being stuck, not knowing where I am, and I was just kind of looking out into the woods, sitting on this hitch of sorts.
During the time that you're sitting and looking out into the woods, was Alex talking with you at all?
He was behind me, but he was at my car at that point.
Was he in your line of vision, or how? Let me just ask this: how did you know he was at your car?
I could hear him open and close the door.
Was he talking to you at all?
No.
During this time, were you facing towards Alex or away from Alex?
I was facing away from Alex towards the woods.
Did there come a time where, as you were facing away from Alex towards the woods, that he approached you at all?
Yes, he had approached me from behind.
Well, since he's from behind, how do you know he's there?
I could feel him. I could feel that he was there. I could hear him approach.
Yeah, I
could
bet he
feel
wishes you could feel
just
him.
that somebody was.
Why didn't you want him? Why?
When he approached.
What the hell, man?
As I was sitting there, he approached me from behind, and he wrapped his arms around me. It was kind of a hug. He held me there for a little while.
Did you say anything?
I kind of tensed. I didn't really reciprocate the hug, and it was kind of a silent moment between us. But I felt awkward and uneasy, and it wasn't in a time for me to
Awkward
feel
and
like I
uneasy
wanted a
isn't
hug,
scared
I
for your
guess.
life, I have to say.
This is a new portion of the story that Ezra is so graciously telling us in court. As you probably recall,
What a
in her
kind,
previous
gracious soul.
interviews about what had happened, she claimed that when they got stuck in the mud, something she claimed was entirely Alex's fault.
Right.
She went to
Like
the back
BRB
seat
while
of the
they
car
carried this
to
up the
try and
hill.
see if there was anything they could use to put under her back tires to get some traction. She went outside, bent over, looking for something to use, when Alex came up from behind her and began assaulting her. That is the story she told to the police. But that quite literally could not have happened, based on the footprints that were found at the scene. Ezra had hoped that by the time the police found the body, the footprints would have been erased by nature, but thankfully that wasn't the case. Once again, you have to ask yourself, why would Ezra lie about this to the detectives? if the end result is the same, as she is still claiming that Alex's actions put her in fear for her life, then what was the point of claiming that the assault happened in this particular way? Why would she leave out this point in her retelling? It's only when you understand what her lies are in service of that you understand why she's lying about these things. She lied to the police about the area where she and Alex drove to in order to keep the police from finding the body, until the crime scene would no longer show what she had done. She lied about losing her memory so she wouldn't have to say definitely what happened to the police until she knew what they could and could not prove she did. She lied about where the attack took place because she attempted
aren't they
to
carrying
move Alex's
faster?
body back outside, but gave up halfway through, and so on and so forth. If we wanted to, we could even go through the lies she told throughout the relationship and determine why she told those as well, but we still have another 45 minutes of footage to go over, and I'm sure everybody has already clicked off of this video at this point, because what are we even looking at? So let me know if you're still there.
I'm still here. I'm still here, sadly.
Yes.
Thank you for the We Love Pikmin, Sakura.
Working phone with you?
No.
Welcome, welcome.
You had your iPod, I guess.
Coming up on 5 hours in. True crime time. Final Cave, the Pikmin 2 story.
Alex at any point to make
Love 100% it's single player after this. It's my second run of the Dream Den. And we've required the mirrored element.
It was a very brief kind of quick conversation about should we call somebody for
man,
this?
it is almost 5 for people in Eastern time zone.
I think.
See, we run on 7 time over
no,
here.
we did not make a phone call.
All right, you could handle it, but you hadn't been able to move the car. What are you thinking when you're saying I can handle this?
What I'm thinking is...
We're continuing the story of Ezra McCandless lady, psychotic hipster in Seattle, who murdered one of her partners.
Not to belabor this point, but Ezra
the
didn't
command,
really pay for
Ezra,
anything in her life.
will catch
That
you up on a
morning,
story.
when she had gotten coffee at Racy's, she had paid for it and left a tip,
Quite a
which was so
promiscuous
entirely out of
woman,
character
as they
for her
say.
that everyone who knew her took notice of that fact. She usually got her coffees for free because she had purposely become friends with everyone who worked there. Or, if they told her
long
they
con
couldn't
to get
comp
free
her
coffee.
coffees, she would get another patron to cover it for her, as she would talk to everyone who entered the shop. Even when she was employed, she very rarely bought things for herself, instead relying on Jason or her parents to purchase things for her. She had never paid rent, or even paid for any of her own bills. Given the fact that Alex was employed and in love with her, it's more than likely that if they'd gotten the car towed, she would have made him pay for it.
So let's go back to him coming over. He gives you a hug.
Yes.
What happens after?
Yeah, she was drinking free coffee every day. Every single day.
Intense. I think he felt that because he let
How many years was she a patron there? That all adds up.
And
think of all the money she saved.
I think he could see that I was breathing. I was trying to breathe through some anxiety, and he suggested that maybe I should go lay down or look around in the car again.
Okay, when you say you were breathing, can you describe what you mean to all of us?
What I mean
Describe
is
to the jury what exactly you meant by breathing.
A lot is running through my mind, and I was breathing heavily. My anxiety was heightened at that time. I was trying to breathe through it, so I was trying to deeply breathe. It wasn't working too well.
Yeah, the free coffee poisoned her. It turned her insane.
Alex letting go of Ezra after he realized that the hug wasn't being reciprocated and that she didn't appreciate his touch goes directly against how the defense is attempting to portray him. He felt that she didn't appreciate being touched, so he stopped touching her. That also does not align with how she reframed his journals earlier. If Alex believed that consent came secondary to what he wanted, why would he respect her boundaries in that moment? Continuing on, it seems as if she just remembered that she should be anxious in this moment. Her lawyer asks her about if she has to focus on breathing in order to quell her anxiety, and she takes almost a comedically deep breath, doing exaggerated shoulder movements up and down. The only other time she has done this was when she was looking at her doodles in Alex's notebook. But it seems like she just realized that she wants to portray herself as a deeply anxious person.
They tried their damnedest to keep the ruse up, but it's like, you're not a good actor, lady.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
She's trying to do a one-woman show with no stunt
I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
Yes, first the free coffee, then
was
the
like, all right,
world.
maybe, and I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side.
Be careful with that pig in a party hat over there.
The door was open, and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car, was from the back.
Why were you going to the back seat and not the front seat?
I was thinking maybe he's right. I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
I did.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
How were you laying down when he came over?
When he came over, I was still... When he first came over, I was still in a somewhat crouched position. So I felt him, I heard him approach, and I laid down. I got into the car further and I laid down on my back.
When you laid on the back, what happened with Alex?
When I laid down, Alex had
stop
started
copying
to
throughout her
come into
tearful
the car with
testimony.
me and
This is triggering
position
memories here.
himself above me. He's, you could say, straddled.
To be clear, according to the blood evidence and the evidence at the scene, the first time Alex was stabbed was in the back, as he walked away from Ezra. This entire portion of her testimony is all fabricated. As such, I will not be pausing every time she says something that is false.
Alex speaking to you at that point?
Yes, he started to speak to me at this point, yes.
Can you tell us the words you heard Alex speak to you?
What he said to me at this time was, he started to describe me, and not in a third person sense. And he also started to
Can't wait to see her recite some fan fiction live.
Well, let's just stop because I don't know.
That's
what
pretty
you
much
mean
what she's
by
gonna
he
do. He's
described
gonna
you in
do
a third
he's gonna have a
person
fan
sense.
fiction
Can you tell us
segment.
specifically
He's
what
gonna
you
tell us what
remember him
really
saying?
happened.
Specifically, what I remember him saying is, Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra, in the sense he kept saying my name and then something after that. Ezra is so handsome.
All right, so Ezra is beautiful. Ezra's
Even
my
when she
shining
lies,
sun.
she has
Ezra's
to blade
handsome.
herself.
Had he ever talked to you that way before?
He hadn't talked to me. He's said pet names before. He's
Oh my God! Come on.
sweet talked me before, but this was different because it was disconnected. It was third person.
So in other words, are you, like before he would say you are this, you are that?
He would say you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're this, you're that. But at this point, at this time, he was saying Ezra is, instead of, it was more as if I was an object.
After he's saying Ezra's beautiful, Ezra's...
How cruel of him to do that to you.
Calls for speculation.
That's how she felt. I believe that's perfectly
Yeah, talk about it. Yeah, talk about insulting to his memory.
Previous question before
Yes,
the
Your
answer.
Honor. Previous answer.
He waxed
before
poetic
counsel
before he
started
stabbed me in
again.
the back, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule it. Go ahead.
It's in character, at least.
So you're feeling that he's referring to as an object. What else are you feeling at that point?
At that point, I'm not so sure how to really think about what was happening. I was a little confused because it
And he wakes up
hadn't
to
come on
the
to me
slightest
earlier
thing
that
wakes
day.
this
I
dude
didn't
up.
think he was going to do this. I was starting to feel my anxiety come back full force.
Did he do anything with respect to your glasses?
Yes, he started to do things slowly and methodically. He first removed my glasses.
When your glasses are off, can you see?
No, not at all. Barely past.
How cruel. How dare he do such a thing?
So when he removed your glasses, what were you able to see?
Basically not even human.
I was able to see that he was in front of me. I can't see much.
I think you were saying that in addition to his referring to you in the third person, he was also saying something else. Can you tell me what else you heard?
That I was handsome and that he deserved this. I had betrayed him. I went back to Jason. He was upset about this and that he deserved me.
If we were to refer back to Alex's journals, when he spoke of Ezra and how he felt secondary in her life, he felt that it was a reflection on him. He felt that he was not good enough for her, that she deserved better, and that she would always pick Jason over him, and so on. His journals indicate that he was an incredibly depressed individual who had to work to find anything worthwhile about himself. He was not a self-important,
I swear,
confident
Your Honor, I
person who
swear
believed
the
he
last
should own
words that
Ezra.
came out of his
And in every
mouth were
single
about how
journal
cool
he
and
had used to try
positive I
prove his
was. Your
point, he has
Honor,
said
I
that.
swear
She's
you gotta
also, of
believe
course,
me, Your
smiling
Honor.
slightly when she says this, which could be a duping delight smile. But regardless, her general tone and behavior is not aligned with what she is
rewired
saying.
the
She's
insect
also seemed to
condo.
have already forgotten to try and seem like she was having a hard time breathing due to anxiety.
Much
I guess
better
she thought
floor
that
5
one
than
side would
the
convince
last time I
people
was
enough.
here.
Or
I think
maybe
by
she
this
thought
point
getting
in the
stuck
last run I
mud
was
was
down to
more
50 Pikmin
anxiety-inducing
already,
than
or
taking a
60.
stand for a murder
50 or
trial.
60.
After Alex
We're doing
says
better
he
this run,
deserved you
basically.
and takes off your glasses, what does he do?
He then takes my scarf and he places it over my eyes, and I felt his hand on my face, and he asked me if I could see him. And I told him no, I cannot.
So he puts this, you tell him you can't see him.
Normally this is a boss floor.
What does he do next?
Thank God there's none here.
After he asks me a few times if I can see him, and I tell him no, I can't see you, Alex. I can't see him, but I can feel him start to touch my clothes.
What's going through your head?
What's going through my head at this time is I don't know what I was assuming what I thought I knew what he wanted, and I wasn't sure, and I was anxious, and what was going on was going through my head.
Were you going to tell him to stop?
I hadn't really voiced much until after he had kissed me.
Then, after kissing you,
He didn't voice any complaints until he did the thing that prevents you from speaking and voicing complaints?
No.
Sorry, it was
I
semantics, but
just was quiet.
she
and I was
didn't
still.
verbally complain until he kissed her,
actions as you were quiet.
which is
Yes.
that's she would not be able
what
to
is
voice
he
any
doing
complaints
besides kissing you? What does he do?
because he's
After
kissing
he
her.
kisses me, and
Whoa.
I pull my head back.
We have
a bit,
reacquired the
I
future
felt that
orb.
He touched the hem of my sweater. I could feel a pull on it. And I wasn't sure at the time really what he was doing, but I could feel it start to give away. It felt looser, and my sweater had been opened.
Did you know how he had opened your sweater?
After I felt my sweater start to give away, I took off the scarf, and I could see that he was cutting my sweater.
All right. When he kissed you, did you tell him to stop?
Yes.
Why say stop about the kissing?
He
I
didn't
didn't
ask
ask
me
for
if he
it,
could kiss me. I
stupid.
couldn't see he was going to do it. It was so sudden, and it caught me off guard, and I didn't.
Where was
it
the
was
consent,
strange.
you guys?
It caught you off guard. You asked him to stop. Did he stop kissing you or continue?
He tried to kiss me again, but I tried to pull away with my limited room where I was.
So now he's cut your sweater
Sounds
open.
so
Do you tell him
believable,
stop
lady.
then?
No, I
You go,
froze.
girl.
What does he do after he cuts your sweater?
After he cuts through my sweater, he then starts to cut through my second shirt.
Do you move then?
No.
Why not?
I'm just trying to breathe. I'm frozen. I don't know what to do.
When you say frozen, what do you mean?
What I mean when I'm frozen is that I'm
I was
still.
frozen today.
I'm limp. I'm not moving or resisting or fighting. I'm there.
Why?
I didn't know what to do.
After he cuts through your shirt, what's the very next thing you feel?
The next thing I feel is that my second shirt starts to get cut, and I can feel that he's cutting it, but I also feel a slight prick or something. And after that, he moves to my pants.
Were you able to see what he was cutting with?
Yes.
What was it?
It was a knife.
Now, about that knife, had you taken that knife out during the time that you were stuck?
No.
When you came back to the car before you got in the back seat, had you noticed that something was different?
I noticed something was different. I looked into the front of my car and I noted how it was strange that my wallet was out of the console and that my middle console was open. I thought it was strange.
Let me take you back to the cutting. So
Yes.
he's cut through your sweater, he's cut through your shirt, he's cut a little bit into your t-shirt, you have felt something on your
Yes.
stomach, I believe. And after that, what does he do next?
After that, he starts to cut through my pants. He's starting near the button, well, below that. It's on the front of my pants or the inner thigh, you can say. I can feel that he's pulled on it to give room so that he can cut through.
Was there, besides your pants, was he cutting through anything else at this point?
At this point, he had cut through my tights as well.
Where on your pants
Not
and your
the
tights had he cut
tights.
through at this
Anything
point?
with the
At
tights.
this point, he had cut through the inner thigh area of my pants and tights.
After he's cutting through your pants and your tights, what happens next? Do you feel anything different at some point?
What was different at this point is
Yeah, I
that
feel like
could
she's
feel
spinning
the
us some
knife start to
bullshit.
graze
That's what I
and
feel.
Cut into my skin.
Where in your skin do you feel it?
I feel it on my vagina. I feel it. It's inside
My vagina.
the hip region. I could just feel a pinch, and I could feel that the knife had been meeting contact with.
Are you moving?
A pinch or a prick is a good way to describe the slight pain she would be in when she was cutting her hand with the knife after the murder. Because to be clear, she never tried to take the knife away from Alex. As we covered in our previous video,
she
men
was
and
too
women who
afraid
have
to do
survived
that.
Attacks like the kind Ezra is talking about have discussed how, in order to save their lives, they were forced to grab the weapon of their attacker, and this left them with a deep wound, and some having their hands nearly severed.
Don't worry,
When
I'm
in
only
that
watching this
position,
true
they were
crime
driven to
video for the
act.
purposes
The
of
cuts on Ezra's
educational
hands, arms,
purposes
legs,
and
were all
ridicule and
surface
critique.
level, and
I'm
indicated
learning
that
about
they were
how
placed there
not to kill a
purposely.
guy.
She wanted to give the impression that she had been in a struggle, so she harmed herself, but she wasn't willing to injure herself in any significant way.
What happens when, well, you decided to name the groin? Did you actually do it?
Yes.
What a
happens then?
coward. Not willing to
She
hurt herself in a
reacts and he drops the
significant,
knife at that
meaningful
point.
style way.
This is in addition to her narrative that, once again, she had no reason to keep from the detectives when she confessed to the crime. Again, in every iteration of what she claims happened, she has been the victim. She was the one forced to act to protect herself, and that doesn't change throughout her retellings. So why would she lie about this? Why wouldn't she tell the police this?
When he drops the knife, what do you do?
Instantly, I grab the knife and I've used my arm to pull myself into the footwell. And that's when everything really starts to happen.
All right, I'm going to talk to you about
This
everything starting to happen. You have
this
the
floor
knife.
must always have the same
Yes.
layout. No RNG with this one.
At this point, I have the knife.
Same as it ever
I'm trying
was.
to get out of the car. I need to get out. I need to get away, is all I'm saying. And
I feel like that was a legit and positive contributor. One time
And
we
this
had
is
an
when I
actual
began
dev come in
to
here,
defend
Parma,
myself
but
and
because
stuff.
his initial message read
No,
like a
you're
bot
saying you wanna
message,
get out of the
I
car.
banned
You
him
no
on the
longer lie
spot,
down in the
and then he
seat
had
with
to
your head
talk to
by
Carl.
the passenger side door.
I
Where in the
did
car
unban
are you
him,
at
but he
this
never
point
came
as you're
back.
trying to get out. You're holding this knife.
At this
I
point,
was too
when the knife
engrossed
is
in the game.
my hand, I am trapped between the open door
Thankfully, we did
and the middle of the car, so
clip
where the
that
console
moment,
would be,
but
or the seat.
like, come on, it read like a bot message. We was speaking like a bot. Like I read the first sentence and I'm like, okay, yeah,
Which
bye bye.
direction are you facing it?
I'm
Fucking
facing
instantly. Like as
what
quick
would
as
be
I
forward
banned
at
that
this
dude,
point
that's
is
how
the rear
that
of the
dev got
car.
treated.
I'm
And he
facing
never
Alex,
came
but
back. He was giving me tips
my
and
back is
shit.
pressed against the driver.
Where is Alex?
Alex is in front of me. He's in between.
No, I
he's not
verified
directly
later.
in
That
front of
was
me,
that was a
but
legitimate
he's
developer.
in between me and the door.
But come
you
on, he
trying to
came
get
in
out?
his in this chat, proper punctuation,
unable to
proper
get out, so what do
grammar.
you start
This is
doing?
not how people talk in
What I
Twitch chats.
start
I'll have you
doing
know.
is defending myself. I was as Alex is grabbing me, I
Was
started
like,
stabbing
"Hello,
him
sir.
anywhere and everywhere
Might I
could.
interest you in
I didn't know
da-da-da-da-da."
what was
I was
happening.
like, "Okay,
I just
yeah,
needed to
bye-bye."
get away. I just needed to get out of the car.
Were you consciously aiming for any particular place when you were stabbing him?
No, it was happening fast, and it was anywhere and everywhere.
Do you have any memory of the order
Oh,
in
this
which you
part
stabbed him at all?
sucks.
No.
Do you have any memory
no, no.
in particular of him
Okay, that was close.
attacking you as you're stabbing?
Alright, I see why the
As I'm
puffy
trying to get
blowhogs are
out of
here.
this car,
First, I
as
was wondering
I'm
why they were
trying to
deploying
make my
them.
way to the open
A bit
door,
easy.
Alex grabs me by the throat, and I'm pressed. My body and my head is pressed against the driver's side back of the seat.
And is this happening before you stabbed him? As you're starting? Do you remember?
No, it was absolutely my
happening
fault. I
as
wasn't
it was
paying
as I
attention
was
because I was
stabbing
playing the
him.
game.
Okay. So he's grabbing you by the throat.
It was a
You-
high-intense
you
action
saw
game,
red mark
guys.
From these pictures on your throat?
Yes.
Is that where he was grabbing you?
Yes.
And besides grabbing you in the throat,
No,
what else is he doing to you? Do you know?
I couldn't get over it
His
the rest of
hand
that
slips from
segment.
my
I felt
throat,
too
and
bad.
It moves to the back of my head where he
It's like,
grabs my
aw,
hair.
dude, I never get devs
What
in
happens
here.
when he
The
grabs your
first
hair?
dev
Do
I
you
get, I
remember?
fucking kick him out on
I
sight.
remember as he grabbed my
On a
hair,
fucking
he was
fight.
holding it very tight, and he was pulling my face towards him. And I remember that's when I had stabbed him inside the head.
Why did you
Nice
do that?
self-defense there, lady.
It was a response to being pulled so close to his face.
When you did that and you're stabbing him and he's grabbing you by the throat,
How did that
he's
make you
pulling your
feel,
hair,
stabbing him in the head there?
as this is going on, at some point does he let go?
Yes.
When he lets go, what does he do?
He didn't just let go, he had ripped my hair out from my head. And he then got out of the car.
I haven't been pausing every time her story disconnects with the evidence, as we've already gone over what the evidence shows happened in the case, but he did not rip her hair out of her head. Again, this is a new addition, one that if happened, there would be evidence of, but there isn't.
She got over her PTSD. Her memory's coming
When
back
he
to
gets
her.
out of the car, well, let me ask this first of all.
This
Before he
story
gets out of
makes
the car
complete
and you're doing
sense
this
to
dance,
me.
Are you trying to kill him?
No.
What are you trying to do?
I just want to get away. I need to get out of the car. I need to get away as fast as I could.
Stabbing him in the fucking head. Are you trying to kill him? Are you trying to kill him,
Because he
ma'am?
wouldn't
Oh,
let
no,
go,
no, no,
he
no.
wouldn't let
I'm
me
just trying to
out.
get away.
I was
How do you think, how does
wouldn't let
stabbing
go of
him in the
you?
head help you get away?
Where?
My throat and my head.
When he lets go and he goes out of the car, do you run after him and keep stabbing him?
No, I was...
What do you do?
I was crumpled. I was inside the car.
I was
still,
crumpled,
and
you
I was
guys.
sitting inside the car on the driver's side seat.
At some point, do you get out of the car?
Yes.
And where is Alex at that point in time?
Alex is standing up near what was the green trailer.
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes. I was confused. I didn't...
Well, I just want you to tell us
What he said to me, what I heard
I
him
want you
say
to tell us
me
the
was
fucking
that
truth,
he
man.
needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
So, Alex has just been stabbed in the groin, head, and chest. But the only thing he says to Ezra, the person who stabbed him after, is that he needed help going to the bathroom. That doesn't make any sense either. He's been stabbed in the head, he would be screaming, trying to get away from her, trying to call the police or emergency services. But instead, he walked over to the green trailer and told her he needed help going pee. Sure. Again, Ezra has to account for the fact that blood was found outside of the car despite her original story, that the entire attack took place inside of the car. She needs to account
we got back
for why
the
crime
essence
scene
of
investigators
desire.
were able to state that the first place Alex was stabbed was by the green trailer, and the fact that the evidence showed he was then chased to the car, being stabbed along the way. And the completely reasonable story they have
Is it
settled
around
on
this
is
floor that I
directly
lost
after
Olimar?
attempting to sexually assault
Doing
Ezra
way better than
and
my first
subsequently
run.
being stabbed in the head, chest, and groin, he walked away from the car and told her that he needed help to pee.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
But he just tried to
When
attack
you
you, and you
approached
stabbed him in the head. This is after you stabbed
How are
him
you
in the
feeling when
head.
you
Now you want to
approach
help him go pee-pee.
Disconnected
Okay, lady.
and dizzy and just full of I couldn't breathe.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
I just wanted to help. That's my first response, is to help someone.
So you go by him, you're going to help him.
Yes.
And at
I mean,
this
he wasn't
point,
helping you a
what
couple
does he
seconds
do?
ago in this story.
When I go to approach to help him, I come near him, and this is when he grabs me again.
Yeah, I don't know
and
what
he
her
pulls
gambit
me
is,
very
Parma.
close and tight to his body.
Where's the knife?
Because that makes sense. He was just stabbed by her, but he's going to hug her. I don't know if anyone here has been stabbed
He's
before,
real kinky
but
like
as
that.
someone who's been stabbed by farm equipment due to a machine error, it's not a fun experience. You don't just kind of walk away from that and then go about your day.
Oh, great, this
The knife is
floor
in my
again.
hand still.
When he pulls
I
you
lost a
close and
couple
tight to your
here.
body, what are you thinking?
He's going to kill me.
What do you do as you're thinking he's going to kill you?
I'm a strong, independent woman who don't need no man.
Stabbed him in the side, hoping
And
he
then
would
I
let go.
stabbed him
Why do
even
you think he's
more.
going to kill you at this point as he's grabbing you close?
I thought he was going to pull me down to the ground and get the knife.
Why do you reach around and stab him? Why, I mean, are you not face to face or?
It's because I'm pulled tight to his body, and that was the only place my arm could go.
Did you stab him any more after that?
No.
All right. After
Why
this
not?
last stab one,
He's
where
trying to
do
kill
go?
you.
I retreated back into the car, and I sat there shivering.
When you're doing that, were you watching at all what Alex was doing?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
Alex took his coat off, and he laid it on the ground near the trailer, and then he proceeded to lay down on the coat.
You know, I think I had forgotten to ask you, but in this earlier struggle in the car, had your boots come off at all?
Yes, one of my boots had come off.
Do you know which one it was?
No.
And did you later take off another boot?
Yes.
Had you done that yet at this point?
No.
He's laying on his
Relevance.
coat. Is he talking at all?
I could hear him speaking, yes.
Can you hear what he's saying?
I could hear him saying that he had been waiting for this for so long. I heard him saying strange things about roommates, and he just kept saying he's been waiting for this for so long.
After you hear that, what do you do?
I was still in the car at that point, and I was breathing, and I kept saying out loud what's happening, what's going on, and this is when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get away.
All right, so you decide you need to go. Are you kind of like almost feeling like things aren't black at all?
Where
Are
people
you
get off just
conscious,
straight
or
lying
what's
like
going on with
this.
I'm feeling like
She's damn lucky there's literally
Like
no one who can
things are-
refute the
I feel
testimony.
dizzy
Crazy as
and
it may
faint,
be.
like I
But she's
can't
able to
catch my
make it
breath,
because nobody else was there to
that
see
things
what
are
actually
starting to go
happened.
black at the sides. It felt like I was in a tunnel. Like I could only see so much around me.
Does Alex keep talking, or eventually, or does he stop at some point?
He was not talking anymore at that point.
And when you're in the car, do you find your glasses?
Yes.
Was this the first time you found your glasses?
Yes.
Up until that point,
I'm doing great, Jesse. Thank you.
you had problems with what you could see?
Yes. I couldn't see at all. I hadn't put my glasses on yet.
On
When you put your
floor
glasses on,
level
what
8
do you
of,
do
I don't know
next?
how many
Put
floors
my
there
glasses
are,
on
but
and
there's
I
at
could
least
see
10.
everything, and
There's likely a
I'm
final
sorry,
boss
this
at the
is
end, so we'll
the
say there's
point when I
11 floors
decided
minimum.
I needed to go.
I think it's on 2-0 is set with a rank up.
Couldn't breathe.
I'm tilted as hell. Should I stop playing? Stop playing.
Yes.
Whose phone?
If I know anything
I
about
seen
rank
Alex's
up
phone.
battles,
Did you
if you're
take it?
2-0,
Yes.
Why?
not worth it.
In my head, I
It's not
wanted
worth
to call
it.
the
I know
police.
that
wanted
that
to
means
help. I wanted to
like
do
you're at an
anything I could do.
advantage.
So in her head,
But
she
2-0
wanted to call
means
the
you're about
police
to
and get
lose
help.
3 in a row
But
next.
In reality, she didn't call the police and get help, and his phone ended up broken, seemingly after being smashed by a rock on the outside of Don Sippel's
Give it a
farm,
couple
where
hours,
she
come back
appeared.
and play your
At
first
that point,
game.
You're thinking that
That'll
as
be
you
the
leave
only
car,
game you need.
Do you still have the knife?
Yes.
You'll be diamond in no
What do you
time,
do with
baby.
that knife?
Or master.
What I did with that knife
Wherever you are.
is I looked down and I opened my sleeve with the tip of it, and I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm.
Okay, everyone wants to know, why did you scratch boy into your arm?
I've thought about it.
Because I'm going
and
insane. Yeah, I'm sure
when
you
I
thought
think
about it. I'm
this,
sure you thought about it. You have to rethink your story. I bet you thought about it a
That
lot.
just happened.
Thanks for being
It was
honest.
just a reaction. I don't know why I did this.
I don't know
she
why.
grabbed the phone to call emergency
don't
services.
know why
a
I
move
do
that would have
this.
saved Alex's life, but instead of calling them, she cut the word boy into her arm because she doesn't have a reason. That's fucking great. She carved the word boy in her arm to implicate Alex as being the perpetrator of sexual violence against her. She didn't have any evidence that he'd been violent against her, but she knew that in his journals, he had referred to her by masculine pronouns as it was something that she stated that she liked at the time. She tried to recontextualize that to the police as being a spiteful, cruel thing that he did, something that she found apparently to be objectifying.
Had you ever cut yourself before?
Yes.
When had you cut yourself before?
In the past, when I had cut myself on my arm, was at times when I felt like I couldn't breathe, when I felt numb, when I felt like I needed to act. Because
Why did you carve boy? Well, Your Honor, this content creator on YouTube wore a Colonel Sanders costume for a Halloween stream one year.
Yes.
Oh no, you gotta start with the helicopter story. So back in 2010, I used to work at a helicopter company, right?
I think I'm asking about her feelings right afterwards. We're right in this incident. I'm asking her what she's feeling.
Relevance!
Go ahead, continue.
All right. You've already said how you feel. After you cut boy in your arm, do you know where you were when you did that?
At that point is when I was staying away from Alex because of the fear. I was at the end of the car and I had my hand placed
Your
on the
Honor,
back
I
of
would
the
cut
car.
myself due to depression, so maybe we can work out
After you
something
cut
behind the
boy in your arm,
scenes.
what do you do? Well, first of all, is your second shoe on at this point?
No.
When you leave, where is Alex?
Alex is still laying on his coat.
Do you know, or had you noticed whether or not he had his shoes on at that point or not?
He still had his shoes on at that point.
Objection, relevance.
When you say he's laying on his coat, where is he laying on his coat?
He's laying on his coat near the green trailer.
You've cut boy in your arm.
Boy.
Yes.
You told Detective Proc that you wouldn't forget. You did to not forget. Today you're saying you're searching your mind and you just don't know.
There's so many things I could think that it could be, but I
lost
search
some
my
level
mind,
there.
and when I think about this, I really just don't know the answer.
Where do you go?
There's no excuse you can give that'll make sense.
After I cut boy in my arm,
Her answers are very telling
I
here.
started to make my way down that dirt
It's like she wants to say
driveway.
the quiet part out loud. Just say it. You're a
You
fucking
told
liar.
Detective Proc
You're a
that you could
cheat.
not get
You're a
this
fraud,
outside of
and
your
you
head.
steal.
What did you mean by that?
Mamacita.
I couldn't get the feeling outside of my head. I couldn't get the panic, the visual of the horror of seeing Alex and seeing the blood.
Some of the things that you've said in court, but what I meant to ask you before that was, the way you've related this is a little bit different than some of what you related to Detective Proc when you told him what happened.
Yes.
A couple of days
Whoa.
later.
We have reacquired the possessed
Do you have
squash.
an explanation or know why
Check it
you
out,
remember
man.
this a little differently now?
I've had time to process it. I've had time to process it. And the moment after, speaking to Proc, it was fresh, all of the feelings. I was feeling the emotions and the sights, and now I've had a significant amount of time to process what has happened to me.
There is a processing of what happened, and then there is changing one's original story to try and make it fit the evidence that was found in the case.
You told him then that you couldn't get it out of your head. Was it like replaying it in order? Was it fragments? Was it here and there? Was it,
It was fragments. It was even smells. It was just a mix of parts of what had happened.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take you back now to going to the farmer's house.
Yes.
To Mr. Sipples, okay?
Yes.
What do you remember about going there?
I remember a farmer. He took me into his house, sat me down, and got me a blanket.
Before you got to his house, where were you going? I mean, do you remember how you got there at all?
I just remember stumbling down a road, falling on a paved road a few times, just feeling like I could barely get my feet to move. And I noticed some cars in a driveway, and I thought, someone's home. I have to see if someone's home.
Do you know at all when you fell, what happened to the, well, first of all, you were carrying the knife and the phone, I think.
Yes.
You said that. When you fell, did something happen to those?
When I fell the first time, I had hit my hand very hard in the phone. I dropped the
That's
phone.
a very
and I
annoying
broke the
floor.
phone.
But we're close. The rest level is coming up next.
And what about the knife?
The knife I just dropped.
Were you trying to hide them?
No.
I think you were talking about what Mr. Sipple did when you got there.
Yes.
When you got there,
I actually didn't watch
was there
the
some
stream.
point where somebody asked you your name?
Yes.
Do you remember at all what you said when you were there?
No.
Do you know whether when you were there, what your state of mind was?
I was just panicked.
Big up, Skokie. Thanks for being here
you
the
about your
whole
name,
while,
Monica Carlin.
or at least
Yes.
for a long
You heard
old
the
bit.
testimony that you gave your name as Monica Carlin.
Yes,
We'll see when we see it.
And I think as you're saying
Thanks for
now,
sticking
you
around.
don't remember doing that.
No.
The last thing you'll see me do is acquire the
Was
extreme
there an earlier time in your
perspirator.
life when you had a traumatic car accident?
Yes.
What happened then?
But y'all have a good mini time now. Damn, it's about to be 6 a.m. over there. For Eastern style people.
I believe I was asking about a traumatic
Us central
accident you
chads
once had with
still
a horse.
existing in the 4 a.m.
Can you
zone.
just briefly tell me about
Let's
that?
get out of here. Rest
I
zone
just
up
got
next.
my
We'll get some
license and I
nectar
was
on.
returning some
And then
movies to
410,
town,
which is the water
and
floor.
I was driving my car.
Yeah, take it easy.
and a
First of all, how old were you? You said you just gotten your license.
16.
Okay.
I was driving and a horse and buggy bolted through a stop sign and went through my windshield.
After that happened and the horse went through your windshield, what happened to you?
I was taken to the hospital by ambulance.
A couple of years later, did you have another car accident?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, man.
When you had this second car accident, what did you do that time?
That time, I had blacked out and opened my eyes, and I was in the ditch on the side of the highway. I'd gone through a fence.
After you were on the ditch on the side of the highway, did you go to the hospital again?
Yes.
Who visited you there?
My mother and my boyfriend at the time, Jason.
And when you were in the hospital, what were you talking about at the hospital the second time?
The second time at the hospital, when I woke up, I was asking, where's the horse? Is the horse okay? Is everybody okay?
The horse
Was there a
okay?
horse
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
told
second
Cat is still
accident?
existing.
No,
She's fine.
I was right back into the first accident I had had.
And what name did you give after that?
The trolls
Gave
want to
my name
claim.
Monica.
Cat has left.
Do you
Or
know
Cat
this
is
because
under
you
duress.
remember it, or
And I
were the
promise
people
you,
who
Cat
with
is
you
fine.
told you had done this?
The people that were with me had told me that this was happening.
Rouse horse, on the other hand, she long gone.
Staying on hearsay.
No.
That last answer would be stricken.
Okay. Now, after, I'm going to go back to this. When you're at the farmer's house,
yes,
are you aware of just happened to you? Or what had just happened to you at that point?
At that point, I wasn't aware of much other than being panicked and terrified and hurt.
You said you were attacked by them. Is them a word you would use referring to a singular person?
Yes.
And why do you sometimes call a singular person them or they?
I've been known to do this many times. It's a pronoun that I've been
Can this
used
guy stop, like,
that I've been used to
spewing out
using.
poison
It's
everywhere?
neutral.
Did you said you were attacked.
All right,
Without
I'm
giving
not.
you details when you were there. Why was
He
that?
is not killing. I'm not losing Pikmin there. Fuck off. It's the rest
said I was
floor.
attacked because the feeling of fear of
We're
having
not
to get
losing
away from
Pikmin
this
on the rest
individual,
floor, guys.
feeling like someone was coming, or that I was hurt by someone and that something had happened. I looked down at my clothes and I could see they were open, and I was terrified.
The police came. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of those conversations?
No.
Do you know how you got to the hospital?
By ambulance.
Do you have any memory of that ambulance ride?
No.
What about getting to the hospital? Do you remember what happened once you got to the hospital?
I remember bits and pieces of what had happened when I got to the hospital because they had started to take my clothes.
Do you remember doctors, nurses, anything else?
It's all, I barely remember faces. It's a blur of movement and people checking in and people being with me constantly and talking to me and asking me questions and prodding and poking at me.
Do you remember?
They're awfully convenient for her to forget all this relevant info that may cause her to remember stuff that could be detrimental to her case.
No.
Was there a point in the hospital where your memory began to return to you?
Yes.
When was that?
The point when things started to flood back to me was when I finally was able to take a shower that night. And I went to get some soap or shampoo from the wall, and when I pumped it onto my hand, I felt how much it stung. And I looked down and I could see my hand was cut, and I could feel everything start to come back.
That's weird, because she only seemed to remember what happened to her when she was made aware that Alex's body had been found, and her story made no fucking sense. Almost like she was lying about not remembering, which she actually did admit to the detectives. But now she remembered the night before the second interview because
Don't worry, her
hand
memory
stung,
came back,
and she
guys.
just continued to state she didn't remember right after because she thought it would be fun and nice. Nice.
Big ups Huhula. I'm on my Huhula, and I'm on my positive reaction grind. Yes. We are continuing the story of Ezra Lady and her love rumbus. We got the command up if you need the recap, but this lady is on trial. She's a big old murderer.
Which isn't the best thing to do when you're on the stand. Actively changing your answer once you've
But yeah,
already begun
she's
to talk
she's
just
got
makes
quite
you
the
look like
story
you're
for
lying.
us.
But she is lying, so I guess it makes sense.
Were you speaking with him twice, or is it a blur, or how do you recall that?
My talks with Proc, when I remember them,
Yep.
it feels like it's
she
just
usually
one
dresses like a
interview.
hipster
It
in
doesn't
Seattle.
feel
But
distinctly
for the
two
purposes
different
of the
interviews
trial,
for
we need to make her seem like she's a demure, petite, sweet lady who wouldn't hurt a fly. So this is like the only time she's ever dressed like this.
And the next day, when he's asking you
I'm
where
very
Alex
convinced by what I'm
was,
seeing.
Did you tell him about what had happened?
I did not tell him, no.
Why not?
I was overwhelmed and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
Well, given that you're safe in a hospital and not in
No,
any
the murder
present
took place in
danger,
2018.
talking to the police about what happened to you.
This
tell
is
them what
really
happened.
recent.
Lying about what you just went through only makes you seem
I guess relative to
untrustworthy
you
and
saying
like you have something to
this
hide.
shit's from the 90s.
When you don't tell him, was there any thought in your head that had you told him some help could be gotten for Alex, or what did you think had happened to Alex at that point?
At that point, I thought Alex was dead.
Was that also something
I bet you
thought
wish he was dead,
as
lady.
You hugged Boy into your arm and ran away from the car?
Yes.
Why did you tell Detective Proc that Alex put Boy in your arm?
Why I told him this was that I was afraid that because I did this to wake myself up, that he wouldn't believe that anything else that had happened to me was
Oh my-
true.
But at this point, you're not
Forgot
telling
there was
him
a
the other
grunk in
things
this
that
room.
had happened to you.
No.
And you're making a decision not to.
The dude
Yes.
just snuck up on me. I'm like,
Why
oh
is that?
shit.
Because of how terrified I am of what had happened.
So she is scared that she won't be believed, but she's lying to them about what happened, but also she's not telling them fully what happened because she's scared of the memory of it happening. You know what, I've changed my mind. That makes perfect sense. I think she's probably innocent, everybody.
The next day,
I say
again,
we
I
let her
realize these seem
go.
like one incident to you, but Detective Brock comes back with another investigator.
Yes.
Oh yeah, she's way worse than Phil.
He's asking you
Even
questions and you don't
Phil
tell him
likes
them
better
right
than
away
this
either.
lady.
No.
Do you know why?
But hey, Dave's been doing it for a decade. It's like if he's good at, if he has to be good at one thing, yeah, it's probably
I didn't know
lying.
how to handle this.
At some point in that conversation, he told you that they had found your car. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
When he told you that,
I'm good at lying.
Did you start
You
talking about what
liar,
happened?
you.
Yes, it started to come out then.
and eventually in that conversation, not right away, did you tell him that you had put the word boy in your arm?
Yes.
And again, were you hesitant to tell him that?
Yes.
I mean, even after you told him all of these things and what happened, were you?
Yes, I was.
And why was that?
Because after I told him, I still had that thought in my mind that he would assume that because I had done this, anything else that happened to me was my fault.
Alright, this floor is the whole reason we had to reset,
lawyer
because
phrases
there's
these
a treasure
questions as
over
if
here
Ezra
I can't
admitted this to the officer
acquire.
of her own volition,
The
as
amount
if she
of
stopped in the
blues
middle
that
of
I
the
had
interview
last time,
and
but I got
admitted
enough
that she
now.
lied about certain things.
Problem is I gotta
but that
keep them
didn't
alive.
happen. She only admitted that she lied once the detectives made it clear that what she was saying didn't align with any of the evidence they found at the scene.
The
She stated
evidence.
Alex had carved the word boy into her arm until Detective Proc told her that that was impossible. She doubled down on the fact that she couldn't remember anything because of the trauma until the detectives told her they knew it wasn't true. Moreover, if she was too scared to talk to them, she was well within her rights to end the interview and tell them that. In both interviews, she was repeatedly asked if it was okay to talk to them and she said yes, but now she was so scared and traumatized, she was not ready to talk.
Ezra, the night before this happened, did you have a talk with your father?
Yes.
What was that talk?
You guys thought the movie star Ezra was bad.
I'm sorry. That talk with my father was about life starts now.
And when you had that talk, did you plan to start life by killing
Oh, the
Alex?
fucking groink,
No.
man. He's just
Did
patrolling
you
around the whole room.
Come to Eau Claire to kill him?
No.
What were you hoping to do when you saw Alex?
Yeah, this really is her defense, just complete and total memory loss. I hit my head. I don't remember anything, but he's dead. You say I did it? Self-defense. He was abusive.
The only time she has cried on the stand or displayed any emotion is here, when she cries one single tear, talking about how she talked to her father before she killed Alex, and it's in an entirely self-serving way. Great.
I
Ezra's
never did.
explanation of
I
events
never
doesn't
did.
make
You
any
guys are
sense,
saying that I
and it's
did that.
likely that this
I
direct
never did,
examination
Your
already
Honor.
buried
I
her in the
never
minds of the
did.
jury, but things were about to
That's
get worse
you
for her
putting
in a
words in my mouth.
cross-examination. Thank you so
That's
much for
you
watching
being
this
wrong
video.
about me.
I've been recording for the past couple
Alright, where the
of
fuck is
days,
this Gronk
so I
at?
expect this
Motherfucker needs to be
video
the
will
first to go.
incredibly lengthy. If you have made it to this portion of the video, thank you again. Your support during this time has meant a lot to my brother and I, and without it, who knows where we would be. If there's a case you would like to see us cover, or a video you would like to see made on this channel, email us at dreading.official@gmail.com. If you're interested in getting those videos a month early, feel free to join our Patreon. And as always, remember to stay safe.
Now, if you guys can believe that, the entirety of today's stream has just been the first... Well, okay, so last stream we were able to do 3 videos on this lady. At the time, there were only 3 videos about this story up from this channel. Fast forward to this week. There are now 4 more videos. In the entire length of this stream, we have finished one of those 4 videos. Because basically we finished part 4. There's still 5, 6, and 7. And I don't even know if 7 is the end of it. So Dreading may come out with part 8 this week. Who knows? I'll go ahead and put the next one on, but I'm hasta la vista once I beat the cave. So we'll probably have to come back to it midway through next Pikmin stream. Age restricted? I never did. Oh no. Ezra, what did you do? What did you do? Ezra! Ezra! Okay, we're gonna have to get the big boy link for this one. get ready to watch a bunch of ads. Age restricted. What the hell? But this is the next part. Narcissist takes the stand in her own defense. Basically a continuation of the last part. Okay, let me go ahead and I gotta switch the link up. Alright, we gotta do it this way. Problem is, I don't know if this guy enables ads or not. Okay, looks like he doesn't. Yes, if you would get advertising on videos like this. Okay, Narcissist takes a stand in her own defense. We probably won't finish this video. Because if we do finish it, it'll be 7 a.m., 7 to 8 a.m. by the time the video finishes. And I don't think I got that much Pikmin left in me. I'm just being honest, guys.
Ezra McCandless had one job when she was called to the stand.
One
and
job!
That was to appear as fragile and delicate as possible.
She couldn't
She
even
needed
do
to
that
answer
right.
everything that was asked of her in as kind a way as she possibly could, and convince the men and women of the jury that despite the reason why she was there, she was really a sweet person who would
Okay, the
never
rock's coming
intentionally
in.
hurt anyone. During direct examination, she felt as if she had done a good job. She engaged with the jury, looking over at them every
Emblem.
time she answered, and
Engage.
making sure they understood exactly what she was saying. When she went over the esoteric ramblings of her former lover, which discussed how he would never ask anyone to change, and how she made him want to be a better man, which she recontextualized him as saying the opposite, she made eye contact with each jury member, just to make sure they were able to perfectly comprehend what she was trying to tell them. Though she believed that she had accomplished what she had set out
Killed
to
way
do,
too many
her
purples
behavior was
there.
incredibly off-putting and strange.
God,
Her
I hate the
incessant
groinks.
smiling when talking about the man whose life she ended, her repeated claims of abuse against anyone she'd ever been close to, and her inability to think of a reason as to why she had carved the word boy in her arm after the attack, and going further to claim that Alex had been the one to do it, left the vast majority of the people who watched the testimony more convinced of her guilt. But she hadn't realized that that was the case. It wouldn't be until after she was cross-examined that she realized how dire the situation she had placed herself in was, and by then, it was too late. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading.
The
Or if
glitter
this is your
port,
first time here,
the glitter
welcome.
filter?
Today we will be
Yeah,
going
I
over
only noticed it on
cross-examination
the.
of Ezra
I've seen a
McCandless,
little bit of
woman who
the
killed her
intro for this
ex-lover
one.
in an attempt to get back with her ex-boyfriend.
I didn't notice
and
it
to further
first
cement
time
her
around.
relationship with him. This video is the last part of our coverage on this case, and as such, I urge you to watch the previous 4 videos if you haven't. Each video
Now, he
is over an
claims
hour
that it's the
long, and I
last part,
understand
but
that
then
that is a
2 more
large time
videos came
commitment.
out, so
However, there's
I
really
don't.
no other way for you to get
That
the
shit's a
lengths
straight
that Ezra
lie.
would go to manipulate
opposed to a
the
gay
people
lie.
around her. Summarizing what she did is one thing, but watching her lie in the police interviews, falsely accuse her ex-lovers of sexual abuse after she was caught cheating, and smiling on the stand while talking about the man that she killed is really the only way for you to get a proper sense of the type of person Ezra was and still is. Those videos will be linked in the description box down below and are organized in a playlist on our channel. The series would not have been possible had it not been for Rottweiler Investigations here on YouTube, putting out all the trial footage publicly. All of the footage that we are reviewing was requested and published by them, and we will be leaving a link to their channel, PayPal, and Cash App in the description
Even
box
the
down
Cash
below,
App.
and we greatly encourage you to donate if you are able. With all of that said, let us begin. During the direct examination, Ezra hadn't done the best job at convincing the jury of anything. She came across smug and performative, like she was doing a one-woman show about murdering Alex. This cross-examination is her second chance to both try to make the details of the case fit with what she has alleged, as well as to get people to view
Her
her
one
as a
job
victim.
is to make
Let's
it
see if
make
she
sense,
succeeds.
and she can't even do that, right?
All right. Ms. McCandless, you had gotten a new driver's license in around June of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And on that driver's license, you listed your height as being 5 foot 6 inches.
I did.
And you put on there that your weight was about 130 pounds, correct?
Yes.
And you were weighed when you got into the hospital, correct?
I don't remember. No.
the prosecution is employing a no-nonsense strategy in terms of his questioning. He is incredibly direct and abrasive, which could have become an issue. Ezra's defense team's goal was to make her appear as weak and defenseless as possible. That way, no one would be able to associate her with the brutal killing. With that in mind, having an older male prosecutor be the one to handle her cross-examination might have been a mistake, but we shall see. More importantly, early on in Ezra's direct examination, after blissfully recounting how she chose her name and misquoting Into the Wild, she claimed that she was 5'2" and weighed approximately 115 pounds at the time of the murder. This is allegedly completely false, as records show her as being 5'6", and when she was weighed at the hospital, she was found to be 130 pounds. This is another ridiculous lie from Ezra, but it served a purpose. The idea of her being able to hurt anyone should be farcical, especially a male who would be taller and stronger than her. Shaving 4 inches off of her height and claiming that she was 15 pounds lighter would make it harder to visualize her attacking anyone in cold blood.
The 15 pounds makes all the difference, apparently.
You may. And I'll just note that there's sort of an objection. There's an objection, and we'll make a record later. But I don't think the word objection was actually made. But I'll note it as an objection on the sidebar. Objection
So I'm
overruled.
showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 699. This is your Instagram homepage, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it contains on it a phrase that says, "I am the fox, a tricky one," correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 699 as published to the jury.
All right, and subject to the objection, Exhibit 699 will be received. It is 699.
Now, so we are clear, you met Jason Mengel during the summer of 2017, correct?
Yes.
And very shortly after that, you became seriously romantically involved with Mr. Mengel, correct?
Yes, we were boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we became boyfriend and girlfriend.
And in fact, shortly after that, you moved in with Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes, that had happened.
And you had met Alex Woodworth around that same time period?
Yes.
And in the future, I'm just going to refer to him as Alex. I know there are 2 Alexes here, unless I specifically say Alex Zink. Whenever I'm talking about Alex, I'll be talking about Alex Woodworth, okay?
Okay.
You became friends with Alex, right?
Yes.
Oh my god, I hate these
Would talk with him
frogs.
frequently?
Yes.
Right. Would go for walks with Alex?
Yes.
And around that same time period, you also met John Hansen, correct?
Yes, through
And
Jason.
became friends with John Hansen as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, you moved in with Jason, what, sometime during August?
Yeah, I
of
sometimes forget there's
2017?
2 Alexes also.
Roughly end of summer.
The
yes.
Alex Zink Alex isn't too important to the case, I don't think.
When you moved in with Jason, the expectation was that you were going to be paying part of the rent, correct?
That shit didn't happen.
It was mentioned a few times. It wasn't really an expectation.
They have
It was
2
kind of
big
like
bills,
give me
man.
back when you can.
We mentioned this in a previous video, but Ezra was asked to contribute to the living expenses once she found employment, but she never did. She never paid rent while living with Jason, and when his roommate asked that she contribute more to the shared housing costs, she moved out. Anytime Jason or the roommate would ask her for rent or help with the utilities, she would state that they were being controlling, and in at least one instance, she called them financially abusive. For as manipulative as Ezra has been over Jason and those around her, how she is responding to the prosecution's way of questioning is shocking. She's direct and unemotional, and appears incredibly comfortable on the stand. As a reminder, when she was testifying earlier this day, she talked at length about her struggles with anxiety, how talking to Alex about the end of their relationship filled her with so much anxiety that she had to pull the car over and ask Alex to drive. Specifically, she said her anxiety manifested in her having breathing issues and needing to focus solely on her breath without any distractions. But here, while on the stand, determining if she will be released back into society or going to prison for the rest of her life, she is calm, cool, and collected. There is a clear disconnect between who she portrays herself to be and who she actually is in this case.
And for a time, you were paying part of the rent, correct?
Can you please restate that? I didn't hear you clearly.
Sure. For a time, you were paying part of the rent, correct?
No, I was helping with groceries.
What?
So you never paid any of the rent?
No.
You worked for a short time at Joanne Fabrics?
Yes, seasonal.
And after you lost that job, or after you were no longer working there, you weren't paying anything anymore, correct?
Hey, do you...
Probably got 2 days a week too.
I didn't lose the job.
I'll rephrase. After you were no longer working at Joanne Fabric, you were not paying anything towards your support at Jason Mengel's apartment, correct?
I was doing side jobs with my dad and things like that, so I would chip in with groceries.
Question is, were you paying something or not? Period.
She was answering the question. Can she be permitted to please finish her answer?
No, she's not. I'll ask that whatever she said be stricken because it was unresponsive to my question.
I mean, it was kind of a response.
Well, I'm not sure what I'm sustaining here. You may continue
The judge just isn't paying attention. That's glorious. He just doesn't care. I like this judge.
Questioner's question.
My question is, after you were no longer working at Joanne Fabrics, you weren't paying anything towards your stay at Jason Mengel's apartment, correct?
I was still helping with groceries and odd things.
This whole court case is
How
odd.
abrasive the prosecution is, it would be easy for Ezra to use this to her advantage, to feign confusion about how her answer was unresponsive, and to say she's sorry. But she doesn't do that. She stares back at the attorney unflinchingly, watches as her lawyer fights for her right to finish her answer, and when the judge and the prosecution tell her to respond to the question with a succinct, direct yes or no answer, she disobeys, saying the same thing she said previously. It's nearly like she forgot what the purpose in taking the stand was. This is similar to Nancy Brophy, who came across as incredibly smug and self-righteous while talking to the prosecution in the case of her husband's murder. Like Ezra, her goal was to appear incapable of the crime, to portray a frail old woman who had never shot a gun before in her life. But during the prosecution's questioning, she came across as cold and annoyed. Both Nancy and Ezra's version of events is incredibly unbelievable, and their best bet at getting the jury on their side was to, at the very least, allow themselves to appear vulnerable on the stand. Let's see if Ezra can get there in the next few hours.
Sometime in late September or early October.
Well, looks strategy for the prosecution there. Let's see how it pays off.
Jason to pay
It's
for that
probably
abortion,
not.
correct?
I know it is. I forgot I spoiled myself on how this case ends.
You never asked Jason if he was okay with your getting an abortion, did you?
It was a time when we didn't have much conversation.
So you never asked Jason if he was okay with you having the abortion, did you?
I did ask him, yes.
When she first responded, she said it was a time where the couple didn't have much conversation, but when asked the second time, she insists that she did ask him. These are two conflicting answers. If she had asked Jason, she would have simply answered yes the first time that she was asked, instead of providing reasoning
don't worry,
why
I
she
won't.
wouldn't have. If I ask you a leading question like the prosecution did, where one answer is clearly favored over the other, you would try to distance yourself from that option as much as possible. But Ezra doesn't do that. She at first attempts to validate her reasoning for not asking Jason, and then changes her answer to say that she did ask him, making her validation unnecessary. She lies so frequently that it's almost second nature, and it happens so quickly that the majority of people wouldn't even notice.
And you, by the way, when you went to the appointment where you confirmed you were pregnant,
Yes.
you asked immediately for information on an abortion?
No.
You asked at that same visit.
Nah, she waited
for
like a minute
information
and
on
then she
abortion,
asked.
Didn't you?
So not
Yes.
immediately.
And after you had the abortion, you began to get closer with Alex, correct?
That is correct.
And began to have a sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
And while you started that sexual relationship with Alex, you were still living in Jason's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Still occasionally having sexual contact with Jason?
No.
There was absolutely no sexual contact between you and Jason between the time you started seeing Alex and the time that you stopped having sex with Alex?
The sexual contact wasn't...
Whoa! Check it out. For 90
intimate.
Pokos, it's the Talisman of Life.
No, I'm not asking you to elaborate. I'm asking you, are you telling me that you had no sexual contact between...
I'm going to object. Can we please approach the bench?
Objection overruled, and Mr. DeFore, you may go ahead. I don't know if you remember the question.
Repeat
Maybe
the
these stupid
question.
Pikmin will stop dying now.
My question is...
Hopefully.
Is it
We're
your
in double
testimony
digits.
then that between the time you started
Highest
having a
cave
sexual relationship
number of
with
floors I've
Alex
seen so
and
far
the
is
time that you
14 to
ended
15.
That there was absolutely
Wait, no,
no
there was that
sexual
one cave,
contact
Hole
between
of
yourself
Heroes, that
and
had
Jason
17.
Mangle?
No.
Okay, so in fact there was
We're in the
sexual
home stretch,
contact
I want to
between
believe.
yourself and Jason Mangle during the time that you were having the sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
Later in the relationship, yes.
If you recall, Ezra told Alex, John, and everyone at Raisy's coffee shop that her relationship with Jason had soured after she got the abortion. She told them that he no longer touched her and refused to be intimate with her. Alex wrote about that fact in his journal, and Ezra maintained that after her abortion, her and Jason became roommates and were no longer physically intimate. But here, she is saying they were still having sex and being physical with each other, but that wasn't intimate.
Oh, this is the one. Yep, a lot of enemies here. Look at this shit.
So Candace, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 700. Can you tell me, does that appear to be a document containing a series of text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
All right. And you had deleted all of those text messages from your iPod, correct?
I
Right.
had deleted the app, yes.
This is something that Ezra has been known to
Answer
say
the question.
whenever she has accused someone of a crime.
She didn't
When the
you
police
like how
asked
she
her for
didn't
the
answer the
messages from
question?
John and her
Huh,
that would prove
interesting.
that he had forced her into a sexual relationship, she claimed she deleted them because they were just too triggering for her to look at. But we know that she only deleted the messages after telling Jason that John had taken advantage
It's either
of
her memory's
because he was
faulty
able
or
to
it was too
screenshot them as
triggering.
proof that they existed. She
I
seemed
couldn't
to
have
believe
murdered him,
that by
guys.
deleting her
It
side
would
of
have
the
been too
messages,
triggering.
that they would unsend and be unrecoverable.
I say
But
we
thankfully
let her
that wasn't the
go.
case, and John was able to provide them to the police, exonerating himself. Similarly, when Ezra killed Alex, she deleted the texting app the pair had used to communicate, with the belief that the messages would also be deleted. And as you might recall, after she had stabbed Alex 16 times in the head, throat, torso, and groin, she had taken his phone and destroyed it outside of Don Sippel's farm. It seemed she believed that if she destroyed his phone, none of their
Lost 2
communications
whites.
would be able to
Redo
be
that one real
recovered by
quick.
police, and she could frame their conversations whatever way she wanted. But obviously that wasn't the case. The police were able to download the contents of Alex's phone when it was brought in, and every message the former lovers had ever sent to each other was captured, and they showcased Alex as being an incredibly caring and compassionate individual, especially towards Ezra.
And that deleted all of those text messages, correct?
Yes, that would do that.
And you agree, why don't you...
Even though she tried to say she deleted the app, the prosecution went right back to her specifically deleting messages. Okay, it looks like this one does have some RNG to it.
You talked in your direct about
Nintendo Direct?
flaws. Can you turn to the second last page on that exhibit?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to The sixth text down is a text that came from Alex
I'm watching the
Woodward
Game
that
Awards
talks
with
about
Ann
flaws,
again.
correct?
I asked Ann, and he didn't seem too interested this year.
Him back that flaws
I'll probably
can
end
be
up
pretty
watching it
interesting,
in the
but hard to show,
Discord.
correct?
Like, honestly.
I think I might be mistaken on my page.
I already forced him to do Black Friday.
Yes.
So I'll let him skip out on the Game Awards.
Of 2017,
I
correct?
figure he'll be watching it anyway. I'm gonna do the November writing stream later tonight.
All right, any objection?
Oh, I want to revise what I wrote so far Sunday.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So I may set aside some time later today to
Judge, I
kind
don't
of
object to the
revise what I
admission of what's been
had.
testified to.
I'll end up watching it either way, but I won't be live
So if
to
there's more,
react to
we'll
it.
address those one at a time.
Doubt there'll be any
Exhibit 700 will be
dinger-style
received
announcements
as the,
anyway.
Text messages.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, the writing streams tend to start later, so you might be able to catch it, Parma.
Yes, this is Exhibit 701. This is the one I just gave you.
Are we moved on from this?
I'm done with that one for now. Thank you. Showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 701.
The following are the messages that we were able to make out as found on this exhibit. Ezra, I feel like I have a fever. It's weird how much my. Alex, hopefully in a deep rhythm matched by soft sounds. Ezra, I'll stop every story at any penetration. That's where I actually have to ask, how do you want me? Alex, do that and it makes me want to. Ezra, haha, oh my god, I just connected Joji and Pink Guy together and found out who you were talking about. Alex,
Is it
pretty
possible to have a
chilly.
pencil
I
on
really
both
like my
Shy
room,
Guy's
though, in
ears?
this place
I got the
when
glasses
alone.
prop.
Ezra,
I'd
I
have to
love the
look for a
layouts of those
pencil.
apartments.
It'll be
Sure,
easy to track
that'd
down
be
though.
Nice. When
And
does your shift
ears?
end
What
today?
ears?
Alex, shift ends at 2. Really wish it was sooner. I'm grumpy. Ezra, okay, that sounds doable. I'm sorry. I hope it goes quickly at least. Alex, I've got some long ass shifts coming up next week. Ezra, ew, I'm so sorry, hun. Alex, happy to say I don't start until noon
Just
tomorrow.
set the president aside.
That is an additional exhibit that contains additional text messages.
He's about
between
he's
yourself
about a
and Alex
croak.
Woodward, correct?
Yes.
Actually, I'll leave you that.
Thank you.
Specifically, you turn to the third page of that exhibit.
Yes.
All right. Referring on the third page, do you see a text that starts, people would be jealous?
Yes.
All right. And that text, in fact, is one from Alex to you, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on that one, it states, people would be jealous, but wouldn't even know how much better your booty looks without any clothes, correct?
Yes.
Your response to that is, OMG, I'm blushing, correct? I'm
Yes.
blushing, correct?
OMG.
And OMG is short for, oh my God?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, yes, yes,
And then
yes,
you
correct.
further
Christ,
respond,
that is what that stands for.
quote,
Yes.
Nobody knows how nice your cock is, correct?
Yes.
And Alex responds to
how
you,
embarrassing.
oh, but you do. I love how much you love my cock inside of you. Correct?
Yes.
And you respond,
Oh, my.
I do. Let's be honest, correct?
Yes.
And
I'm
the
just
date
being
on
honest,
those
guys.
text exchanges was January 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Right. Your Honor, I'd move, again, for purposes of the texts that have been discussed at this
Big ups,
point,
Ghost MC. Welcome to the
I'd
Pikmin
move
Shill.
the admission of Exhibit 701.
We're gonna beat this cave one way or another.
I don't object to the lines that have been read thus far.
All right. So that portion of
The
it,
exhibit being admitted.
okay, that portion of Exhibit 701 will be received.
And again, that second set of messages that we talked about in Exhibit 701, those were also deleted from your iPod, correct?
Yes, I had deleted the app, so in return that deleted everything, yes.
From your side, not his side.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not like it when Alex had you in the prone position. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Canlis, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 702. That is a photo of yourself that you texted to John Hanson, correct?
My good angle there.
All right. And on the second page of this is a text where you state, I want to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it, correct?
Yes.
And that's referring back to the photo that's on the first page of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, for my photo shoot.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 702 as to publish it to the jury. I have copies for the jury.
All right, Exhibit 702 will be received, again, subject to the previous ruling, and objection preserved, can be published to the jury, but not published on the media.
Thank you, Judge. I'm also going to ask that that exhibit be sealed after the jury sees it.
We'll take that up at a later time.
Thank you.
I don't know that I can.
Ma'am, you also testified, I believe, on direct about something you called wax play. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. You never mentioned to Detective Prock when you talked to him that there was wax play or anything to do with candles, did you?
What interview are you speaking of?
Well, let's start with the interview on March 22nd or 23rd of 2018. You never mentioned in that interview to Detective Prock anything about.
You really thought they wouldn't remember the interviews that she did with police,
And
huh?
the interview on March 24th, the second interview you had with Detective Prock, you never told him anything about wax play in that interview, did you?
No.
And you also testified on direct that on one occasion that you could recall, Alex had cut your pants with a knife. Do you recall that?
Anything but the pants.
You never mentioned that to Detective Prock in your interview with him, did you?
No.
This is incredibly important, as Ezra, in her defense, stated that
Whoa,
Alex cutting
check
her
it
pants
out.
during the assault was a part of a
100
pattern of
Pocos,
behavior that
the
he had,
yellow
and despite their
taste
messages
tyrant.
never mentioning it before, and her waiting to bring it up until trial. In the interviews after the murder, she made no mention of the fact that he had cut her pants off during sex prior, and that this was a sexual behavior that he had repeated with her. Instead, when asked directly by Detective Prock if Alex had ever done anything like that before, she said no. Instead of being forthright with the detective, she lies, attempts to destroy the evidence that would prove she's lying. and then
Yeah,
changes
we
her
got
story
100
when the
purple
evidence is
Pikmin
fully
farmed, and we
uncovered.
got the
She's
final
done this
treasure
multiple
above ground,
times.
the final
Mind you,
area.
Just because Ezra
So
had had
it's 100%
consensual
story
sex with
mode. We
both
just
men
have
doesn't
this
mean that
cave
she would
left.
always consent to having sex with them.
Made an
Consenting
attempt,
to one sexual
failed,
encounter
so this is the
does not
second
mean
run.
you will consent in the future.
I don't know
But
how
all
many
the
floors are
available
left.
crime scene evidence in
I've
these
never seen a
events
cave
do
go
not
past
align with
17
any of
so
Ezra's
far.
allegations. Add that with her
We
deleting
still
the
got the true crime
messages
plan.
she shared between
But
herself,
I won't finish
John,
the
and
current
Alex,
video. We'll have
and
to
the
hold
continued
it for next
fables
time.
she has told the police, it becomes clear that what she is stating cannot be true. Ezra would like the jury to believe that she
Whoa,
only lies
check
about
it
things
out.
when they don't
110
matter. That it's
Pocos.
just a coincidence
It's
that
the
everything
boss
she's lied about has made her
Stone.
look guilty.
That stone really, it really
Your
rocks.
interview on March 24th,
Yeah, I'm going to object to that being a misstatement of the testimony. She says she recalls the interviews, but they seem like they were jumbled together.
I'm going to point her up to a specific page and
Oh, that's fine.
of the interview, counsel.
Sure.
You recall that interview, correct?
Bits and pieces, yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
In that interview,
All right, floor 12, what are we
you were
working
being asked
with?
about possibly being
Oh,
sexually
shower room
assaulted,
time.
And on page 1636,
The
isn't
one
it true
place
that you
Smash
said,
players
"I
don't
think
want to
I
go"?
might have because of where the cuts are and stuff, because I don't know why somebody would cut my pants or anything, correct?
Yes.
That was your answer, correct?
Yes.
As a reminder, that excerpt was taken from the interview where Ezra later admitted that she remembered what happened and had always remembered what had happened, and admitted that she had lied about losing her memory. When going over the first half of that particular interview, before the detectives let her know that they found Alex's body and they knew she was lying, she was priming the detectives to believe that Alex had sexually assaulted her. She claimed that because of the cuts in her pants and the small nicks on her thighs and legs, she thought it was possible that Alex had cut her pants off in order to assault her. If her version of events is true, and he had done that, she had no reason to speculate. She could have just told them out and out he tried to assault her in the back of her car, and she was forced to defend herself. But instead, she said she wasn't sure what happened, and had only come to suspect Alex might have tried to sexually assault her because of the cuts in her pants. Ezra believed that if she slowly fed the police information, her story would be more believable.
Get yourself a little food before you take another nap.
She didn't count on them.
And all I had
Alex
was
on their own, and the crime
all I had
scene
some
being
leftovers
intact
earlier
when they
today.
found it. She would
I had a
later
slice of
claim
pie.
that she lied to the police about not knowing what happened because she, quote, didn't want to remember what had happened to her and couldn't stop reliving the events
Oh, I
in her head,
completely
which are two
forgot.
opposing
I
statements.
bought myself
Her
some
lawyers would later
Funyuns
claim
earlier.
that the
I'm
interviews
staring
she
right
gave
at
after
them.
the attack were unlawful and should be
5 in the
thrown out.
morning
They
for me. Would I?
claimed that the
Do I really
detectives
want to
forced her
waste the
into talking
Funyuns
when she
I
was not
just
mentally
bought
fit, and that she was too
on a
traumatized
5
to
a.m.
understand
snack?
the impact of what she was saying.
Because then I'm gonna go to
Namely,
bed.
because it's hard to
I'm gonna
argue
wake
that
up.
your
I'm not gonna
client
have a
is telling
snack
the
for
truth,
tomorrow.
and they admit to
Oh
lying
shit! It's a
multiple
rock
times
floor.
on tape.
Ah yes, time to do the strategy of sending Olimar first.
But you never told Detective Proc that the defendant had previously cut your clothes while
Rock
you were
first,
in a,
ask questions later.
while
Where
you
the
were
rocks
with-
at?
that
Where the
Alex
rocks
had
at?
previously cut
Where the
your
rocks
clothes
at?
while you were with him.
Some of the
correct?
rocks.
Correct.
Yep, see?
You
See?
never told
Now the rocks want to drop
Detective
it.
Proc that Alex
These
had
rocks,
actually
are they
strangled you
really rock?
previously, did you?
No.
In fact,
Apple
all you
pie.
said was
Thinking of
that
getting
he
some
put
this
his
weekend?
arm by your neck
Want
at
some
one
pecan
point in time,
pie.
and that made you uncomfortable, correct?
Pecan pie hits like
Yes.
nothing else, baby. Look at these rocks. Look at these rocks. This is why you send Olimar
The
first.
relationship with Alex that you had continued until February 24th of 2018?
Around then, yes.
All right. And that's the date you sent a text to Alex and told him that you were no longer wanting to be involved with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. You told him that he never knew you, correct?
I don't exactly remember the text, no.
You told
I
him
don't remember
that
the
he should
text, you
forget you,
guys.
correct?
Oh, that's awfully
I
convenient,
could have
lady.
said that, yes.
And you told him that you never knew him, correct?
Yet again, I could have said that, yes. I don't exactly remember the text message.
And you knew that those messages would be very hurtful to Alex, didn't you?
Yes.
And after the text of February 24th,
Those frogs can jump
2018,
so
Alex
far.
never initiated another
Whatever.
contact with you, did he?
We passed each other at the coffee shop, but it was very brief interactions and we had stopped texting.
He never initiated a contact with you, did he?
No.
Ezra is asked if Alex ever initiated any interaction with her after she told him not to, and she mentions seeing him at Racy's, which, you know, is the place that he worked. Again, she had told him not to talk to her, that she didn't want to see him anymore, but she was still going to go out of her way to go to his work.
That's still the place where she gets coffee. She shouldn't have to change her schedule or daily routine just to accommodate some ex-boyfriend.
Flirtation with John Hansen?
Hey, she said she was friends with all the baristas, so she just has to get her coffees from not from
Yes.
Alex anymore.
It was earlier than Jan.
No,
Alex.
it was in that time range.
Okay. And you eventually had 2 sexual encounters with Mr. Hansen?
Yes, I had.
And one was in John Hansen's apartment, correct?
Yes.
And the second one was in the apartment that you shared with Jason Bengal, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that one was on Jason's bed, correct?
Yes, it was on our bed.
All right. And hanging above that bed was the picture that you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd of 2018, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you did not paint that picture for Max Martinson, correct?
No, not specifically.
Exhibit 176, please. And what's your honor?
You may. Is that an admitted exhibit? Is that already in?
What's that?
Okay.
It's the interview of March 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
On page 4 of here, you said to Detective Prock on March 23rd, so I went and made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max.
Man, he was eating
Correct?
baking powder?
Yes, I had said that.
The painting you were referring to is in fact the one that had been above the bed in the apartment you shared with Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes.
Because that's the painting you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd, 2018, correct?
Correct.
A painting that reminded you of the sexual encounter you had with John Hansen, correct?
Wow! 130 Pocos. It's the Stringman container.
And it reminded Jason of that sexual
It's
encounter, correct?
very much unlicensed.
Okay.
You can make a
it's something that
chocolate
was standing in the
muffin
way
if
of
you
your
so
continued
choose.
relationship with Jason, correct?
No.
And it's
I
gluten-free.
still loved my painting.
Ah, yes, and it has the seal of approval of the Queen.
During the period from October of 2017 to the time that you moved out in early February of 2018, Jason Mengel was still paying all the rent for that apartment, or at least his portion of the rent for that apartment?
Yes.
Right. In fact, he was paying 2/3 of the rent, and Alex Zink was paying 1/3, correct?
I don't know exactly what their deal was.
Jason was paying for the vast majority of the food that you would consume in the apartment?
No.
He was paying for the utilities for the apartment?
That was split between them, yes.
And this allowed you weren't working at that from the time you left Joanne Fabrics, except for an odd job here and there?
Yes.
Right. It allowed you to work on your art?
Yes.
It allowed you to spend a lot of time at races with friends?
Yes.
Way too much time, in fact.
And then you moved out in early February of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you sent a text message to Jason Mengel to basically break up with him, correct?
Correct.
You stayed some of the time with Alex Woodworth?
I didn't stay at his house, like live in, no.
All right. You didn't stay any times overnight at his house?
And
Watch a rock
before
be
that,
passed
yes,
here.
I stayed overnight at his house. I wasn't living there though, no.
So you
treasure?
didn't stay overnight
Big
at
ups.
Alex's after you broke up with Jason Mengel. Is that what your testimony is?
Maybe a night, but yes.
So you did stay over?
Yes, I had it confused as if you were saying if I had been living there.
And then you moved back to Stanley, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And you were first staying with your mother?
Yes.
Right. And then you got into this fight, correct?
Yes, we had an argument, yes.
And your mom kicked you out of the house, correct?
Yes, she kind of gave me an ultimatum.
The white Pikmin
either
are
leave
required to
Jason or you have to
detect
get
the treasure
out,
underground.
She kicked you out of the
But
house,
once it gets
correct?
past a certain
guess you could
point,
say
like once
that.
it's visible enough,
Ezra
any
had
Pikmin can help them
characterized
dig it out.
Alex's statement about her getting back together with Jason as being deeply controlling and possessive. He felt that he owned her in some regards and wanted her to be with him, but that wasn't the case. Everyone in Ezra's life had an issue with Jason, namely because she had turned the majority of people against him. If they ever got into an argument, even if it was relatively small, She would go into Racy's and tell all of their mutual friends. She had repeatedly vented about their lives together, labeling him as abusive and controlling for believing
100
that she was cheating on
Pokos.
him
It's
and
none
wanting
other
her
than
to
the
contribute
Universal
to the household
Com.
costs. With that in mind, when she told people
Supposed to be
she
a secret
planned to get
decoder
back
ring?
together with him, nearly everyone she knew begged her to reconsider. They told her that she would be happier being single for a time, that they didn't even seem like they liked each other by the end, and that any relationship that is under a year old that needs to consider relationship counseling is not worth pursuing. The way she had discussed the issues they had prior to their breakup made it genuinely confusing for the people in her life to understand why she would want to get back together with him. Her mother even gave her this ultimatum about the situation, so her framing Alex's feelings as being a sign of his possessiveness and anger is completely unfair.
And then you moved in with your dad.
Yes.
At that point in time, though, it would be fair to say you would prefer to be in the Eau Claire area, correct?
Right, so that's the last thing for this floor. Outside of the flying, falling rocks,
still be with Jason at that
easy
point
for
in time,
later
Yes, I
endgame
was
for.
exploring the idea of continuing our relationship.
You wanted to still be with Jason, correct?
Yes.
And spent a night or two with Jason in a hotel room, correct?
Correct.
Despite all the things that had happened, you still love Jason, correct?
Are you saying
was it the boss floor?
No, at that time.
Yes.
In February and March of 2018.
Of course, of course.
And
in a way, it actually kind of is.
Your journal Silence Broken as being an ancient love, correct?
Correct.
And you
I see the exit too.
To try to
Gotta be
repair that
careful, you
relationship,
guys.
Correct?
Yes, we were working on things.
I have exhibit 4. You may. Mr. Canlis, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 420, which was identified as a communication timeline, and you were present when Ms. Wright testified how this was created. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, and this is essentially listing of all your Instagram messages between yourself and various individuals during the relevant time period. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. I'm starting on what is marked as DOJ 005088. Does that start with a communication between yourself and
It takes a bit of stress out of the
March 11th
takes a bit of stress out of the fighting with the spicy nectar. Could have used it more often in this cave.
Yes.
Then I was telling myself, nah, I should save it for later, save it for later, save it for later. But dude, it's like the final cave. It's either now or never, man.
Hold up here a second, and I'm going to go through some of this, and I want you to tell me if I'm reading them accurately, okay?
Okay.
All right. So here I am. The top of page 5088 that you see there
Yes.
is an Instagram to you from Jason Mengel, correct?
Correct.
And it's talking about basically a sexual encounter that the two of you had, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he states it was nice going slow until you told me faster, and your warmth and your smell, it all sticks with me, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then he continues on kissing and kissing, feeling like I could cry and smile at the same time.
It is 100 Pokos. The hypnotic bladder.
To kiss you, correct?
Correct.
An orange juice bottle cap.
Now let's
19th
get down
anniversary.
A little bit. Turn to what would be
Stories really making gross, make things make time fly.
5090.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too invested into it. Okay. That was an easy floor.
Yes.
I wonder if that counted as a rest floor or not. Let's see what's next.
And towards the bottom, the
It was
third
circumcised?
from the
I got no idea.
or third from the bottom, I should say, is a message from
Sub-level 14.
Jason Mengel to you, stating that I was always so aroused by you.
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And then comes the next one again from Jason as
Final
part of the reason,
floor.
like
Oh,
I said,
shit.
I slept on the couch.
It's the guy.
To prevent myself from the urge and
What is
possibly
that?
doing something, correct?
Correct.
Right, and then you...
Hold up, we have a story style scene. Ah, yes, ah, yes. I gotta do the Chrono Trigger computer voice. Is that Louis? Mr. President, I have located Louis, resting on a vast mound of treasure. For him to venture to these depths alone. The desire of man is a thing to be feared. But Louis is not moving. Could he have exhausted his strength in reaching these depths? There may yet be time. Quickly, to Louis' aid! It's never that easy. Oh my god, fuck is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? It's a giant version of one of those spider enemies. What is it? Where's the weak spot, Nintendo? Well, I like there's a... You can get away if you want. Oh, I gotta go down there, don't I? Alright, no. Okay, it shoots out water. Okay, that's pretty bad, Does he have weapons from every element? I don't want to get too close. I don't know what he's gonna do. Doesn't seem like he can crush the Pikmin. His legs are too tiny. Oh, purple. That's poison. Yep. Now what's he using? Okay, it's the water again. You just have water and poison. What if you only brought blue Pikmin? Or white Pikmin? I see, he's got other things on him that he hasn't used yet. I want to get rid of the faucet first. Oh, no. Is he taking damage? See, the poison gas and the flamethrower only affect the arena, but the water faucet attacks the whole area. Ooh, yellows. Dude, he's spamming the water faucet. Alright, let me... I'll work on this. Why am I poisoned?
The reply, you know that if we sat down and had a conversation
wish me
about
luck.
the urges...
Wait.
And what would happen if we both decided
Okay, I thought
to
the
go
map
with
was
them,
shaped like
I
a
would have told you a
GameCube. It
lot
kind of
about
is.
What was on my mind, correct?
Correct.
And then going to the next page, you continue. I would have opened up about the ideas I wanted to explore.
Oh, yellow, electricity. Oh god, what is that?
She's talking about BDSM, as when Jason had discovered that
insta-kill.
Ezra had had sex with John and Alex, he was also made aware that they engaged in a form of BDSM, which was done at Ezra's behest.
And if you move to page 5093.
Yeah, okay. Out of all the weapons, the water one's the worst. It can attack all over the arena.
Can be
No, I guess this one's pretty bad too.
Did you say 5093?
5093, 5093.
Still gonna prioritize the pump.
Fifth one down is a message from Jason.
He gives no time to
indicating,
go
"I
in
would have been
there."
Proud to be your husband, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, "I know," correct?
I went too early.
And then he responds, "and raise your kiddos," correct?
Correct.
And then you
It seems like
respond,
a
"You know
Dark
your
Souls a
children
bit.
would be raised so well," correct?
Correct.
And continue on, and that's a fact.
I must have missed
correct?
the FromSoft game with the giant spider boss.
And then continue on. "I'm weirdly good at mothering," correct?
Correct.
Boss of the first game was a giant version of those big-eyed, bug-eyed enemies from the last sub-level.
5094.
Boss of a third game was the Plasm Ray, the big slurpy guy.
You state, "I just," or
Hold on, he's a
Instagram
big
message, I should say.
goo man guy. Boss of the fourth game was that giant dog.
All right, you may proceed.
That text on the bottom, I'm not going to read the exact quote, but essentially you indicate that you would be portraying the pregnancy you had if you ever tried to have children with anyone else, correct?
You said portraying. Did you mean betraying?
The flamethrower is the most lethal looking. The music goes pure metal every time the flamethrower comes out.
Top of it, it's a deep feeling,
But
and that's
like
just
power
it,
wise
correct?
and like annoyance wise, I would say the faucet's worse.
And then you say another one from you.
I gotta leave the
"Can't
president
shake it
alone
and
too,
feel
because he's
dumb
about
and
to
silly
die.
about it, correct?
I want him to survive the trip.
And then you say, "Hurts to know I'll never be able to have a child, but I just know what would feel right to me, and that's all," correct?
Correct.
And continue on. "I feel so strongly when I feel, and it scares me a lot of the time," correct?
Correct.
The spider boss got
And
booba.
continue
No, that's his
on.
poison gas thing.
"I'm
He's got
passionate in
a
love,
poison
and
gas
I'm,
creator.
Hate," and then correct? And
Oh, no,
I
no,
assume
no,
hate
that's
was not what you
insta
meant
kill.
there, right?
Yes.
All right. And you corrected the next one to "in," correct?
Correct.
All right. And then
No candy
next
pop
one
bugs
is,
this
"I
whole
don't
cave
know,"
either.
correct?
So
Correct.
And then
imagine if I
Jason
came here with
replies, "Me
40
either
Pikmin from the
as,"
last run.
correct?
I would have been
Correct.
fucking
And
felted,
you
man.
state, you state next, "I'm sorry," correct?
Correct.
And Jason then replies, "I don't want kids with anyone but you," correct?
Correct.
And you state, "That's how I feel also," correct?
Oh, that was a lie.
Correct.
"It just feels wrong," correct?
Correct.
I'm not going to ask the next. Okay. I'm going to go on. And on the next page, which would be 5096, the second text or the second Instagram message down
I have to use up my
"It's not
spicy
because
sprays
how
on this
cute
guy."
and the wonderful genetics we pass on, it's..."
Oh god.
And then you
Shock
continue,
therapist.
"more emotional and ancient," correct?
Correct.
I dodged it.
All right, I think that's it for that particular exhibit. Thank you. I'll take that back for now. Actually, no, why don't you keep that? So that was keep that for now. That was on March 11th, correct? Those
Hey, I got it
Instagram
off.
messages
Okay.
we were just talking about.
That remove it from us. Oh, shoot it up. No, 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 no. No.
Now.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Did that remove it from his moveset?
Later on or about
I think I want to do.
19th,
I probably want to get rid of the shock thingy next.
Jason, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that phone call, he told you that Jenna Van de Zandt had given him some additional details about your relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he told you that Jenna had told him about an incident where you were in the shower with Alex, correct? Not introducing it. Overruled. Go ahead.
Ezra's reaction here is strange, but telling. Upon hearing the question, she immediately begins to look between her lawyers and the judge, blatantly communicating that they need to object to this question. Something about this question is so detrimental to how she wants to portray herself to the jury that she refuses to answer until her lawyers object, which is immediately overruled. The interaction that is being discussed is one in which, after moving out of Jason's apartment, she slept over at Alex's apartment. The following day, Ezra and Alex came out of the apartment's shared bathroom and towels.
No, he should have stayed over here.
Roommate, at which point
this is a good angle to toss Pikmin at him.
With Jason isn't that great.
Right by the edge.
This question is odd, as the jury already knew about this interaction between Ezra and Alex's roommate,
some people got hit.
Given that the roommate and Jenna Van Zandt had already testified in this case. But it's highly likely she was drawing during those moments and forgot.
Do you recall an occasion
log or whether the
when
spider lady is in Dark Souls 1?
Made
I had no idea.
Statement about her relationship with Jason Mengel.
So I remember.
Yeah, as soon as I get into the pit there, he brings out the poison gas.
Alex was with her, and she told me that she broke up with Jason and asked me if I thought it was great.
And did she? How did she look at that point in time? Did she have any expression?
Oh no! This is the worst one.
She was smiling.
Shit. That's one hit kill.
Around, let's see, March 19th.
Gotta remove this one next.
Of 2018. Do you recall going to the bar with Jason Mengel?
Get out of there! I lost one.
And did you go to the joint? Yes. And do you recall making a statement to Jason Mengel about his relationship with the defendant when you were at the bar with him?
Yes, we talked extensively about their relationship, and he stated to me that...
Hearsay. Sustained unless there's some...
No, I just want to know what you told Jason during that conversation at the bar, not
Oh,
Jason's
that was close.
Hearsay, irrelevant.
Okay, I got it off. All right. That's removed from his moveset.
So this is
I think
March
we'll
19th, a few
do
days before the
flamethrower
incident
next.
in question. I believe her statement to Jason Mengel is relevant to some events that are going to occur right after this.
Can we? Yeah, let's do a sidebar. Okay, you can go ahead. Objection is overruled in part.
So did you have a conversation with Jason Mengel on March 19th of 2018?
How does it know how to use all these things?
And after that conversation, did you have a phone call from the defendant, or receive a phone call?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you during that phone call?
She stated that it was my fault that Jason had texted her breaking up with her. She said I needed to fix it, that I needed to wake him up and talk to him about it immediately, that it was, she repeated multiple times that it was my fault, that things were not going the way that they should have been, that I was getting involved in a situation that I was not.
Wouldn't it be messed up if you could pick up the treasures and re-equip them?
All right, and
Maybe
you
you
came
can
out
do
of the
that.
bathroom in a towel, correct?
If he can, he hasn't done it yet. I don't think he can.
Okay, you may continue.
Now, I do object. If you're going to ask her if she said something, that's fine. I object to hearsay if it's something else.
Well, I'm again not introducing the matter for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor, but rather to show the knowledge that there is between her and Jason Mengel as of
I don't have
March
to exit the pit for that
19th
one,
of
actually. It's got to stay out the
18.
way.
I'm going to object to hearsay. And if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's not got any relevancy to this. It's just gossip.
Oh no, shit. Calm down.
That is shaky. What it is you object to? No, I think, is this about the
Camera
same
fucked
thing
me
we
on
had the
that one.
sidebar about?
Right.
Okay, and is this,
I've got, yes, two more questions.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. DeFore.
All right. So, Jenna told Jason, and then he told you that you would come out of the shower with just a towel on, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
All right. And then the last part of that conversation that Jenna had with, Jenna Vandesand had with Jason Mengel was that Jenna told Jason.
I lost the yellow right there?
That you had told Matt Schreiner that you had just broken up with Jason. Isn't that great?
Oh, God. He's got everyone lit.
Let's
get lit.
What I had said to Matt, or if I
Never gonna replace the batteries for that hat.
I'm not asking you what you said to Matt Schreiner on, you know, when you, in that thing, I'm asking you, isn't it correct?
This
that
mean old prosecutor, leave the lady
that
alone.
Jason told you that Jenna told him.
He just
that you
wanted
would
to
tell
murder
that
her
to Matt
boyfriend in
Schreiner,
peace,
correct?
man.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
I've lost 4 so far.
And she is pissed. The fact that her lawyers didn't get this line of questioning thrown out and she had to talk about this situation at all is upsetting to her.
After telling you about that, Jason hung up, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you called Jenna Vandesand, correct?
Yes.
And told her she had to fix this, correct?
I don't believe those are my exact words, but I
You
was just
barely
kind of
get
like,
any
what's
time
going on?
to knock the treasures
That is
off
not
of
what
them.
happened. The following is taken from Jenna's testimony, which is incredibly interesting to watch.
So did you have a conversation with Jason Mengel on March 19th of 2018?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you have a phone call from the defendant, or receive a phone call?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you during that phone call?
She stated that it was my fault that Jason had texted her breaking up with her. She said I needed to fix it, that I needed to wake him up and talk to him about it immediately, that it was, she repeated multiple times that it was my fault, that things were not going the way that they should have been, that I was getting involved in a situation that I was not supposed to be in. And then she told me, Jenna, I heard that you don't believe that I was assaulted.
And how did you respond?
I was crying. I felt like a bad friend. I apologized multiple times. I said that there had been so many things going on that I didn't know what to believe anymore.
Dude, right into the next
and I just
treasure.
kept
He's
profusely
spamming the
apologizing
flamethrower.
for
Why?
the hair on the back of my
What
neck
the
stood
hell,
up
man?
The entire conversation because she was talking in the same tone that I am right now. And if you were accusing of someone of not believing that you were raped, I would think you would be a bit more upset about it.
Given Ezra's propensity to lie and Jenna's straightforward demeanor, I would venture to say that Jenna is the one being honest.
You wanted her to clear it up with Jason, correct?
And not exactly, I wouldn't say I wanted her to clear it up with him. He knew everything that had happened already. It's just, I was like, can you talk to him about this? He's angry and frustrated.
That's the same thing.
So you wanted her to talk to him about it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then either on the 20th or the 21st,
Okay, we got the flamethrower off.
Jason gave you
He just has the poison
letter
gas left.
that Jenna Vandesand had
Problem
sent,
is that means he's gonna
I
spam
don't know
it
the
now,
exact date, but at some
nonstop.
point he had given me the letter.
And in that
Lost
letter,
2 there.
you read the letter, correct?
Yes, I read it.
And Jenna essentially said she was washing her hands of the situation, correct?
Yes.
Can you turn to, you still have Exhibit 420 up there?
That is correct.
Can you turn to, it's towards the end, and unfortunately my copy here doesn't have the DOJ page numbers on it, but it would be, I believe, 5361.
I have that page pulled up, yes.
All right, it is the top message on there, 1 from Jason to you that says he said this isn't usual Jason breakup behavior?
Yes.
All right. All right, great.
I gotta fix my aim.
This Instagram exchange
Maybe I should try to.
Appears to be around 17:07.
I should probably
which
do
would
it
be
from up
around
here.
5:07 p.m. on March 21st.
Yes, early in the morning.
All right. And
Wait a minute, I'm confused. Is this UTC or is this Wisconsin?
this is Wisconsin time. This exhibit converted everything to Wisconsin time.
Okay, so just so it's clear to me, I'm sorry, Council. 17, you said 1707?
Yes, which would be 5:07.
Oh.
Why does that come back in?
Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay.
I focus on my yellows because they have the best throwing range.
All right. And let's go towards the bottom. Jason sends
Been here on time zones? Yeah, they're just trying to kill time.
Says, I'm worried right now. If I sleep, what will happen, correct?
Correct.
And continues, what will I dream, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, going on 4 months of this restless sleeping on a couch, correct?
Correct.
And the next text is, and the new trauma
I don't want to
really
leave the pit
draining
because
my
it wastes
hope,
time
correct?
getting back in there.
Correct.
And what he's referring to there,
You're
by
just
the new
asking for him to
trauma
do it
is the
again.
information he got from Jenna Vandazan, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then you respond, if you let yourself only think of negative things before you sleep, you let yourself lose, correct?
Correct.
Ezra should be a therapist. If you let yourself think about me cheating on you multiple times with people you were close to, you're making yourself feel bad, and you need to stop doing that, which is great advice.
And you state you become nothing, correct?
Correct.
And he responds, I can give hope, correct?
Correct.
But then continues on, but I feel like I lost mine, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, I'll faking it till it returns, correct?
Correct.
And you respond,
If
yes,
you would
it's hard
only
to
come
try and
back
stop
over here,
thoughts, but it's not hard to
probably make
replace
something
them
happen.
in positive ways, and the more you do it, the better it will get, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, sorry if I seem slightly distracted. I'm filling out an application also, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason replies, I was drinking enough to forget and see her, correct?
Correct.
Literally, it continues on, literally how sad is that, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I'm right here, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, each time you say that, you throw her away, correct?
Correct.
And continue on and push her further and further down, correct?
He doesn't use the weapons whenever I'm running on the
Continue on,
edges.
that's how I feel, correct?
I toss from over here.
Correct.
And then Jason
No,
responds,
as soon as he
"You know
detects a
what I
Pikmin."
mean," correct?
Correct.
And then continues the idea of you.
He's waiting for
Correct.
Pikmin to enter the pit, not
The
me.
one, correct?
Correct.
The girl proved me wrong, correct?
Correct.
Everything I never knew I always wanted, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, yes.
They're hurting
but
over
I'm
there.
not an idea, she never was. I am a human, she's alive, fighting harder than...
Lost one from that.
Correct.
Just know that and respect her, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk
That's
about
annoying.
what
I
Ezra is saying
probably
here,
should have got rid of
because
this
it's
one
really
first.
incredible. In this conversation, where Jason is telling Ezra he is hurt that she cheated on him, he's having a hard time at the present moment because he just learned of another occasion where she has betrayed his trust, and she's guilting him for not seeing her as a fully realized person. She is claiming that the person he wanted her to be was unrealistic, a fantasy of his future wife and partner, and that he needs to understand that she is a real person with real flaws. He was talking about being hurt by her in one of the worst ways possible, and saying that her actions caused him to no longer view her as a person.
So it's okay for me to cheat on you, right?
And she replied by saying she was never that person, and essentially, he's at fault for expecting her to be that, which is next level manipulation. That's like if you were punched in the face by someone, and that person telling you that it's your own fault that they punched you, because you should have never expected them to be kind in the first place. Don't you know that they have flaws? Their dad was mean to them, which is, incredible.
And then Jason
Fatherless
responds,
behavior.
I can, correct?
Correct.
And also continues on, but I also can't hold my tongue. Now speaking thoughts isn't going to help either of us, correct?
Correct.
And continues kind of what got us in this situation, correct?
Correct.
I take it back. This one's the worst one to remove. I thought the faucet was bad.
I think he might have meant not speaking.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And we're going to continue down a little bit. Going to, it should be 5365 at the bottom.
I know my aim's not the best.
Yes.
The second last
Trying to throw from
message
under
is one from
I lost the purple back there.
Jason indicating, do you want me to call, correct?
Correct.
And now we're at about 1853.
It's annoying because they try to grab the treasure too, so it's you gotta like double column that.
6:53 p.m.
Yes.
All right, and you respond, yeah,
It's not
please.
difficult.
Correct?
It's just more about the rhythm of it. It's the rhythm of the night.
And then continuing to the next page, about halfway down, right after it indicates that Journal 2 and Journal 1 were last updated. Do you see those?
Yes.
All right, it says there was a message from Jason indicating was nice talking, correct?
That is correct.
And you say very nice, correct?
That is correct.
And he then states, hope you feel a little better, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I do, I hope you also, correct?
Correct.
And you state, it's nice to hear a voice that makes me calm, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then responds, all things considered, I miss your voice, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you respond, well, you know it's the same for me, correct?
Correct.
And then skipping a couple, it says, truly it was nice talking, let's keep it up, correct?
Correct.
Oh, please knock it off, please knock it off. No!
Try, correct?
Correct.
And then states,
I
with
feel
you
so
working, it's
close,
going
I
to be
can
less
almost
often,
taste
correct?
victory, man.
And he says, and same here, hopefully, correct?
Correct.
And you then respond, good days, bad days, I'm happy to talk. Oh, don't worry, plenty of time between work and sleep to talk with the jobs I'll be having, and I'll happily talk, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, don't forget I also have the phone next to me at night. Here, if late night you really need to call, correct?
Correct.
And Jason responds, good to know, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then asks you what time you're thinking of coming Wednesday, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is an Instagram message that was on March 21st of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
All right, which would have been a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
All right, because we know March 22nd was a Thursday, correct?
Correct.
So this is referring to the next week, meaning March 28th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And continues on, and you have to work that night, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, and do I need anything prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, well, the appointment was for at 1, and
Big up
yes, I
Speed.
worked that night
Welcome
at
back.
9:45, 10
Oh
p.m.
no, you're fine.
correct?
This is the final boss of the game. Oh, or
And
story
then
mode
state,
anyway.
I would just bring your IDs and stuff, correct?
Can't believe it's 6 a.m. though. Don't worry, this is the last thing.
All right, let's continue to page 53.
I'm on the last phase. He uses these treasures against you. He has a water faucet that spits out water, a flamethrower, a shock thingy that shocks you.
I am there, yes.
I removed all those though, so I just got
do you see
to...
the text
There it
that
is, there it is, there it is, there it is.
proud?
He's weak.
Yes.
And then that came from Jason, correct?
Correct.
And this is at about 8:31 p.m. It says 2031.
Yes.
And then he responds 9:19, correct?
Correct.
And then you state life starts now, correct?
Correct.
And Jason's response to that is no more excuses, correct?
Correct.
No more lies, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I thought about it a lot.
I'm going gamer mode for it,
I
gamer
think I'll
mode.
call Wintership to return the tattoo gift so I can for sure pay for therapy, correct?
Correct.
Time, Pablo! Pablo, AGDQ, time!
Correct?
Ugh, he turns into fucking
And he
blue
responds,
goo.
it's up to you. Not even 100% sure if you can, correct?
Correct.
And you say that's why I'll call, correct?
Correct.
Louis? Are your life functions fading? No, he appears only to have fainted. He's always running into trouble. Instruct the Pikmin to carry him. There is not enough room for him in the cockpit anymore. We will have to keep him in the cargo hold with the treasure hoard. Welcome back, Golem. There you go. Final boss completed. Alright, we got Louis back too. Minimum of 30 Pikmin. You had to beat this with 30 Pikmin left or you wouldn't be able to get all the treasures out. Oh, I guess if you hoarded purples, it would have worked. Alright, let's get out of here. I don't know if you saw Golem, but I failed the first run of the cave, so I redid it all over again. And I almost lost the president. Don't worry, he's alive. I had to redo the cave again. I had under 15 blue Pikmin. I had 12 blues, and I needed 15 blues to take a treasure out, so I had to redo it. 1,000 Pokos for the Comedy Meow. Beat it in one go with 40 Pikmin? No, I wouldn't have been able to do that. Damn, Louis only worth 1. $10 Pokos for the King of Bugs! Yes! $1,000 Pokos for the shock therapist. Everything else is on the way. Overall, second run, really good. I only lost 26 Pikmin. That's like a record. I only lost. 1,000 Pokos. It is the Monster Pump. And potentially the last treasure in the game. I'm not sure I missed anything. This would be the final one. 1,000 Pokos. The Flare Cannon. Yep, that's it. Let's get out of here, chat. Yeah, I lost a couple to the electric attack. That's why I prioritized that one. That one because it's one-hit kill. And I went for the Monster Pump first because that one is the only one that can reach you outside of the pit. Yeah, I didn't want to end the stream without beating the final cave. We've existed for so long with Pikmin 2 for me to not, like, at least wrap it up tonight. I say wrap it up. Wrap up story mode. We still got challenge mode, right? Alright, 26 Pikmin lost. Nearly 30,000 Pokos.
Time for a celebratory bubble blow.
Thank you for the bubble blow. Thanks for the engagement today. Alright, let's see if I get some sort of cutscene. You've collected every treasure! We did it, chat. Oh, this is a nice cutscene. Look at this. Yeah, get your Bulbor poggers. Pogborb? Did we remember to get Louis this time? Is Louis with us? Where's Louis at? Orange Pikmin? Dude, there are orange Pikmin down there. When are we gonna meet them? Aw, it's like the ending to the Grinch when they sing. And his dingus grew 3 sizes that day. And this is like the ending to the first game. I still don't see Louis. I don't believe Louis is actually with them yet. I need to physically see Louis in the ship. Ah yes, Pikmin 2. They did a real good job remastering the cutscenes. I heard it was AI work though. That's right, Nintendo using AI. What is this world coming to? But look, the end. We did it. He's in the treasure bay? Now I gotta physically see him in the treasure bay. I won't even buy that. I don't buy that. I need to see him in there. I need to see them unload Louis and like toss him. Toss him out the ship. Alright, let's see how we did. We spent 34 days repaying the debt. We lost 447 Pikmin total? 447. Press F. We sprouted 1,800 Pikmin. We made 600 blue Pikmin? Dude, I love those guys. We made 139 purple Pikmin, 136 whites. Alright, if you're still alive, if you're still in the chat, 447 Pikmin, press F. Pikmin left behind, 29. Press F for them too. Oh wait, no, 648. That's the final total. And it's specifically telling me if they were lost in battle or if they were left behind. Okay. We lost them, guys. They didn't make it, you guys. 6 died to fire. 31 died to water. 50 lost to electricity, 56 to explosions, 29 to poison. It's tough, buddy. It's a Pikmin pick. It's like what's dog eat dog world but for Pikmin? Pick eat pick world. Will give us a save. Well, that was a fun game. What else do we got? Oh, it's telling me I completed all the series for each category of item. Yeah, this is the first game with the Piclopedia. One didn't have it. Checked out all the entries in 4 and 3. This is the one that started it all. Oh yeah, the Game & Watch was in this game. Just like in the other games, Olimar will give a description of the item, and looks like the computer tries to give a description too. Combustion berry. Everything is best in moderation. This fruit is the perfect example of too much of a good thing. Oh, he had more to say. The sweetness surged past mere transcendence and scours the palate with succulence. Olimar says, I've collected all kinds of edible objects, but the ship's sensors can't judge taste. To make up for the ship's shortcomings, I'm making a special effort to try everything. First, we got the monsters. Pikmin's life has been tough. I agree. You can get the zoom in on the monsters. You can toss carrots at them. So this is like his natural form. He formed some sort of bio relationship with the weapons he was holding. Like he fused with them. He was able to use their powers. I guess they had to remove some items. Well, the enemies count for money too. Not much, but I don't know. Maybe I could have got to 30,000. Well, maybe while I was hoarding purple Pikmin, I could have fought more enemies earlier in the stream. The raging long legs. Remember this, idiot. It was pretty easy. This guy, though, this guy, I'm glad they never brought this guy back. The segmented cropster. For this guy, while we're at it, this guy sucked. This guy's in 4, but he feels easier than in 4. Amazing design, though. Look at him. I didn't even know he roared like that. You can't hear it in game. Half monster, half machine. Oh, they didn't bring this one back in 4 either. They brought back this guy though, the giant red bug. The very teeny tiny Emperor Bulblax, boss from the first game. The beady long legs. This guy was alright. The classic burrowing Snagrit. They're stronger in earlier games. In later games, they're kind of cucked. And the classic Empress Bulblax. She's annoying as hell in that one cave in 4. You know the one. All right, yeah, I got the entry for everything in the game. Pretty cool. Wait, no, I'm missing stuff. What? Oh, this is probably the red and yellow candy pop buds. I never had to use them. Oh, we can get that during the challenge mode, probably. Alright, what does it say on my file? Does it say I'm a cool guy? Yeah, I am. I'm missing one cinema. You probably get it from doing challenge mode. Not 100% run. We can make it 100%. I just gotta get those last two entries. Like I said, probably all I have to do is find those flowers in challenge mode and it'll log it for me. Here it is. The next time we play this, we'll start with this stuff. We have 30 challenge arenas. Unlike the main game where you have kind of free reign over the amount of Pikmin you're able to grow and stuff, I think this gives you a set amount of Pikmin. And you gotta work with what you got. Gotta make breakfast for Cam. Yeah, I'm just about done here. What are the rules? Acquire the key to access the next level. Escape before time runs out. Embark on a thrilling expedition. White flowers indicate cleared areas, and pink ones show that all Pikmin escaped. Oh no. I'm gonna have to do these and go for all pink flowers. Oh my lord. They're gonna want you to go for full completionist, and you know the later caves are gonna be peak regarded. Well, all right, game. I take you up on your challenge, but not tonight. And by tonight, I mean today, this morning. All right, but nice to know. Nice to know what we got coming up. As for Ezra. We're an hour and 10 minutes into this part. This is Narcissist takes a stand in her own defense. It's a 3-hour video, so we were never gonna finish it. We were never gonna finish it tonight. By tonight, I mean this morning. We'll have to come back to it. Yeah, but I'm done here. We saw the true ending. 100% dominated the campaign. What awaits us is sure to be even more suffering on the never-ending Pikmin playthrough. Just a little more Ezra, please. I gotta know what happens next. The problem is, I don't know what a good cutoff point would be.
And continuing to the next page, which is 5371.
We'll let her answer one more question.
The last text on our Instagram message on that page is from you to Jason, correct?
Correct.
And it states you are loved, correct?
Correct.
You are loved, right?
And
yes,
then good
correct.
night, correct?
Correct.
And then...
All right, technically that's like 2 or 3 questions.
Jason responds, good night, Ezra.
Okay, yeah, that was like 2 or 3 questions. You're right. There you go, Parma. You got felted. You got felted by the prosecution asking the easiest, simplest questions in the book. Well, don't worry. Well, you can seek out the video on your own, or potentially wait for the next Pikmin segment. You know what I am not waiting on, though? I am not waiting to end the stream. We're gonna go to surprisingly, Tevin is still awake, so this is like the perfect place. I know exactly where to send you people. But big ups, adios. It is finally Mimi time. We're gonna get to brag to Tevin about how we're able to complete Pikmin 2. Bro. We'll tune in next time for Ezra Ball Z. Okay, good to hear. Yeah, we'll probably continue it on the Pikmin streams. It's the chillest time chillest time to listen to true crime is when you're committing Pikmin genocide. Alright, but I gotta stretch. I gotta stretch and collapse and stretch some more. Alright, so let's pop that out of existence and let's get out of here. Pablo? Pablo, you know what to do. Thanks for stopping by! Holy shit, why are you still awake? It's 6 in the morning for me, 7 in the morning for you. It's already, like, you gotta wake up. The sun's out. What's wrong with you? And if the sun ain't out, it's about to be up. Big ups to the swollen _ ones who made it, somehow made it, all the way to the very end. Talking about Golem, Mr. _ Punch, Sakura, Parma, Swollen, Dingbot, and Stream Elements, Sweet Bean 96, Perez. Your shift just ended. Oh, big ups. You gets to go home and relax. Carl. Bye, Carl. NATO _ Cog, Ghost MC 333. Must also celebrate, of course, the lurkers. Like All Money Tevin, whose stream we're about to go to, Awfully TV, and 1337, Juzzy 51, Peaches Ian Keem, Unit W1, the Unfun One, Room Dukeem, Aqua Saber, Seru, Eastside, Kiangun, Law Power, Pim Pam, Syphilitis, Zeta Zerton, and Zitra Zealousy, and anybody else I forgot to mention. Like Almighty Goki with his 10 bits. Big ups to them. Big ups to Barry Linden, the 300 bits. Trash Can with the follow. Kinda Sav, the re-up, tier 1 for 16 months. Almighty Goki, a rate with a party of 2. And the Human 8175 with the follow. The behind the scenes follow, you guys. Totally crushed it tonight. 7 hours. We have nothing to show for it. No, we got stuff to show for it. I'm being hard on myself. Okay, I'm gonna watch the Game Awards later tonight. Same as you guys, but I probably won't stream it. Because we got the writing stream. It's more important. I'll probably be existing in the chats of people watching it, so keep an eye out. Bye-bye. Adios and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. If we saw you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we'll see you next time. I can see myself. The mirror. Each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors. Each and every single day. Wow! We're going to Tevin's house. He's playing the vaudeville game. He was awake this whole time. I thought he was on BRB mode. The raid message is, we're picking on you. Rue. And we'll give him a question. Give him a hype question to promote discussion. This is the raid message. We're picking on you, Rue! Pikmin 2 story. 100% dominated, but challenge mode remains. Give us your Gabe Awards reveal predictions, man. But go ahead and copy that. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Thanks for being positive. Thanks for cheering me on. And remember, don't stick your dingus in the crazy. That was the #1 lesson we learned tonight. Bye-bye. Take it easy.